Good morning, gamers, and welcome to your official English language coverage of the Chinese MDI, which has just concluded this weekend. We're going to see which two teams join our existing 6 teams in the Global Finals next weekend, so it should be a blast to watch. I'm Dratnos, joined by Makes and Tettles for this broadcast. Good morning, and I guess good evening to you, Makes.
Thank you. I feel very included, Ratnos. That was very kind of you. But just a quick reminder for everybody that's been wondering on what is going on that maybe unfortunately missed their Cup weekends, because the MDI is now the TGP and the TGP is now the MDI. So that is what is going to be ahead of us today. A lot of key pushing. And of course, our spec variety also will make a return, which just a quick reminder on how that works. For both of the day one of our team's groups, we're going to tally up their most played specs, then we band them out. For the Sunday, we saw different approaches from our teams on the western end of the MDI and how they approach this, and I'm curious what CN is actually up to.
Yeah, me too. There's been some different specs over the years have historically been favored by the CN region, so maybe we'll get to see some of the specs, some different specs, especially for the ones that they use a lot today and then won't be able to use on their final day, getting them banned out. So that should be pretty fun to watch. We do also have a set of dungeons that we're going to see today. We're starting off at the plus 16 key level, just like we did over in the Western regions as well. And we have Workshop, Motherlode, and Floodgate, if my icon reading abilities are still up to... Yeah, oh, you can
looks
see.
Pretty good.
Look, there's the exclamation points on the Motherlode as well, which that gives that one away.
But we also have Corruption in the Turbo Boost gear that's actually available for the Chinese finals as well, so that's a little bit of a difference. And immediately we are jumping into gameplay here. So let's kind of talk about some of the teams that we actually have available today. So first and foremost, in the top left-hand corner of the screen, we have Stamp. So this was a team that qualified for Global Finals last TGP. They came in 5th place. They have replaced 2 players since then, where Supreme, their long-standing Moonkin, is now playing on NA. He was on Goated, I believe. And Zippo, who was their long-standing tank, is now, I don't know, not competing in this this version of the MDI. In the top right, we have Yegu Cheering Squad, which... At some point, we're going to get their logos. They have a nice bull logo. It'll be very interesting. Those are kind of the top 2 seeded teams out of today. So basically, Stamp is the 1st seed. Yegu Cheering Squad is the 4th seed. Go Big or Go Home in the bottom left is the 5th seed. And Moonkin Cooker, my favorite team name, is the 8th seed out of the Chinese final. So it's going to be kind of interesting. Stamp, for context, actually put up a 21 Dark Flame Cleft and a 20 Operation Floodgate during time trials. So that would have been the highest Floodgate that we had actually seen across all of group play. So I'm really interested in seeing how these Chinese finals kind of shape up.
Yeah, it should be pretty exciting as well, because our format is we're doing 5 hours of dungeons today, and the 2 top teams at the end of the day get to make it through to the final day, right? So
yeah.
With a 1st seed, usually you'd expect the 1st seed to do pretty well and to make it through, but something that they're going to try and do is preserve all of their main specs through to the last day of competition. So you can see here they're using Enhancement Shaman, Ret Pally, Destrolock, Resto Druid, and Prot Warrior here for Stamp. The Prot Warrior makes a lot of sense starting off in the workshop as well. That tank is just great in this dungeon, so you get to use an off-meta tank at basically no cost in that dungeon. But then we're going to have Yegu Cheering Squad and Go Big or Go Home really fighting each other for that 2nd spot, in theory, on paper. Although, of course, whatever is in theory may not survive the actual competition. So Moonkin Cooker not out of it at all either. Another team that was really not far behind in time trials, especially compared to those 4th and 5th seeds of Go Big or Go Home and Yegu Cheering Squad. But I think we're going to have these exact teams in these positions all weekend, or all day. We're going to have them in these exact same spots on the screen. So you can always remember, 1st seed is in the top left, 8th seed is in the bottom right, and then 4 and 5 are the top right and bottom left diagonally. I want to talk more about the other specs we've got here as well, because we've got a lot of specs have already been played in our western region of the MDI. So of all the specs on the screen, most of them have gotten played already, but there is one that is not currently being full screened that we have for the first time. But let's take a look at Stamp.
We just have Moonkin
working on this huge
screen.
Oh, now put it back. Now put the overlays back. Yeah, so Stamp up at the top left, pulling together this huge pull inside our workshop. This is a very scary pull. A lot of this pull revolves around spacing out that heal absorb using stuns and interrupts to make sure that it doesn't overlap with the big raid damage from the drill. It looks like Stamp have done a pretty good job of handling this. Resolute as well tends to have a pretty good time healing through a big healing absorb. That's one of the spec's specialties. Down in the bottom left, you can see Go Big or Go Home in the same spot in this dungeon. They are playing the Blood DK, which is pretty sick. But we're going to look at a different team now. We've got, I believe this is Moonkin Cooker, working on still the first boss here. This is taking them a little bit longer than it's taken our other teams to get this under control. You can see the bosses kind of separated from each other as well, going on a big adventure to get near this hammer.
A 4-minute first boss split's actually not too bad. I also do like how they had that RP mini-boss kind of part of the achievement as a part of this fight, especially whenever you're playing with that marksmanship hunter. It does actually end up making a lot of sense for them to do that. I'm really interested to see if they're going to be able to play kind of spoiler. That protection warrior is very, very powerful in this dungeon. Does a lot of single target damage. Spell reflect on the last boss is also broken. So
yeah, Spell Reflect is crazy. In the whole dungeon, it's good, but that last boss, it's really something else. But yeah, you mentioned hitting the achievement mob. It's if you charge the tank into a specific spot on the wall, you spawn basically a mob that does nothing, which means you go from 2 targets to 3 targets, which means that your marksmanship hunter gets trick shots activated, which is huge.
It's
huge
unclear
tech for Moonkin Cooker.
It's unclear as to whether or not that's actually a damage increase for, like, a lot of times whenever you see that Moonkin Unholy DK Arcane Mage composition, so all of the times the Arcane Mage is like, yo, I want this mob, and the DK is like, but my Death Coil is going to hit that mob, hold on, I don't even know if this is particularly good.
It's the same with Destro Lock as well, where your Destro Lock is like, oh man, now my Mayhem is going to proc on a mob that doesn't matter anymore half the time.
I don't know. So it's kind of an interesting decision point as to whether or not.
But I think if you have an MM Hunter, you have to do it. It's so good.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, here's Go Big or Go Home, working on the Cujo section trash here. Blood Decay, you can see, is in some danger. Rune of Sanguination is procced here, which is a sort of pseudo cheat deathy thing. It doesn't really mean all that much. It usually procs. So Blood Decays this season, they're that icon you can see on the debuff frame for them right now isn't the super scary one. It's whenever you see Purgatory having been procced that you know that they are in tremendous danger for the next few minutes. That cheat death effect being gone.
Blood Decay is actually a very interesting tank. I think it's actually the highest individual, like, personal damage on AoE tank specialization this season.
It's huge, dude. Blood Decay damage is crazy, especially like 3 target. So the tier set, whenever their tier set procs, which is random, but whenever it does happen, you get 12 seconds of Death Strike cleaving 3 targets. And Death Strike is a huge amount of DPS, especially with the Sand Lane builds they're playing this season, especially with that Rune of Sanguination I mentioned. So, they do huge 3 target, especially if they can land a good proc. And then the AoE, they've got the same thing that Unholy has, where they spawn those Blood is Life, abominations. It's been nerfed for Blood a little bit this season as well, but not as much as it's been nerfed for Unholy.
They got caught in the crossfire a little bit a couple of times whenever the Blood Beast was getting nerfed. So talking about Stamp a little bit in the top left-hand corner of the screen, so we are seeing that they are playing an Enhancement Shaman, a Destro Warlock, and a Rep Paladin. So they're playing a very atypical class variety rule composition compared to what we saw from a lot of the Western teams. Obviously, again, this is the #1 seed, so we kind of expect them to mirror a lot of what the Western teams are doing. But a lot of the Western teams ended up playing something similar-ish, right? Where they would play like an off-spec of Mage, they would play an off-spec of DK, then they'd play like the Destro Warlock as like their DPS composition.
Right.
How do you feel about the Enhancement Shaman Ret Paladin in this instance? Like, I feel like you have to like relearn some of the strats on the dungeons, no?
Yeah, there's a little bit of relearning associated with, you're swapping especially to a double melee DPS comp. In some dungeons, that's a big deal. In some dungeons, playing 2 melee DPS is going to kind of really change the texture of that dungeon. Yeah, I think of like Dark Flame Cleft, for instance. The Candle boss is going to be completely different feeling with swapping people into melee and range that aren't usually. But I think it makes sense, to play stuff that is good that you're good at. And Ret Pally is really quite good. It got buffed recently as well, and it does a lot of damage now. Like, the AoE was already good, and the single target is now very strong as well in the M+ build, so... I think that spec is great.
It's kind of interesting because MJT actually did end up playing Enhanced last season for Stamp during the TGP, and Tianzu he was on AUG last season, but now he's playing Mage for their team. So kind of an interesting switch up whenever you see him playing like so many different specializations, going from AUG last season to now Ret Paladin and Mage. Kind of interesting because those are, I feel like, very different play styles, all three of those DPS specializations.
Yeah, I mean, seeing how people swap from season to season as well. I mean, I'd say Enhancement Shaman is still, a good choice. It's just maybe a little bit less popular than it was last season. But
so we saw Verk playing it for Missed Count during Group B finals in the Theater of Pain. I think that there's maybe a chance that we could see more class diversity in the
when we get to Global Finals.
Yeah, depending on like whether or not Theater of Pain is available, that kind of thing, because that dungeon actually opens up things like Marksmanship Hunter, Enhancement Shaman, those kind of specializations.
Resto Shaman too.
Yeah,
we don't see any Resto Shamans on the screen right now, but Resto Shaman's got a big buff coming on the weekly reset that I think to the Farseer hero talent tree, which we have already seen get some use in the MDI. So yeah, it should be pretty exciting. The Global Finals are going to be really fun. And speaking of Global Finals, Stamp are Global Finals veterans, right? They made it to Global Finals last MDI, right? So this is a team to watch out for. I believe they ended up getting 5th, but definitely still a very, very strong team.
They have their healer is widely regarded as the best healer in all of China. Like that's something to actually note about this team, and they claim that he's the best healer in the world, right? But their healer can play basically any specialization. He was actually the person who pioneered first playing Discipline last season, prior to everybody jumping on that train. Everybody was still on that Resto Shaman train, and he was like, hold on, I think this disc spec is really OP. And so he started playing it a lot last season.
Yeah, that's an awesome stat. It's awesome to see on the Resto Druid as well. I mean, I'm surprised, because in our Western region, we very often saw the healers kind of gravitate towards, okay, we'll get Resto Shaman or Disc Priest banned and then play the other one on the Sunday, right?
Yeah.
But it is, playing the Resto Druid instead. I suspect that Stamp are planning to get, that Resto Druid and that Prot Warrior banned for their Sunday. Or maybe they'll swap out the Prot Warrior to something like the Guardian Druid for some of their other keys, and they'll get the Resto Shaman or the Resto Druid and 2 of these DPS spec banned, something like that.
It's Floodgate ML. I mean, in theory, Motherlode's probably the worst Prot Warrior dungeon of this pool. I actually think that Floodgate, if you can live Big Mama, you just equip the Mud Trinket. But if you can live Big Mama on the Warrior, I don't see a reason that he has to actually swap to Bear Druid here, especially for the lower level dungeons.
Motherlode was interesting as well, because back in BFA, there was a few seasons where Prot Warrior was like turbo good, turbo meta, but actually surviving the Rixa Flux Flame encounter as a Prot Warrior was really hard. Back in the day, the strat was like hearth out and swap around for a more defensive build for the end of this dungeon, or for the end of that dungeon rather, but not something that you're allowed to do in the MDI. You can't hearth out, so. But Prot Warrior's gotten a lot better defensively against magic damage than it was in the original expansion where we saw the Motherlode. Now they have tools like Spell Block, which are really, really strong.
Dude, if Stamp was playing like Marksmanship Hunter, this comp would be insane. Just thinking about the value of the Battle Shout and all of the buffs that are available to this composition. Whenever you start to build these full Fizz comps, things like the Ret Pally, the MM Hunter, those are very, very valuable. You really want the Shaman and the Battle Shout buff. Those are kind of the most important pieces. And then you try to fit the Mark of the Wild in. A lot of people love to fit in the Feral Druid whenever you're playing with like a full melee comp. But I think that, like, dude, if they had an MM Hunter here instead of this Warlock, this would be an insane comp.
Yeah, I will say the Sky Fury from the Shaman is really valuable. So definitely not something you want to leave home without if you're shopping for a good buff for these runs. Although, of course, you only got 5 classes, so sometimes you can't fit a Shaman in there.
Yeah.
All right, looks like we are nearing the end of several of our runs here. So just to go over expectations, coming into the day, I personally am thinking Stamp is pretty likely to be, that team that is 2-chesting when other teams are 1-chesting, 3-chesting when other teams are 2-chesting. Right now, they are ahead of Go Big or Go Home in this workshop, but not super far ahead. They're working on the same boss here, about 50% ahead.
So, yeah, for expectations, it looks like during time trials, Moonkin Cooker put up a 20 Dark Flame Cleft and an 18 Operation Floodgate. It looks like Go Big or Go Home put up a 20 Dark Flame and a 19 Operation Floodgate, and Yegu Cheering Squad put up a 20 Dark Flame and a 19 Operation Floodgate as well. So,
And Stamp did 2120, is that?
2119? Yeah.
2120, wow, yeah.
So them, Stamp and Green Wave, I believe, or Green Player, those are the number 1 and number 2 seeded teams. Both of them put up 21 Dark Flame Cleft, which is very similar to what we saw from Time Trials from the rest of the world, basically. And then they put up a 20 Operation Floodgate, both of them did, which, in comparison to the rest of the world, the highest Operation Floodgate that we saw during group stage play was mandatory. They put up a 19, but it was like a 5-minute under 19. So in theory, they probably could have timed a 20 if they absolutely had to. But it wasn't something that we actually saw being done during group stages.
Yeah, so a very impressive time trial performance from Stamp. What we're going to have to see here is whether that time trial performance holds up in the actual competition, because we know sometimes, you can have a couple of teams that are similar skill level, and then one team will spend longer on those time trials, right, and then get a better outcome, even though both teams are of a similar caliber. So right now, I would say, Go Big or Go Home definitely look like they are close on speed to Stamp. But yeah, I mean, even being able to do a 20 Floodgate is an incredible accomplishment, no matter how many attempts you get at it. So I'm really going to be looking at Stamp especially in this pushing keys format rather than the speedrunning format. I wonder if that's going to work really well for them, because historically, when you look at the Raider.io leaderboards, very often the top several runs are from Chinese teams.
Yeah, I mean, the Chinese region just takes live key pushing very, very seriously. And it's one of those things that, like, their top teams absolutely. We saw Astro Y come in second place in an MDI. We saw them come in first place in a TGP in the past. It's one of those things that the region is absolutely capable of great things, depending on how much time, dedication, practice that they're putting into the game. And it seems like right now, with what we saw from Time Trials out of Stamp and Green Player, we kind of have two teams that are this world-class level, and I'm very excited to see what we actually get out of these two teams. And potentially, are we going to see any teams be looking to play an upset? I know we have a team tomorrow that's rocking that Holy Paladin, the Arbiter of the Light. Uther Lightbringer guides them. So are they going to be able to play Spoiler? That's the third seed, and they ended up having pretty good time trial performance as well.
Yeah, we can't wait to see them playing tomorrow. Today, though, it's going to be a really exciting battle, I think, for the 2 slots out of this group as well, out of this division.
Yeah.
Already, we can see nearing the end of the dungeon is Stamp, using that Warlock Gateway to great effect here. One of the really powerful dungeons for a Warlock, just for that gateway, really facilitating this skip.
Oh.
Although, unfortunately, their tank has died to make the skip work. Maybe that was part of the plan, but they're going to have to now res. Usually, you'd expect a Shadow Meld here.
Oh, he's dwarf.
But their tank is a dwarf, so that wouldn't work.
Oh.
You famously can't dwarf or you can't meld if you're a dwarf.
I mean, I guess it was a death. You're right. It was a planned death skip. Huh?
Yeah. Historically, we've seen the tanks playing DH there and then meld skipping it.
Dude,
but
I was watching some videos of Legion runs, and I saw some team do a 4-person death skip. It's so interesting because death skips are it was very popular in Legion, and it started really dying off pretty early in BFA doing any death skips. Mostly because teams have found out that they are very time inefficient, particularly as well whenever you have that Challenger's Peril 15-second death penalty thing. That even makes it even less compelling of a time loss to have to spend the 8 seconds rezzing on top of the 15 seconds of time loss. It just feels really, really bad, and so that's why you've seen those things kind of go away. But I mean, in this instance, if you feel like you really needed the dwarf for whatever reason in this dungeon, it's not the end of the world to play the dwarf and just commit the mass res there.
Yeah, I mean, you're losing the 15 seconds from your tank dying, and then also
Look at Go Big or Go Home here.
10-ish seconds to res.
So
yeah.
So are they is their tank gonna meld this off, or is he gonna intentionally die as well?
It looks like he's gonna end up dying here. Ooh, and Purgatory has been put on CD as well. Ooh, and the mobs have started their AoE.
The short out, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so we've had our 2 deaths here. One of which was our enhancement shaman, because of course shamans also famously can't be night elves. So shaman there playing Maghar Orc, I believe, not able to meld either. Looks like they're going to go into combat here, but our tank doesn't have Purgatory now for Go Big or Go Home. But usually you don't need it on boss fights. It's typically trash is where your Blood DK is going to be in most danger, and bosses, your Blood DK is going to be having the best time ever.
What do you think about spec variety rule for Go Big or Go Home versus Jaeger Cheering Squad here?
Yeah, I mean, I think that Go Big or Go Home are playing to ban some more off-meta specs, whereas Yegu Cheering Squad are going to ban meta specs for their day 3 if they survive to the day 3. But given that these teams are our 4th and 5th seed, there's some really interesting game theory here where it's like, okay, if we both play off-meta specs, one of us is going to make it to the 3rd day to join potentially Stamp, right, if you assume that Stamp are going to do really well. And then that's going to be good. They'll have a chance on the 3rd day. But because these two teams are so evenly matched, if one of them, like Yegu Cheering Squad, just say, I'll just play my meta specs on day 1 all day, maybe I guarantee that I'm making it to Sunday and, sending Go Big or Go Home, going home instead of going big, right? Yeah. And but then maybe I have very bad options on Sunday. I don't have a Vengeance Demon Hunter, for instance, and I'm pretty unhappy about that. So it is an interesting, it's sort of a prisoner's dilemma type situation here where, both teams would be better off if they both played off-meta specs today and made sure to play around that spec variety rule to the best of their abilities for winning on Sunday. But if one team defects and decides not to do that, they are going to be able to make it to Sunday at the expense of the other team.
Yeah.
Yeah, we may see as well, something we saw in some of our Western regions as well was whenever a team sort of had a bad first hour, they would stop doing any off-meta stuff, and they'd be like, yep, okay, we just got to survive, we got to live, we're going to play our meta specs now and figure it out on Sunday.
Dude, Group A was the closest because we had the 6th and the 7th seed overall from time trials in it, and then the 7th seed ended up going home because the 19th seed was playing full meta and just played major spoiler and came in actually first place on the Group A day 1. And so, I mean, those things absolutely can happen, especially if those teams are very well practiced for the first 3 dungeons.
Right, that's the other thing where, how much of your time do you allocate to your 3 day 1 dungeons versus your 3 day 2 dungeons, right?
Yeah.
Because if you think you're really good, like Stamp, for instance, they might think and be like, yeah, we're far enough ahead here that we don't need to spend that much time on these 3 dungeons. We just need to focus on our day 2 dungeons, right? Whereas our other teams maybe will instead decide not to, as Stamp are going to put the 2 chests on the board here in this plus 16. Go Big or Go Home, also on pace for a closer 2 chest, but a 2 chest nonetheless. Yegu Cheering Squad also on 2 chest pace in their Floodgate. So good news all around here. Boonkin Cooker, on the other hand, maybe are going to be on the wrong side of this timer.
It's gonna be quite tight.
At least they have a meld here.
I think that this fight's gonna probably be around the 5-ish minute mark. That's fake combat. That's fake combat from the squirrel.
Okay, yeah, it's just a squirrel. Yeah.
I think this fight's gonna be around 5 minutes, but they also do have that protection warrior, which does give a little bit of added value. So maybe 4:45. They're actually not have bloodlust.
Yeah, it is a 16 key, though, and they have a lot of single target DPS. Marksmanship Hunter can do a lot of single target damage. I'm not sure if the Marksmanship Hunter is playing Sentinel or Dark Ranger. We saw both in our other regions, but I assume that this is probably a Dark Ranger dungeon. He's probably got quite a lot of single target damage on a boss like this, especially a boss like this that dies, and so you've got an execute phase, and then another high health phase, and then another execute phase. That's pretty good for MM Hunter.
Yeah, I was talking to Banishers a little bit from Physical God Comp, and he was basically stating that he played Dark Ranger in most dungeons, right? He ended up playing it, but primarily, Workshop, he said he thought it was the best Dark Ranger dungeon for sure.
Workshop is one of those very single target intensive dungeons, right? You have one kind of big AoE dangerous pull, but other than that, it's mostly, you got a boss in combat most of the dungeon.
Yeah.
Yeah, so definitely should be an important thing to track here as they near the end of that run. Meanwhile, Stamp starting off the plus 18, keeping the same comp here. We'll try and keep track of any comp changes that anybody's making and figure out what they mean for the spec variety rule. But the fact that Stamp are here in the 18, I expect what we're going to see out of them is they'll probably go and put up a run or 2 in all of the dungeons and then swap to their main specs for the highest level keys in all of these dungeons, assuming that they like the same main specs that the Western regions did, which in time trials it looked largely like they did, but you never know. You never can be sure.
It's one of those things that it seems like the spec variety rule from most of the absolute top tier teams that like made it to global finals, they did kind of a similar thing where they did all the dungeons on 16 with this off meta comp, they did all the dungeons on 18 with their off meta comp, and then they swapped for the 19s and potentially 20s for that. Now there is obviously a little bit of a difference here. We do have the mother load as well, so that can kind of start to make it to where you need to like math out your specs a little bit more, make sure you don't accidentally get the Vengeance Demon Hunter banned, because there was kind of an instance where we were a little bit worried sometimes that some teams, especially if they like ran too many dungeons, they would have gotten the VDH banned. But assuming that you like really carefully calculate and spreadsheet out what dungeons you're going to be doing, what composition you're going to be playing for each and every single dungeon, it's one of those things that the spec variety rule was pretty reasonably solved by most of our global finals qualifying teams.
Yeah, exactly. Which it's a rule that's not going to be in effect in the global finals as well. So these are going to be our last time seeing the impact of the spec variety rule.
So we're going to have 8 teams for global finals, but we are doing eliminations every single day again, right? We're bringing the elims back.
Yeah, we're basically going to be running the same format as these group weekends, except without the spec variety rule. So full power every day. That should be very fun to watch. I'm very curious which 2 teams from the Chinese region will be there and how strong they look. Because when you think about what the global finals are going to look like, our 6 Western region teams are all so good.
Yeah,
right? You've got like Wunderbar, Mistcount, Perplexed, Holy Method, looking absolutely incredible. 07 with a lot of potential as well, and one other team that I've forgotten now that
Mandatory
also was looking good. Mandatory. Oh, you can't forget Mandatory. Yeah, that's crazy. That team is one of the top 2, top 1 most likely teams to win the MDI entirely. So crazy level of competition that our challengers from the Chinese region will be joining into as well.
Yeah, it's super interesting. I mean, right now it seems like Stamp and Green Player, just from looking at time trials, are the most likely teams to make it to that global finals. But at the same point, I mean, you can't just look at time trials and view that in a vacuum and be like, yep, these are the teams that are going to make it.
Especially with this format. Time trial seeding is less important than it used to be. So teams can much more reasonably make the decision to not focus as much on time trials.
Yeah.
Even if they're planning to go hard to practice a lot. So something to very much don't get lulled into just assuming that the 1 and 2 seeds are, that much better than the competition. They may just have had a better time trial period.
Green Stamp, I mean, we're going to talk about them a little bit more tomorrow. They were a team that almost put up the world's first 20 this season. They were like ranked, they were like the 3rd or 4th ranked team this season for a little bit. And then Stamp right here that you're seeing on screen, obviously they came in 5th place last TGP. They had like the longest time at rank 1 though last season, where they were rank 1 for like 4 or 5 weeks consecutively. And so this is obviously, that's a team that you're seeing on screen here in the top left-hand corner of the screen, that while they haven't necessarily been pushing as much on live this season, they're still not a team that should be counted out in the slightest.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how their composition swap, or like player swap rather, is going to impact things, right? Because Stamp have swapped 2 members of their team from the previous version that got the 5th place at global finals in a previous MDI. So, of course, losing Supreme over to the Western region, over to Goated, and then their tank swapping as well, right? So that can be, sometimes that can be what you need for your team to go up in ranks, but also sometimes that's the kind of thing where it's like, okay, maybe you've got the same name, but you're no longer the same team.
Yeah, I mean, it can also remove some shot calling potential. It can create weird situations depending on what the meta specs are that season, where you're no longer as flexible as you potentially were, or maybe you're more flexible and you have more spec variety rule, or you bring somebody in that can actually like help shot call for your group. There's a bunch of different ways that it could go. We've seen time and time again, teams will move like a couple of pieces, and sometimes they improve drastically. Like I think that does Gargoyle stream to mandatory. That was kind of that. They had a couple of changes in terms of their roster, and that was that catalyst and that spark for them to continue to improve. But then, you've seen it time and time again where sometimes there's like 1 or 2 pieces that move, and then you lose somebody that you probably needed a little bit more, and then your team slides ranks a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. Something to keep an eye on. So a little bit of a survey of where everybody's at now. Stamp 5 minutes into this plus 18 workshop. Things looking good for them so far. Yegu Cheering Squad did secure the 2 chests in their Floodgate and are now working on the 18. Go Big or Go Home, after securing the 2 chests in their 16 workshop, have now went straight to the Floodgate. And they've actually swapped over to their full meta comp here. So they did the one run with the Blood DK, some of the off meta stuff, and now they're swapping to pretty close to a full meta composition. The only thing that's different here is they have an enhancement shaman where the meta would be the mage, but maybe they're doing some creative juggling here around that spec variety rule, or maybe they saw that Yegu Cheering Squad are playing full meta and they've decided, oh man, we have to as well.
Yeah. Just taking a survey from the chat, Dratnos, I have a question for you from them.
Yep.
So somebody in the chat asks, why Ret Paladin? Why do you think we're seeing this Ret Paladin from Stamp?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just well, first of all, they want to play some off-meta specs so that they can get the right ones banned by the spec variety rule for their day 2, so that's the big reason why you're seeing them playing it. But then why they chose Ret Pally specifically instead of something like, the MM Hunter, the Frost DK, the off-spec of Mage, something like that. I mean, it's hard to be sure, but I would assume it's just because they think it's a great spec, and I don't think they're wrong about that. That spec just does a lot of damage. It got buffed on the reset, like last reset, right, or the one before, so it's doing more damage, especially on single target. It got a pretty big single target DPS increase, which is often one of the most important things for speeding up these dungeon runs.
Single target damage is something that's like pretty sneaky whenever you look at dungeons. Whenever you look at the actual time in combat in a Mythic Plus dungeon, you tend to spend somewhere around 35 to 45% of your time in boss combat, just in a dungeon in general. And bosses in Mythic Plus largely tend to be single target damage. And so it's one of those things that you need a really well-balanced damage profile. Otherwise, you're going to end up losing way too much single target DPS, and it can start to become a problem, kind of like Dranos was alluding to. Talking about other specs that ended up getting buffed, do you expect that we're going to see any potential Resto Shaman this weekend or during the Global Finals, more so than what we saw previously? Because they did buff the Farseer Arsham, which wasn't super popular, but it was what we were seeing from a decent amount of our MDI teams because it was optimal for more DPS.
Yeah, it's good for single target DPS. You summon these ancestors that replicate your healing, but they also replicate your damage spells, so you can just use them and do that sort of battle shaman thing. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a little bit of Resto Shaman when we get... I wouldn't even be surprised if we see some today. I mean, I think that spec is really good. It's just a question of what the healers are comfortable playing, because not all healers want to play all the different healer specs, right? Like Stamp here have decided on a Resto Druid as their off-meta healer instead.
Yeah.
Although their healer can definitely play Resto Shaman.
What's our warrior doing? He's up there in second place right now.
So the warrior's been standing and getting hit by the venting flames here on a lot of the casts. I had imagined that was just when spell block was up, but maybe he can just tank it even outside of spell block. But that, of course, gives you a lot of extra uptime over all the other losers in your group that have to hide. Let's see if he goes for it again.
Is he just gonna sit here?
Yeah, he's just going to hit wall.
We're walling.
He's got wall, reflect. I don't know if he's got spell block up, but it doesn't look like it's coming very close to mattering at all, that damage on him.
Isn't that sweet? Look at that. Just how we're beating the Ret Paladin.
Yeah, well, Ret Pally single target damage, maybe having been slightly overhyped by me, losing to a tank here.
We're at execute.
Well,
we're coming for
both the warrior and the paladin gain from execute. Hammer of Wrath is activated now for the Ret Pally. We'll see if that keeps up with execute being activated for the warrior. It looks good.
Hold on. But now all of our loser DPS and our healer have to LOS. Now we're just gonna press wall and start executing the boss. Oh no, we couldn't catch up. Well, we gotta get one more demolish. Surely we get one more demolish here.
Let's see it. Another dispel comes out. Shield wall being activated there.
Oh no.
And it's going to be super close at the end of the fight. Oh, the warrior in 4th place. Tragic for Stamp. And now they're going to do a quick pull of 4 dogs here.
Yeah. So I think it was a week ago or something like that. We saw... So during Group B finals, we saw Miscount kind of bust out this root dog tech where you're abusing the anti-sync, where you're basically doing this entire room in one singular pull and not having the dogs leap and put that fiery jaws debuff on people. That has actually since been fixed. So that's going to make this dungeon just a little bit slower as opposed to being able to do that room in one full pull. So now you're going to have to see these... pretty much every single team is going to be breaking this room up into two separate pulls. Maybe you could do it as one full pull on a 16, but even still you can get pretty unlucky RNG and just have somebody get exploded by the fiery jaws if they get 3 or 4 of those debuffs.
Look at Moonkin Cooker down in the bottom right. They've decided to swap over to meta comp as well here now that they, especially only having one chested, failing to two chests their first plus 16.
Yeah.
It looks like they are instantly under pressure, realizing, hang on a second, if we try and play around the spec variety rule, we are going to be going home in last place today.
I think it's one of those things too that like not only are like you said are they trying to avoid going home in last place. It could be an audible, but I think at the same point it could be just like a planned strategy from them where they're only playing that first day's dungeons to kind of give them some additional specs for that Sunday if they make it if they end up making it to that Sunday, because it's something that we've seen a couple of times where teams kind of like Jaeger Cheering Squad on the top right will play the full meta comp for the entirety of the weekend, and then they'll get their healer and their tank banned. It's just like, hold on. We could have prevented this just by playing a different healer and tank in one different dungeon.
Yeah, but they played a full different comp in a different dungeon, so they'll still be getting their healer and their tank banned if they play this for the rest of the day.
They played the DK was the DK always played Unholy, did he not? Or was he out?
Oh yeah, so
different?
Then maybe it won't be the DK, but I think that the other players were on off-meta stuff.
Yeah, they were. Because if someone was on a Hunter...
Yeah, so I think that that's going to mean that the tank will still be one of the top 3 most played. And for our spec variety rule, not to get too into the weeds, but the tiebreaker is tanks and then healers getting banned if they have the same number of plays. So, yeah, I'm curious. I suspect that what's going on here is that all of our teams, except for Stamp, have realized that they are under so much pressure from each other because they're all so good that they just need to play, pretty much with nothing held back today.
Yeah. So now
Stamp even might be in some danger if they spend the next 2 hours on off-meta specs. They might end up being endangered by these other teams as well. We saw a little bit of that in Group A of the Western region, where 07 was nearly eliminated on day 1, despite eventually qualifying to Global Finals because they were trying to play around the off-meta specs, and the competition was not.
It's actually particularly scary, especially if you're going up against teams that are either overperforming where their seed are, or sometimes teams won't have enough time for time trials as well, and so then they're seeded into a different group than they necessarily should have been, and then you're just like, oh wait, hold on, they can play major spoiler. We see that kind of happen occasionally where some team that has long-standing MDI or TGP veterans is just like on some 17th or 18th seeded team, and you're just like, wait a second, this seems way better than that.
Exactly, yeah, we saw that a little bit. There have been several teams, actually, that I think fit that bill over the course of our Western region. Really such a strong level across the board here. Look at Stamp. They've got their Warlock just hiding off over to the side here. This is really good tech. If you can get far enough away from this mini-boss, you don't have to actually dodge those zones when it does that capacitor overload, and you can just hang out and do full DPS, which... It's really nice when you're playing a caster that does not have a lot of... I mean, even though actually Destruction Warlock has a good amount of movement globals, they don't want to be canceling Chaos Bolts and stuff if it's Chaos Bolting time.
Their Warrior's still on Dwarf, man. He's not going to have Meld for the skip again.
Yeah, I mean, I imagine that that's just not their strategy. If it wasn't something you did in the 16, it's not going to be something you do all of a sudden in the 18.
Yeah. All right. They're trying to make it through that maze area. Looks like 2 of their... players ended up getting this slow cycle here. Okay, hold on. Wait. It's better to be slow than to get caught.
That's true.
Just know that if you're doing this maze, it's much, much better to be a little bit slow than to get caught. Because you're going to end up spending like 30 seconds as opposed to the 15 if you just take it a little bit slower.
Yeah, slow and steady is a good idea, although it is stressful when you remember that you are in a race and you are playing against other teams that are really strong here. Losing those 15 seconds, 20 seconds could be the difference between two-chesting and not.
Why aren't they pulling this straight into the boss?
Yeah, that was something we saw from most of our Western region teams, but it's pretty scary to do so. And you don't have a priest to dominate mind one of the defenders, so you might get some really awkward shields, and you won't get them in the place where your ranged are.
You could root the defender with entangling
roots.
That's true. Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of interesting as to whether or not they're killing the pack. Like even if you aren't like getting good defender shields, I'm surprised they're not just like taking all of this trash into the boss and just jamming Lust on CD here.
Yeah, I think it might be a comp thing, because I do think that doing that with the plan for the Dominate Mind, it's a pretty precise pull. Maybe you don't want to practice how to do it with the off-meta comp at all, and you just say, you know what, we'll just slow it down in our 18, and we'll do it in our 19 or our 20 once we swap to our main specs.
If you were going to two-chest this dungeon regardless, I don't think it's actually that big of a deal.
I think there might be one-chesting here.
Yeah, but
at
if
the
it
timer.
ever costs you, like, the difference between the two chests versus the one chest, then it's kind of dubious, in my opinion.
Yeah, well, let's see. If they're within like a minute of the timer, that could be bad news. Although we're having our first deaths of the day for Yegu cheering squad up in the top right. Big Mama taking down the whole squad except for the tank.
Wonder what happens.
This is probably going to be a reset here.
Probably a sonic boom explosion into the wall, and somebody didn't get out. Maybe like the healer and like a DPS, something like that, getting caught.
Yeah, I saw 2 dead DPS, I think, first there.
Yeah.
And then they probably called the wipe, because once you have 2 DPS dead... well, they had 2 B-reses. Yeah, curious. Not sure what happened for old Yegu cheering squad, but they'll reset there, so that's minus 15 minutes for them. Bad news to be the first team to make a mistake here, because our first 45 minutes here have gone very well for all of our other teams.
I think the only team that actually has made a different mistake was Moonkin Cooker not getting the 2 chest in the 16, instead only 1 chest in the 16 workshop.
Although it's not like there was anything that went horribly wrong with that run as well. It just seemed like they were a little slow in there.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of to be expected, right? I mean, they're the lowest seeded team. You kind of have to temper your expectations. There's also a question of like practice time and whatnot.
Exactly,
I don't think it's that unreasonable. And at the same point as well, there's a lot of time for them to kind of battle back, especially if other teams like Yegu Cheering Squad or Go Big or Go Home end up making these major mistakes where they end up having to reset dungeons. There's still a chance for Moonkin Cooker to kind of slide in there and make it to the global finals.
Yeah, exactly. It's it is. There can be days in the MDI where you have like a 95th percentile good day. You're feeling great about it, and you just lose to 2 teams that have had even better days, right? And you're like, man, that's tough. And then there can be days where you're like, man, this was kind of a tough day from us, but I guess it was tougher for everybody else. We're still alive. Yeah. That's good.
I mean, that's
you never know how it's going to turn out, and you never know, even from the first hour, what's going to happen for the other hour or for the other teams.
This is a very rare pull in the bottom left for Go Big or Go Home.
Oh my
goodness.
They have
elected to pull Bubbles into the trash pack. Now, elected might be a very generous term for what's actually going on. Bring that back! Wait!
What? Oh, man. So this is Yegu Cheering Squad here that we're watching, also in a floodgate, but I want to know what happened for Go Big or Go Home against Bubbles. Well, okay, tell us, what do you think the odds are when we go back to the 4 box that Go Big or Go Home are going to have died and reset?
I think that they were killing the pull. It looked like they were killing the pull.
Dude, their health bars were in so much jeopardy, though.
Okay, I'll say 75% chance they killed the pull, 25% chance they've wiped.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Bubbles is still alive, but it looks like they're going to be getting through it here. One last cast is going to be met by the barrier, and they're not even going to get the full 3 stacks of the dot. Wow, that could be a world first plus 16 Bubbles kill here. Well played by Go Big or Go Home.
It's kind of interesting. So you can see the bottom left as well. Operation Floodgate's 470 count to be able to complete the count in the dungeon. Bubbles, unfortunately, this is the reason that he's actually like never played. He only gives 20 count, so he gives around 5% enemy forces. And so like if he just gave you a ton more count, then you could play him solo. But he's so lethal and gives you such bad count that pretty much every single team, that's why we've seen it time and time again in the MDI, they're just electing to skip that guy on CD.
Yeah, crazy that Go Big or Go Home have opted to pull it as well. And they have a Night Elf Vengeance Demon Hunter, so skipping it would be very possible for them. But
I think it's
maybe they just decided, hey, skipping it doesn't always work, but we know we have the numbers to kill it on the 16. They are going to be getting full count here as well, so maybe they just...
Hold on. Was that intentional?
Yeah, maybe just good.
Oh, no, they don't have count.
Intentional. Oh, no, they don't have count. They're at 465 out of 470.
Okay, so that's definitely not intentional.
But they are skipping these 2 jump starters. Yeah, there's the Shadow Meld.
So I think you probably would port back to the beginning of the dungeon after this instead and grab like 1 mob at the very beginning as opposed to doing like the double jump starter.
Very curious. I mean, Go Big or Go Home are pretty fast in here. They're nearly going to 3-chest this. They are going to be on the wrong side of the 3-chest timer, but still a fast floodgate out of them, especially given the fact that Bubbles was pulled.
How do you feel about Enhancement Shaman as opposed to Arcane Mage?
Yeah, Enhancement Shaman, it's tough. It's one of those specs where it feels like the single target in the M+ build can be kind of weak, although if you look at the numbers right now, they're doing a lot of single target burst on pull here on the boss, so perhaps I have their damage profile in my head all wrong. That is a lot of DPS right now out of the Enhancement Shaman.
Yeah. It's kind of interesting because I think before Arcane got like 3 consecutive buffs, it felt kind of interesting that people were going to maybe start falling out of favor a little bit from the Fire Mage that was so super popular and potentially get onto this Enhancement Shaman. But then once Arcane got buffed and the funnel became what it is currently, then a lot more people obviously are just pretty much on Arcane. But
yeah, I've been a big believer in Elemental Shaman as well. I've historically been a big believer in Elemental Shaman, though I liked that spec last season as well. I think it's a really good option, too. We've seen a little bit of it. I believe it was 07 that we're using it in a Priory at the highest level of keys that they did in that dungeon in our Western region. So I'll be curious to see if any Chinese teams break out that spec as well.
Yeah, I mean, dude, Ellie... I think that Ellie in particular... I'll say it. I think it might be better in Priory of the Sacred Flame than Mage. This is a little bit weird because, like, Priory of the Sacred Flame, you tend to want the Arcane Mage to do a lot of single target damage, but Priory is weird because you always want more AoE damage in Priory of the Sacred Flame just because of how those pulls are kind of set up. And I think that there's a chance. I mean, we saw. I think it was 07. They were playing, like, Dr. J was playing Ellie in Priory of the Sacred Flame. I wouldn't be shocked if more teams start to look to potentially play that spec in there.
Yeah, it could be an option as well. Even in dungeons like Cinder Brumetery, I think Ellie can be really fun too. Although that Destro lock looks pretty unbeatable in that dungeon.
You played instead of the Moonkin, yeah?
Maybe, yeah. I'm not sure. I'm not suggesting that it would be better. The thing is, whenever I'm talking about how great a spec is, you got to remember there are so many great specs that you're not just talking about it in a vacuum, right? You're talking about replacing one of those specs, which is it's a big ask.
Composition crafting, especially this season, especially with like how raid buffs and Mythic Plus perform, is very interesting because of just how closely tuned the specializations are, kind of like you were kind of calling out, to the point where we have like a couple of very unique meta compositions where some people are playing this like full melee cleave composition that's playing with like a prot warrior and just doing infinite the 5 target pulls. And then you have some people who are playing this Wizard Cleave based around this Vengeance Demon Hunter Disc Priest combo.
Yeah, and that one tends to be the one that you could make a lot more like 1 or 2 spec replacements in without it bricking your entire game plan in the same way.
Oh, Go Big or Go Home ended up getting count. Okay, we're good.
All right, yeah, so maybe just a display bug on their count situation. That does happen from time to time, so Go Big or Go Home. Putting up the 2 chest, nearly the 3 chest, in that plus 16 floodgate, looking really solid. Meanwhile, Stamp here, I think, are not going to be 2-chesting this plus 18. They have a minute 30.
Dude, I mean, like, are you supposed
for this boss? It's going to be close.
It just makes me think that they had to have pulled the trash into Machinist Garden. Like,
or played the melt skip at the end of the dungeon. It seems like dwarf. Like, what value are you getting out of dwarf? I guess you're dwarfing on Cujo, but you can just get dispelled there.
Yeah, dwarfing on Cujo might be the answer. So that's what, 25 seconds for that battle res and plus death combo. And then, I
mean, it's maybe not going to make a huge difference because maybe they're not even interested in doing a 20 workshop today anyways. Just doing a 19 is going to be more reliable to do anyways.
Maybe. I think that at the same point, like, if you did that meld skip, that's probably 25 seconds. And if you took that trash into the pull of the boss, that's probably another 45 seconds on top of that, which is likely to be the difference here between the 2 chests versus the 1 chest.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this is one of those things where you're looking back on it, you're going to be like, oh, man, any little tweak would have been good here. Yeah, curious. Well, it looks like they're still on good pace to at least finish the dungeon cleanly here.
So, speaking about tweaks, sounds like we might be having a tweak to the caster lineup. Dratnos going to be taking a break for a little bit, and instead I'm going to be joined by the lovely Makes, all the way from Germany. How are you doing, Makes?
That was the worst segue I ever heard, but thank you, Tuddles. I appreciate it.
I thought that was good. I'm sure chat appreciated it as well.
I'm sure they did. No, I've been having fun, and I think Dratnos is going to take a little bit of a break now, so he's going to be back later, but I've been wondering, because we were kind of going into this day, Tuddles, saying that, Cian already has the turbo boost gear, they already have the corruptions on their characters, and I don't know if maybe I just estimated it wrong, or if maybe the teams are doing less than what they maybe could be with all of these +2s across the board on those 16s. How are you feeling about that?
I mean, I think that I think a lot of that comes down to practice, right? Like, I think that if you're just playing what your high key route is in a 16 or an 18, there's a lot of potential room for error where you kind of end up missing the 2 chests or the 3 chests in some of these dungeons whenever you kind of, had the gear and the firepower to be able to do it, but you would have to have edited your route in the process and practiced a different route.
Yeah, that makes sense. So they did have a little bit of time to practice, but I do agree. Maybe it wasn't enough for them to say like, oh, do we want to try something crazy? It is, of course, day one. There's still going to be the Sunday where it all comes down to what is going to be a little bit of a higher key push, judging from how our cups have been going. But I did think it was quite interesting that, Moon King Cooker even, quote unquote, only putting the +1 in that 16 up there. Definitely not the best scenario in terms of where you want it to be with that extra boost on gear and on corruption. But we are getting quite a fun poll there in the top right for the Jaegu Cheering Squad. And I love this team name. I think it's so funny. But let's see how they're doing with Big Mama, because we've seen a lot of the Western teams at least opt to go close to the corners here just to make their life a little bit easier. And it looks like they slowly but surely are also inching towards at least those pillars.
That corner right there in the bottom right is actually brutal to play in. It's really easy to have things like your healer get trapped, or like their moon can get trapped in the corner without any mobility with this sonic boom cast. And like if you actually get stuck getting pushed either into the corner or into the wall, and the sonic boom immediately explodes on you, it can just like kill your healer or any of your DPS almost immediately. So it's very, very dangerous to actually tank it here. This is the pull that they actually ended up wiping to in their previous 18 run with all that trash on the boss. Now they have made it to Bloodlust this time, where it looked like they didn't make it to Bloodlust last time, and it looks like they're going to be able to take a pretty big chunk off the boss here. Anything below, let's say 75%, is actually great, and they are they're well below that. So I think that Jaegu Cheering Squad is going to be in a great position to continue to push this boss and be looking to 3-phase this boss with 3 jump starts.
Yeah, that's ideal, of course. A lot of it has come down. I think this season is so young still, but so much optimization already happening. At the beginning, I remember when this dungeon came out, a lot of the teams were just, focusing on only the drones at the beginning of the boss pull. And then when that jumpstart came in is when you switched and you went on to Big Mama. But now more and more teams, of course, mainly just cleaving off of her, allowing themselves to only kill off the drones when that kill block barrier does come in. But we do have a death there on the Ret Paladin for Stamp is immediately rest back up as they are working away on the 16 floodgate.
Yeah, looking like he got meleeed to death. A very unfortunate series of events. Very common for Ret Paladins. They just they have this Breath of Syndragosa style mechanic, and they just can't help themselves. Even while the tank has no aggro on the pack, they just have to be swinging that hammer around, pressing Divine Storm on CD, making sure that they're doing the most amount of damage. And their defensive cooldown, if they rip threats, bubble. They just bubble themselves, and then they get away with it too. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's. I think it's generally a melee thing where it's just you have to go in there. But let's check out what is going on here. This is a lethal pull. We've seen many teams lose 1 or 2 players to these guys, and some of the dodges that they just got here on that drill were very scary. But it looks like they made it through the worst part of it.
So that pull's a little bit brutal. So if you want some tips to how to do that pull, basically how it works is the excavator, whenever he drops the circles, he drops them around players, except for if you're the tank, which then he drops it right on top of you. And it looks like some body pull of an extra extractor has happened, and it looks like Go Big or Go Home are going to be going home and wiping up this dungeon and having to restart that Motherload 16 again.
Well, at least they weren't in here for too long, right? This is only 4 minutes into the dungeon. It's one of the first couple of pulls that they're actually doing before they're dealing with bosses. So they're trying to front load some of the difficulty that this dungeon harbors, which I think is really smart, because now they only, quote unquote, wasted 4 minutes rather than having done the entire boss fight and so on. So a nice little thing you can also take away for your own resilient keys as you're working on them. But let's zone in on the bottom right. I believe this is Moon King Cooker.
That's right.
And they're working on the final boss here. This is Moon King Cooker.
That's right.
And they're working on the final boss here. 2 minutes 15 and a plus 17, Tettles. Might be close.
It's going to be quite close. I think that they're going to be on the wrong end of this, realistically. They are going to end up having
lust, I think.
I think they do get lust. I think that they're probably still going to be like 15 seconds shy. It looks like they're going to get one Unholy Assault. They're going to get an extra Arcane Surge during this boss as well. I mean, there's a chance, but I still think we're going to be maybe like 15 seconds short.
I think maybe they can beat it. Okay, it depends a little bit on how the lining of the cooldowns is going to be working out with that lust. Of course, we don't know the exact lust timer, but it should be coming up in less than 2 minutes. So if it's in their favor, it'll come up before the timer actually hits that +1. Of course, with already having the 16 only +1, getting a +2 in the 17 would kind of make up for that, which is why it's a little bit of a big deal whether or not they can put this on the board. You can see they have 0 deaths, so they must have been rather clean throughout the entire run. 49 seconds. Yeah, it doesn't give you the full lust, but it gives you near if they press it immediately. But I don't think we have cooldowns available at the same time. We just pressed DT as well. I'm not sure, Tuddles.
Oh, Mix, we only get 15 seconds of lust here at the very end of this boss. I don't know if I'm a believer anymore. Like, if we could press this bloodlust like right now, I would still think we're going to be on the wrong side of this, but we would at least get the Arcane Surge in Execute on the Omega Buster with Bloodlust, which is a huge piece of damage here. I mean, look at this. They're even sending the Arcane Surge without the Bloodlust. They know that that's kind of on the line here, but I still think that we're going to be on the wrong side of this. Now, you do only need 10 seconds to kill King Mechagon, realistically. They are going to be pressing this Bloodlust up in 1 second. The Omega Buster's still at 5% HP. This is going to be so close. We have Incarn coming up here in just a couple seconds, but we're not going to get that full Incarn inside the 2-chest timer. Oh my gosh, this is going to be heartbreakingly close. I think we're like 4 seconds short here.
That is so tragic, coming right down to the wire for Moon King Cooker. They really would have needed this +2. In the end, it was not enough. Do you think if they had sent that Arcane Surge with that lust, it would have changed anything? Give them like the up on the 1-2 seconds there. Sometimes just a tiny thing like that can make a big difference. So quite sad for them. Another +1 there in the workshop.
I don't know if you would have actually gotten your full surge off even with the lust. I mean, the issue was that the lust was just
fair.
It needed to be like 15 seconds earlier, and they would have probably won. Like if it was just up 15 seconds earlier, they would have won that. Very unfortunate situation for Moon King Cooker. But at the same point, they did +1 the dungeon, so not all things are bad here.
That's right. At least you have that dungeon +1, and you're working away on making it up there. I'm also kind of happy to note how the teams are once again having different strategies and how they're moving through these dungeons. You can see on Go Big or Go Home, they're trying to put all the 16s on the board, and then Stamp and Jago Cheering Squad are trying to get the 18s up on the board first before they switch a dungeon, which is exactly what happened for Stamp. They have their first 18 on the board. It's definitely the fastest team today out of what we've seen so far, and I've been really loving that they're just carrying this Prot Warrior. We've been seeing a lot of Guardian Druid on the Western teams, and every now and then there was a Prot Warrior, so cool to see some more variety on that. But let's zone in here on Jigu Cheering Squad and their fight against Swamp Face.
Looks like they're not going to have Bloodlust at all for Swamp Face here in this 18. This could potentially lead to them being able to 2-chest this dungeon. They're not like that fast, but like a 1308 Big Mama split's still fairly solid. They're going to get one more lust in the dungeon within reason, so I think they'll probably press it on the final boss if I had to wager a guess. How's their count looking? They're actually pretty high on count as well.
Yeah, they definitely had some divers into Swamp Face. I wouldn't be surprised if they're also tagging in another set of snails here. That's definitely something we've been seeing from a couple of teams, just to, get some extra benefits on the funnel, and also just get some extra count in while you're working away on the boss's health. Usually these get tagged in a little bit later, though, because when they die, they cause some issues. So I think would be tagged in like a couple of seconds from now. Why are you giggling?
Are the snails the bombshell crabs? I'm just wondering.
Yeah. They're like little snails, but we get divers instead.
Yeah, we got divers off to the side as well. We don't need these snails.
Listen, they have a house. You're telling me that's a crab? I don't know. To me, they're snails.
Anyway, moving on. But yeah, basically what you end up doing is once this boss reaches execute and your mage has their arcane surge available, kind of like Mix was talking about as well, just getting any amount of funnel onto the boss is like a huge deal. Now you do have to be very coordinated with your kicks, but assuming that you're able to rotate through the mage, demon hunter, and DK kick on each of these divers, it shouldn't be a big deal. You should never let a harpoon go off. Then you just have to kind of move the boss. Or oh my gosh, Yegu cheering squad going through it right now as their players kind of split the uprights there and then get dragged back straight into the bomb and end up dying to the mudslide.
No.
A very strange series of events for them. They do have a battle res, and so they are going to be able to cast a rebirth and get him that DK resed up here in just a couple seconds. And that was a little bit unfortunate. It's going to be a pretty big time loss, all things considered, but they're still going to have a great swamp face split.
Yeah, there's definitely something to be said about those divers and the limited amount of interrupts you have with what has been the common kind of spec arrangement that we're seeing on a lot of the teams. But we're going to be hopping over to Stamp. I think it's fair to say that Stamp is kind of the favorite out of today's teams, right?
I would say so. Yeah, I mean, I think that Stamp is the number one seed on this entire weekend. Like, I think that they're within reason, like the favorite to win the China finals. They were the team that came in 5th place during the last TGP. They have 3 returning members, and they got the number one seed during time trials. I think with all 3 of those things, they are looking like the team to beat. Now, the other main competitor, I think, is Green Player, and they were, I think, the team that had the best live key performance coming into time trials and coming into this MDI season, where they were like the ranked 3rd or ranked 4th team on live for a little bit. They almost put up the world first 20, which they were very, very close to timing at 20 Motherload. They ended up wiping like the last boss. So a very unfortunate series of events. I think that those 2 teams are probably the 2 most likely teams to make it through the China finals. But at the same point, there's still a lot of very, very good teams in China. If you look at Raider.io, it'll be time and time again. It'll be like out of the top 10, about half of them will probably be from the Chinese region. So there's a lot of high-quality players in this region just in general. It comes down to kind of how much time did they put into these dungeons, how much practice did they put in, what are they thinking about the spec variety rule, those kind of things for just this competition.
Yeah, that makes really perfect sense. I was just trying to, like, you know, there's a lot of people in chat that are watching, I'm sure, and they're like, oh, who should I be rooting for? And I think the one obvious choice is always like, oh, the team that is suspected to do really well, which would be a Stamp. But my personal favorite has to be Jigu's cheering squad, because I think their name is just, it's so sweet. I think they're so funny. They're just all fans from their own player, Jigu. And we asked the teams a couple of questions going into this tournament as well. Yeah. And they said, one of them said, I'm the sole disciple of Jigu, showcasing everything taught to me by my mentor. So you could really see how much homage and respect they're paying.
Why is he not playing a bull then? Why is he not playing Tauren?
There are limits, Tuttles. There are limits. They're trying to win.
Uh-huh. Well, we got to pick one. Like, are we a disciple or not?
You can be both. Why are you hating? Come on.
I'm just asking questions. I'm just looking for clarifications here.
All right. That's top right for everybody if you're fans of Diego. So I was also really excited to see Moonkin Cooker just as a name because I thought it was so funny. And I was wondering how you're feeling about that name just as a personally affected Moonkin. Do you think they're named that because they have a Moonkin player that is cooking? Or do you think they're named that because he got cooked? Yeah.
Yeah, I think he's just been cooked. If I had to wager a guess, it might be because he just got meleeed to death by the mobs. Not really. I do like the cat picture, though. I think the cat picture is optimal. So that's my favorite team.
Perfect. And then, I mean, I think you kind of have to love Go Big or Go Home, right? I mean, just the name in itself is a big statement, I feel like. And they gave us a lot of great inputs, such as saying that they like playing Druid Healer or Enhancement Shaman, and they're just really happy to be here and go big or go home, which I think for the MDI is a great approach, but we are seeing more trouble here for the Jigu cheering squad as a couple of players have unfortunately died. They have 2 minutes 30 left in this 18. I think we can safely say the +2 is off the table as of right now, despite that bloodlust being available,
Dude,
but they are going to be going into boss now.
They don't have count.
Yes. However,
They missed
I will
one.
say
They missed one snail.
in That's right, the snails. Sometimes in the floodgates, there's like a little party trick with a count. So I would wait until the boss is dead to really call it out. It definitely has happened before that the overlay, I don't know why it's exactly in this dungeon, maybe just because it's so wide, that sometimes the count doesn't 100% update, but it could be. It could be that we're missing one of our little snails, yeah.
Yeah. Also, chat was on my side. They were spamming question marks, or you call them snails.
Yeah, it's like, why is it a snail? I don't know. They look like little snails that like have houses. No, I don't know. Crabs look different in my head.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I live in a landlocked part of the country. I don't really know too much about these snails versus crabs.
Mm-hmm. That's fair. That's fair. I don't expect you to. You know about all things dungeon, so let's talk. Let's talk more about that. We are getting a lot of the 16s, of course, still in the beginning of the day. And when I came on the broadcast, we were kind of like having a small discussion about the +2 and the +3 and what that means for our teams. Where do you think our dungeons are going to be capping out at the end of the day?
That's a good question. I mean, with the additional corruption and turbocharged gear, the conventional wisdom would say that most dungeons are just going to go up 1 key level. There's probably room for a couple of these dungeons to go up +2 key level. At the same point, they started at +16, so I think that largely it's going to be like half a key level to a full key level that they're going up. Where some of them might still be kind of where we saw them during Group A and Group B finals. What is Stamp doing? This is forbidden. Oh,
you see, they are pulling bubbles, and it looks very intentional.
This dwarf warrior?
Because we can?
Just play Nelf. Skip this guy.
I mean, so bubbles gives a lot of count, right? The common general consensus is that the count it gives is not worth the time it takes. But maybe Stamp just disagrees. Maybe they say, oh, we have a lot of cooldowns when we're coming from Swamp Phase. It takes a while to get down here and to spawn bubbles. We could just send them once and then sneak on by the rest of what's waiting in this hallway. I don't know why we're pulling bubbles. Is there maybe something that's like a little bit fidgety with the warrior leap, where sometimes the path cannot be found and it's too inconsistent or something like that?
Not really. I mean, we just keep... I mean, he played... Dragon's and I were talking about it earlier. He was playing Dwarf in the workshop, and they had to end up like death skipping the end of workshop twice, which ended up costing them the 2 chest, which... It's just so atypical of like these top level teams where death skips they haven't been done in a very, very long time. So to see that their Stamp has been committing to the death skips on this warrior just by virtue of playing dwarf as opposed to playing that Nelf is very, very strange. I mean, a lot of the warrior tanks on live have actually swapped to Nelf because of exactly this reason, where there's just so many Nelf skips where you're trying to skip by true sight mobs. It's very surprising.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's also surprising, but maybe it's just good tech, you know? Sometimes all it takes is one team to do something that's different and prove to us that they can still be really fast. I'm willing to be a love watcher, you know?
Somebody in chat just because they have beef with Bubbles, he's wiped them too.
Honestly, I could see that. I could respect that. Bubbles is definitely extraordinary.
It doesn't really matter in the 16. Like, it looks like there's potentially a chance for them to be looking to 3 chest this dungeon if they really put their pedal to the metal, put their feet on the gas. At the same point, like, I don't know, it probably doesn't matter, but like, why wouldn't you do that skip? Because you're going to be doing it on the Venged Demon Hunter, which means that they have to have 2 routes in this dungeon.
Well, are you going to be doing it on the Vengeance Demon Hunter is my question then, seeing this, right?
Relax.
Like, maybe their route just includes bubbles. There is I'm not saying I think that's 100% what it is, but we would have to consider that possibility, right?
I'll believe when I see it.
Petals does not like that.
I don't like that
He's
idea.
just sitting there rolling his eyes at the screen.
Well, I'm just trying, like, you called it out. He gives 20 count. So he gives, like, 5% enemy forces, where most trash packs that you're doing in this dungeon, you take similar time to kill, so they both take around 45 seconds to a minute, and they'll give you 10% enemy forces, where Bubbles gives you 5, and it's just, like, not very, I don't know, valuable.
Yeah. If you asked Mathnos about it, I'm sure he would tell you that it's not the greatest pull to do in terms of efficiency, but maybe there's a reason why they just feel like it's good for them. I do want to give a quick update because we were talking about Jigu Cheering Squad and them potentially missing count in that floodgate, and they went back actually all the way and played hyenas at the end of it, and now we're zoning over to the workshop as that 18 floodgates was actually done by them. And we can see the same dungeon being played here in the bottom right as well. Stamp on their 16, looking really good to get the +2 in, and we're going to be going big here on go big or go home as they're working away on that 16 motherload.
Yeah, this is the first team that we've actually seen enter this motherload so far, and I think that this dungeon is very interesting. I'm really intrigued on whether or not we're going to be seeing this dungeon go all the way up to a 22 today. Now, in terms of like potential time available to push it up to 22, a little bit skeptical, just because we are starting so low at that +16 level. But at the same point, I do think that with the gear that these teams have, that 22 cap is not off the table here.
So let's actually put numbers to that discussion that we were having. You said potentially +1 of what we saw from previous groups.
Yeah.
So the motherload on a 22 is where you'd put it?
It was which is the cap. But I mean, okay, so during all of day 1 and day 2 play, we only ever saw the motherload.
It was usually 1 below, right?
Yeah, it was usually 1 below. So the fast or the highest level motherload that we saw during day 1s was that 20 level. And then I think it was mandatory or perplexed. There was a couple teams that ended up putting that dungeon up, at least in, I think it was Group B finals and Group C finals, put up those dungeons on the 21 level. But
all right.
during the day 1 and day 2s, it was always the 20, just because of timer restrictions.
Yeah, so the rules are the same for CN, of course, and anybody, in case anybody is wondering, they still only have those 5 hours to push up all of those keys, and because we are starting them on a 16, that just means they only have so much time to get those keys upgraded. I love this poll, by the way. You can even see that they're not actually spreading out as much. You have the priest standing right in front of that boomkin, and also both of your melees are standing in the same direction, which can cause some commotion with the frontals that do go out, but it looks like they are making it work here.
They had so many of those assistants was like the main thing that I was like super surprised about. Or the alchemist, sorry, not the assistant.
We have
alchemist.
A goop.
Yeah,
our priest is gooped.
Exactly, our priest is gooped. It looks like 4 times, and it looks like our
our shaman is also gooped
3 times. Yeah, and now we end up getting hit by that mastermind brainstorm ground effect, taking out our priest as he's gooped 4 times over. That's kind of what I was shouting out. I was like, that pull is insane. Which, if you have perfect CC, perfect solar beams, really good CC chains, allowing the polymorph casts to go off on that Moonkin who can immune them with that druid form, those are good things. Now, you have to be basically perfect on a pull like that. Otherwise, you can have deaths, and deaths to the mastermind brainstorm are pretty unacceptable. Honestly, I think that they're pretty lucky to get out of that pull with only 1 death to the healing priest there.
I agree. I think given how just really scary that looked for a couple of seconds there, only having 1 death is probably turning out with a good ending here.
Can they 3-chest this?
Do you mean go big or go home?
Yeah, I mean, we got 8 minutes.
Well, they also still need a lot of count, right? They definitely would need to pull the war machines into Rixa.
Yeah. We got
so
1
if they're
trash
not
pull,
doing
2
that,
bosses.
Okay, we have 1 war machine on the way. I'm also kind of squinting on the top left because Stamp has just finished out their bosses, but they're also pulling a pack of hyenas here at the end just to get full count.
Oh.
They had a little bit of extra count left in comparison to what we saw from Jigu. But we saw a similar routing, if you remember, from 07.
Yeah, I mean, dude, this was a lot of the top Chinese teams end up playing this route where, at least on live servers, where they're back pulling trash right after the very end of the dungeon and bloodlusting some like very jumbo pull where it'll be like 15% enemy forces at the very, very end of the dungeon. Now we missed count here, which ideally you don't do, but you know, it's happened to the best of us. We missed one snail perhaps at some point in the dungeon.
I like how you're just rolling with it. That's good. No.
But yeah, I'm really interested in seeing if Stamp is going to be looking to do this again in the future, because maybe that's kind of the difference that we've seen, because a lot of the Western teams, they weren't able to put up this dungeon on that plus 20 keystone level. It capped out at like that 19, where mandatory is like 5 minutes under on that 19, but nobody attempted the 20. But Stamp and Green Player during time trials put up the dungeon on a 20. And maybe there is some subtle routing differences between the West and the East there, where the Operation Floodgate could be done with a +1 if you just have some slight routing differences. That's cool. I like the backpull.
Me too. I think there is something to be said about the efficiency of it, but it really depends on how your timing is working out. So I think on 07 when we saw it was also a special on the lower key levels, which this could be as well, right? It could just be that Stamp is doing this on a 16 to make sure that all of their timings are aligning in a way that it makes sense to have the Bloodlust up on bosses. But let's go back to Go Big or Go Home, because you're asking me about the +3. Now, I think breaks that down to 20%. Are we going to be doing all of the remaining trash and the final boss plus the RP in under 530?
That's a great
I am
question.
inclined to say no, just because pulling everything together there with the mines takes so long.
I think the last boss is only like 330 on this level.
Yes, I think they'll be like 30 over. I think they'll be really... Granted, nothing goes wrong. But I think, let's have a look how long they're actually taking for the trash here. So now they have 5 minutes. I think it's going to be like 2:30 for the trash, and then another 2:30, 3 minutes for the final boss kind of situation.
They're also using the Mop Remix toys with the wings. Very aesthetically pleasing. Big fan of that. But talking about the gameplay a little bit more, yeah, kind of like you were saying, I actually like how they're doing this. A lot of times teams will go for safety and just, oh, wait, what are we doing? Hold on.
Whoa.
This is the turbo pot of greed.
And that's a great, I mean, if they do this, if they make this, I retract my statement. That is a crazy pull to do.
This is 3 war machines. This is how you deplete your key.
No. We use lust here. This is how you win the +3 in a 16. They really said, oh yeah, we're gonna do it, because if this goes wrong, I think they still have plenty of time to end on the +2. So really, they don't have much to lose here. Of course, it's a lot of dodging that needs to be done, and your entire team needs to make sure that they're helping each other in terms of stunning. You can see the shaman walking over, dealing with the mines there to help out. The boomkin as well does drop down, though. One of the mines has taken him out, and that is one player that needed to ank. Now, not enough anymore. The priest also falls due to more mines. Can the rest of the team survive is the big question.
Okay, now we're in a really scary state where we might not two chest if we fully wipe here.
Surely we finish this and win.
Okay, I'm just gonna. I can't believe it. I cannot believe that we didn't send Ascendants there. We were. What are we like? Are we saving it for next run? Like we. I mean, the poll got started at 4 minutes and 30 seconds, so he would actually get 2 uses, like 3 more uses of it within the 2 chest timer. But then by saving it, he ended up missing the use, and then they end up like pseudo wiping to the trash packet and having to run back. I mean, this is a catastrophe.
Yeah.
Okay, we're not wiping. Okay, so we didn't wipe.
I'm not sure what happened there, but I am very, very happy to report that 2 of the war machines are dead. It's only that last one that they're dealing with right now. I still think because of the extra deaths that they just farmed there, the +3 is off the table. If you're looking at the timer, it's like 130. They don't have lust for the final boss anymore. I just don't think that's fast enough. But I do like that they dared to do this and somehow got away with it. Maybe battered and bruised, but they did get away with it.
That poll was especially crazy. Oh, almost as especially crazy as this pull in the top left-hand corner for Stamp. So what they're doing right here is they're grabbing a decent amount of divers into this Architect, which is fairly typical. What's not typical is triple Bombshell Crab also on top of this pull. They can actually be very, very dangerous, especially if they end up dying prior to some of the trash going off. That nail gun from that Architect with the Bombshell Crab Dot can actually start to take players out. Now, if your healer knows that it's coming and they ramp appropriately, and they give very specific healing to players who have that nail gun dot on them, it can be okay, but you are in a very tight predicament here if you're not super careful for Stamp.
Yeah, this pull is actually insane because you can get nail gunned and then harpooned, and then if you're in a bad spot, you're dead. But Stamp is making a great pace through this right now. You can see how they're dragging along the mobs around the wall to really make sure that they still have a good walk path for when they're willing to go over there. There is something I want to, a word of caution for. If you accidentally pull this Architect and then you pull the Architect and the pull behind it, it can be that one of the Architects scaffolds into the other pack and doesn't actually reset. So if that happens, they get perma combined. Not something I would recommend.
Really?
If you're yes. Don't ask me how I know.
I normally try to not pull that pack because it's got double specialist in it that casts the easy throw dynamite and can one-shot you 100-0. So I'm always scared of that pull anyways, but it's good to know that I have less of a reason to pull them in the future.
Well, you can pull them together. Just know that if you're ever going to wipe, they might just be perma-social together because of how the scaffolding works.
Okay, don't do that. I'm gonna write that one down. I guess. Thank you, Max, for the inspiration.
Yeah, you might want to write that down in chat as well. That's a big no pull if you're just scared that you might not make it. If you're 100% sure you can do it, then all is well. But if there is a reset, it might be bad. But Go Big or Go Home has surpassed that +3 timer, and they're well within the +2. I did like that final pull. Someone in chat was saying they should just add the boss to the triple war machine because why not? I would love to see that. I just don't think it's ever livable.
Dude, what I thought they were going to do is I thought they were going to go like single war machine with all the bombs and the specialists, kill all that off, and do double war machine into the boss with the lust. And I was like, you know what? Maybe it's doable. And then they just did triple war machine. I've never seen a pull like that before. That was actually, if they pulled it off, I actually think they would have been on the correct side of the 3 chest timer.
Yeah,
it would have been very close.
Yeah, I think they would have done it as well. They had like 60 seconds from the deaths, right? Yeah, they're so fast.
I mean, the boss, I kind of called it out earlier that I thought it was going to be around 330. It looks like it's going to probably be like 335, maybe 340-ish if you look at the damage meter. But I mean, I definitely think it was doable. Now, we kind of have to look at these other teams. Is Jaego Cheering Squad going to be able to put up a 3 chest in the 16? Is Stamp going to potentially be able to put up the 3 chest in the 16?
Yeah, some really cool
skip. You're
tech.
right.
Yeah. So we saw this from our teams. I believe Holy Method were the first to have done it, if I'm not misremembering. So if you're a priest, you can spec into Void Elf, and Void Elf has a spell where they just transport over. And because of what's currently considered to be meta specs, there is just a great kind of chain reaction you can trigger by doing that, and just skip the entire big mini boss that is before the maze. So you Velf over, then you grip 2 of your players, and your Moonkin is just going to wild charge there as well. And the mage can also blink up there. So really cool tech there that we're seeing from Jaego Cheering Squad. And now, of course, also the big pull into Machinist's Garden is something I think we've seen on every team, right?
Yeah, the chat was going off talking about it, that we should call it Velf and Nelf. We should call them by either Void Elf or Spatial Rift, and Nelf or Night Elf or Shadow Melf. We have to use their official terms.
It's really hard for you to say that, right? it's so ingrained in your brain sometimes. It's just like those snails all over again.
Yeah. Did I just rip Nelf on cooldown as well? It's okay.
I feel like it's common to say that though. It's not just the streamer special, is it?
I thought it was too, but maybe it's not. Maybe we're the minority here.
Listen. I have a really quick way we can test this. Chat, if you say Belf, Nelf, and Velf, press 1. If you've never said any of these, press 0. That's how it works.
No word.
Yep. We'll have the votes in a couple of minutes. There's a small delay. Looking at our Moonkin Cooker, bottom
stamp.
right. Oh no.
Stamp with a death.
Looking top left.
To the Jettison AoE from the Disturbed Kelps, a very unfortunate series of events. And now it looks like MJT is rezzing up the priest, and our Tink is going on a bit of an adventure. Where are we going? Oh, did we miss a box? I fear we might have missed a box.
Oh.
We're taking the long way around. Now
that
what?
is a really long...
Oh, this is the mandatory route. No. We haven't even killed... Oh, they're playing the mandatory route in this dungeon where they do the Disturbed Kelps.
It's just in between, right?
Yeah, the general thought process of this is make sure that we maintain maximum stacks of Aya Kazan as high as possible. And so that's why they're kind of doing that intermediate pull. And then they do this demolitionist pull right before going straight into Big Mama again to restack those Aya Kazans and be able to just absolutely blast off on the boss.
I like this. It's a little bit unfortunate that they had those 2 deaths, but I don't think it's like the end of the world.
Nah.
However, we're getting another death in here on Go Big or Go Home. Looks like the skip hasn't worked out, and that's going to be a reset there, as one of the big mobs was actually pulled, and they have poured it out. Quick little portal there. Bottom right, Moonkin Cooker. I was quickly mentioning that before we got distracted by Stamp there. They're not going to be able to get a +2 on this 18, but they're, I would say, within that timer. 3 minutes 20 tells, I think should be enough. No bloodlust, but
yeah, we're fine.
This boss is fast enough, I would say. And then we have another death here in the top right by Jigo's cheering squad, as Dear Priest has actually died here due to the spider tanks. Gets a little bit of extra help from the DK there with an AMZ to try and get him back with the group.
I didn't actually... Did you see what killed him? Was that melees?
I did not see that. It was in Chinese, and unfortunately, I'm not good at that language.
I can teach you some things if you want.
Let's not do that on broadcasts.
I'll teach you after broadcast.
Very good. But yeah, they're now just killing off that defender there, releasing it a little bit late, probably, but better safe than sorry, and they're on their way in that 16 as well. 2 minutes 28 in the bottom right, Moonkin Cooker, but the boss is nearly dead. That's going to be the last Magneto arm that they're getting into the RP. Count is good, everything is good, and they have that 18. It did take them quite a lot longer than the other teams to get to that first 18. You can see in the bottom right, we're having all the 16s +2, and then in the top, we already have 2 teams that have the 18 timed and are working away on their 16 and Stamp, even on that 18. So I think fair to say that Moonkin Cooker is now playing a little bit from behind, but that doesn't mean they can't still catch up. If they are to get any +3s in the other 2 dungeon, I think they could still catch up some of that time.
I think it's one of those things that, yeah, like, they're the 8th seed as well. I think that the expectation on them is supposed to be that they're going to be playing like an 8th seed, but I think that they're actually keeping up quite nicely compared to the competition. And I think if the Jaeger cheering squad and Go Big or Go Home, if they end up having a couple of blunders here towards the end of the day, and Moonkin Cooker continues to kind of cook, and they end up not having to reset and deplete routes frequently, I think it could actually be pretty positive. Dude, Go Big or Go Home in the bottom left, they actually elect to pull the Peacekeeper and the Thug as part of their first pull with Bloodlust in this dungeon.
That's interesting. So we see this pull minus the Peacekeeper usually, which just that pull, and then teams often like climb over the wall that is now on the left-hand side of the screen. Adding that Peacekeeper in there, it works because you have your Bloodlust, you have all of your cooldowns, and so a lot of damage is available at the very beginning there. But usually teams don't do it because it's not very safe, and there's already a lot of interrupts, there's already a lot of dodging that is going on. So it's definitely on the harder side of pulls. But I think with it being the first pull in that dungeon, it kind of makes sense. You want to front load a lot of that difficulty, so I think this is actually really good.
Ooh, and Go Big or Go Home now So they don't have their Bloodlust available. This pull is actually particularly difficult. It looks like they have 4 of the casters into this pull with the extractor. So quad caster with the extractor is very, very dangerous, especially in this composition where you're not running that. You don't have like a kick from your healer, and so you need to make sure that like one of the casts is going to be going off each and every single time. Then you're going to sigil chains into solar beam, and then you're going to do like a round of kicks again, where again another cast from the Earth Shaper is going to be going off, and then you're going to be doing like Demon Hunter CC into Silent Sigil to kind of try to keep them locked down. Now, the difficult part of that pull for Go Big or Go Home that you see in the bottom left is that the pull is mostly on a timer. You have around 45 seconds to kill it off, which is why you've seen some teams on live electing to Bloodlust this pull. At the same point, it's not great to lust this pull because then it kind of desyncs your lust for the rest of the run. So there's kind of a question as to whether or not you're supposed to lust the first pull of the dungeon or lust this pull. But Go Big or Go Home, do have enough firepower, at least on this 18, to be able to kind of get that pull dealt with pretty easily. Very cool.
Yeah, it is. In the meantime, though, top right, we did have 2 deaths there on that very last gauntlet. I believe it was the Priest and the Mage or the Boomkin and the Mage that did go down there. Now up to 4 deaths on that 16 workshop. And yeah, that's kind of what I'm getting at. 5 minutes and 18, they do get 1 Bloodlust, they do get 1 Battle Rest in 27 seconds. I think it's possible it is the 16. They have corruption. They have that extra turbo boost gear. But it might be close, I think. I think within 15 seconds. And then, of course, if anything goes wrong, those 15 seconds are gone.
Yeah. Looks like Moonkin Cooker in the bottom right have elected to take a 10 minutes worth of break as well. So they'll be joining us after a little bit of a break, Skis. Not too bad. The break rule is still in effect for the Chinese regionals. So you kind of have to be watching out for that as well, making sure that all the teams take at least cumulatively 20 minutes of break across the day.
That's right. Great rule. Make sure that all of our teams can take breaks without feeling punished for it. Sometimes they would just game through. In the very first iteration of the TGP, this rule actually wasn't implemented. And I feel personally as if you could really tell that towards the end of the day, they've been playing for 5 hours straight. And it's very strenuous on these teams as they're trying to pull off the highest level of PvE possible. But let's zone in on Stamp. So we have our first 2 bosses done. 1328 there on Big Mama is rather fast for an 18, yeah. And now we're going to be moving towards Swamp Face.
Is this 2 chestable?
I want to say yes. I think it is. But they already have 2 deaths and they're still this fast.
Yeah, I mean, they're quite quick. I mean, they were pretty close to 3 chesting the 16. So, I mean, I think that there's a chance as well, particularly since they put up a 20 during time trials. I think this should probably be one of Stamp's better dungeons, all things considered, even whenever they're playing this kind of off-meta composition that you're seeing on screen here.
Yeah. Really impressive for sure. I love seeing the Red Paladin. I've been kind of cheering it up in the group stages as well. I'm so happy that at least Cien was willing to deliver it because, of course, the spec ban rule is not in effect for globals. They do have the divers in here as well, as has become a little bit of a meta thing to do. They're slowly but surely dying off, so should pose no further risks. And then they're going to add another pack later on as well, I think.
The divers are mostly a mage thing, but the Enhancement Shaman doesn't get too bad a value out of bringing those divers in. It's not something that the Enhance is particularly upset about having a little bit funnel. Obviously, it's not mage level funnel or anything like that. Arcane is very, very powerful whenever you're starting to bring those divers in, but yeah, it's still totally fine here. Now, something about Stamp that is kind of interesting is that they're really, really low on count, which kind of implies to me that they're, again, going to be looking to back pull trash after that final boss, because there's only so much trash that you really want to pull. No, not Bubbles. Please, not again. No more of that guy. That guy's got to go.
Okay, do you want to bet on it? I think they're going to be pulling Bubbles.
Well, listen, I think they're going to be pulling him again as well, but I don't think it's good.
Okay, well, that's why, listen, I'm a love watcher. That's why they play and I don't. So I'm just going to try and figure out what exactly the logic is behind it, because I'm sure there is some to it as they were working away on Stamp. I quickly want to mention that the Bloodlust has been sent there top right corner by Jigdu's cheering squad, as well as they're now accelerating really, really fast and working away on that final boss, and they're well within this +2 timer on the 16. With that, Tettles, I think it's time for you to take a little bit of a break, and Dratnos is actually going to be coming back and bringing us some excellent mathing on all things bubbles.
Yeah,
sure.
I'm a love watcher, and I'm going to be love watching from the sidelines. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Tettles, and hello me, and hello Bakes as well.
Dratnos, what's your feeling on the bubbles tech? Why are we playing bubbles for Stamp? They're really fast. You can see their timers there on the top left corner. We have a good pace. We did a similar poll to what Mandatory did. Count is rather low. Are we going to see bubbles again?
So bubbles is kind of hard to skip. It's not impossible by any stretch, but it's something where skipping bubbles is not easy to do. And with their composition right now with a dwarf prot warrior, it's going to be especially hard to skip because usually we see bubbles skipped by the night elf tank. They don't have one of those. Failing that, we see bubbles skipped by a mage who they also don't have. So I don't think they have a good way to skip this mini boss.
They have a warlock.
Yeah, so you could try and do it with a night elf warlock. It's possible, but it would be kind of ugly. You'd have to like walk forward, set up the circle, and then walk back, and then like gateway circle to try and get out of there once it starts that frontal cast. But yeah, looks like Stamp are just going to be fighting bubbles, as intended. A very rare thing. We saw 0 teams in our Western regions ever plan to pull bubbles. We saw a lot of them accidentally pull bubbles, and I think that might be part of the rationale here for Stamp is, hey, bubbles is scary, but trying to skip bubbles is also scary, and we can make bubbles consistent. We don't know if we can make skipping bubbles consistent, because we saw a lot of floodgates depleted because the skip didn't work for various teams for various reasons.
That is true, but what would you say, does that say about what they're going to be doing on the Vengeance Demon Hunter that we're of course expecting them to switch to once they have all of the dungeons on like the 18s, I think is usually where we saw most teams make that switch. Do you think on a potential 19 floodgates with a Vengeance Demon Hunter, are we still going to be seeing bubbles?
I think it would be correct to skip bubbles on the 19, but I also think it would be correct to skip it on the 18 and the 16 as well. I also think, looking at Stamp's previous runs, in the workshop, they were not skipping at the end of the dungeon either, right? So I think that they just have a different philosophy about this dungeon than I do, and then most of our Western teams do. And I think in general, they just don't like the meld skips as much as the Western region does. So I think it'll be something to look out for sure, because they're playing the dwarf prot warrior. You can't play a dwarf DH, so maybe once they switch to night elf, they'll be a little bit more interested in being like, I guess we're night elf anyways. We're not giving up stone form for this anymore. Maybe we do these skips. But my money is, I would guess that they don't actually want to do those skips at all. I think that they're just not as much believers in them as a strategy.
Yeah, I kind of feel that way too. And it's also something we've been seeing in the floodgates across our Chinese teams thus far in the day, that there's been a lot of kind of pulling back into hyenas at the end of the key, which I believe on the Western teams we only saw once by 07, unless maybe one of our lower seeded teams also did it, thinking about it right now. But it definitely wasn't as common with the teams that have moved on to global finals. So there just seems to be a general disagreement on how the optimal routing in some of these keys looks like for those teams. Now, you, of course, have been watching a little bit from the sidelines, Stratnos. Anything that stood out to you as our teams are kind of just have been working away on their keys?
Yeah, I mean, I will say that I personally am a big fan of the hyenas after last boss in Floodgate. I think it makes your lust timings work out pretty nicely, especially if you want to go into the Blood Warper and you've got something like an Arcane Mage. It's especially good. We saw 07 using that strategy in the Western region. But just in general, I think picking up some count at the end of this dungeon is a pretty good way to path through here. I don't like the skipping or the fighting bubbles, but the fact that they're able to live it on the 18, I don't know. I mean, maybe it's just a good opportunity to get some of those cooldowns going. Do some damage, show off the Rep Paladin's ability to bubble themselves, sack somebody else as well. That makes that part a lot easier. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe that's it. I do think there's something to be said for You walk down after Swamp Phase. It takes a while to spawn bubbles, and usually by that time you do have cooldowns available. So you'd rather bring them on cooldown back again, and sending them immediately can be good, depending on how the rest of your dungeon routing does look like. They are also going to be playing hyenas, just judging by the count we have right now. So we are going to be checking in with Stamp for sure after they are done with this boss, as this key is not going to be ending there. It also means the +2 is off the table, as I think they only had like 3 minutes left to finish the Spark Slam pull that they were doing right now, and do boss, and then backtrack and do hyenas. But let's look at Go Big or Go Home, as they just finished their boss here on 12 minutes 41. I believe it was Go Big or Go Home where we saw a really crazy pull here right after this boss, with a lot of these alchemists in there that kind of went awry. So I'm going to be keeping a close look on how this one is going to develop.
Yeah, exactly. We got to watch out for those alchemists, because they do have that nasty transmute enemy to goo cast. If even one of those goes off, it's kind of bad. You do have a Dispel, you have a Mass Dispel, but once you start getting through those... Actually, I don't think Mass Dispel works against it as well, because I think it's a poison too, so it's something that you can see there. There's that Sigil of Chains into the Solar Beam. Really powerful combo there. There should be a Sigil of Silence available for them as well. Once those run out, though, they're going to be in some danger here, so they need to just AoE these down super quickly. The Enhancement Shaman AoE here, though, is looking tremendously good for Go Big or Go Home, as is, of course, the Unholy DK. The Moonkin sitting there, just 10 million DPS as well. Not a bad number either. There is one Transmute cast going off. There are actually 2 casts go off, but luckily both go on the DK. One of them went off actually as well on the Priest. So 3 casts went off. Luckily, 2 of them went on the same person. So this actually, again, was not good for Go Big or Go Home. They got lucky to survive that, but they don't have a strategy here that's consistent at all. And this is going to be very scary when the key level goes up and that mob lives for an extra 20 seconds.
Well, I believe their strategy is get gooped, should try to live that, and if not, just release and run back.
Yeah, just throw your...
Did you see?
Yeah.
Did you see the tail end of their dungeon, the triple war machine that they did?
Yeah, I love it. I think that's a very cool way to do this, because the war machines won't cast charge shot at the same time as each other, so it's sort of like the paladins in Priory, where it's like, yeah, if you can survive one of these, you kind of can survive any number as long as you can do that healing. Like, if you can survive a charge shot cast, why can't you survive a permanent charge shot cast? Obviously, it's because, cooldowns and stuff, but it's not as bad as it looks, basically, because it's so hard already to live one. If you can live one, you can maybe live 2 or 3.
Yeah, except that by the time that you have done the third one, it's almost like the first one is casting again.
Yeah, exactly. So you're just permanently
it is a
healing
more consistent one, yeah. Just constantly taking AoE damage. It was the mines, from all that I could see, that kind of were the last drop there for them to farm those deaths. But in the end, they were victorious. They were able to finish off that pull, which I find incredibly impressive. So I'm really curious on whether or not we're going to be seeing this on the 18 here as well, or if this was just the 16 special that Go Big or Go Home was kind of trying to do to live up to their name, maybe, perhaps.
Stamp up in the top left. 20 seconds left until the 2 chest will be done here, and they're going to be on the wrong side of it, so they're just barely going to miss the 2 chest timer in this floodgate. Plus, they need count, so yeah, they're going to be behind by a minute or 2 on this 2 chest timer. Not necessarily something they needed, but I will say I'm a little surprised to see Stamp failing to 3 chest any 16s or 2 chest any 18s so far. I guess it can be somewhat explained by the fact that they are the only team here that's stuck with these off-meta picks, whereas everybody else has switched over to more of their meta specs already early in the day. So Stamp are playing really well to make sure that they're saving their full meta comp for the 3rd day. But yeah, of our teams here, this was a team that was really heavily favorited from the time trials positioning. And they don't look quite that strong from what we've seen so far today.
Yeah, I was talking to Tettles a little bit about that. It's a question of how important do they think it is to practice those 16s, right? Because at the end of the day, they only had like a week roughly a week for practicing with the turbo boost gear and the corruptions. And if they were mostly focusing on getting those capstone keys done, like a potential 21, a potential 22, and they sank a lot of time into figuring those out rather than sinking time into trying to figure out how to +3 a 16, I do think it does make some sense if you think you're going to be making it through day one anyway, that you then just make that call of, okay, we're going to really try and min-max the time that we have, since it isn't too much time they have with the new scaling, to then prioritize what they think is going to be mattering in the end. I could imagine it's something like that, together with the idea of, oh, we're still quote-unquote on off-specs here. That might just be a big determining factor.
Yeah, it's a great point, right? Why would you practice 3-chesting 16s with your off specs when you think you're not going to need it? And then after today, that skill is going to be pretty much entirely irrelevant, because for the rest of this weekend and then for the global finals, you're expecting higher key levels and also only to be on your main specs, and potentially even different sets of dungeons as well, right? Like we don't know the global finals dungeons yet, but the dungeon, they know that they're going to have different dungeons on their third day of competition in this weekend. So it does make perfect sense, and that definitely explains a lot of it. But it looks like they are going to be hearthing out of that floodgate after finishing the +18, which should be updated on their scorecard momentarily for Stamp. So well played by them. And maybe break time for them, or maybe they'll start off another dungeon. Be curious to see what they're up to.
It could be around that time of where breaks come in for sure. Once again, all teams need to take those 20 minutes. In the meantime, I do have a fun fact for you, because we were kind of going over the pre-broadcast questionnaire that we made all of these teams fill out as well. And Jigu's cheering squad, which you're seeing in the top right, they actually shared with us that they believe their mentor's Stamp will defeat Echo. Now, Echo's not playing, Wunderbar is playing, but still, I think that statement is still somewhat applicable. And I'm really curious to see whether or not that is going to hold true, but it's great that teams are kind of just cheering each other on. That's very rare in the MDI.
Yeah, I feel like with the Chinese region as well, I have such a hard time of knowing how strong the teams are relative to the Western region teams. You know, we're playing in these with the different gear now, with the turbo boost and the corruptions. It's going to be really interesting to see whether they, are as good, better, or worse than the Western region teams, because I know there's been some previous MDIs, several of which, like there were the ones that the TGPs that were won by teams from the Chinese region, and going into those weekends, I had no idea that was going to happen. And then there's been MDIs where there's been a very hyped up team from the Chinese region, and they've, disappointed on the actual day of competition. So I'm very curious which of those we are going to have this time around, or if it'll be a new pattern entirely with this new format and with the spec variety rule affecting these weekends. All the teams having swapped around players as well. It should be a really fun thing, not just these next couple of days, but this weekend when we get to the global finals to watch.
Yeah, I agree. Check out what we're seeing from Go Big or Go Home. They're basically doing a mixture from what we saw from previous teams. So a lot of the Western teams have been opting to take one War Machine into Rixa and then pull a second War Machine in later throughout the fight. Now, Go Big or Go Home, living up to their name once more, has decided, well, if we're doing that, we might as well already add some of the mines and the extra little NPCs that walk around there that patrol as well, just to, make it a little bit spicier. And that's exactly what they're doing. Their tank coming in there with like 5 mines on him into Rixa Flux Flame is a really cool adaptation, I feel like.
Yeah, very, very cool. As well. I can't wait to see the end of this run. Actually, I mean, this should be the count that they need pretty much here for Go Big or Go Home, right? They're going to get up to basically 100% here. So, yeah, they now just run to the boss and grab a couple mines along the way, and they'll be all set. So, or maybe a specialist or something. Very cool strategy for sure.
Don't think we have Night Elf on everyone available. Looks like
you don't
it's on
need it
cooldown
on
for
everybody, though. You just need it on your tank to skip the... So, yeah, they can run up and get all of these mines here and kill them in front of the double war machines without actually getting
they need
combat.
to stop first here.
Yeah. So you can see they've grabbed them. Ooh, luckily a lot of them are chasing down the tank as well. It's always nice when...
He's going to get one more.
Yep, they're all on the same person. Ooh, this one's going on the Druid, but that's okay. Then we have Ursul's Vortex. Fine. Maybe a Sigil of Chains will come out here in just a second. Grip these all together. Oh, uh-oh. Uh-oh. A little bit of a disaster here for Go Big or Go Home. You actually don't get the count when they die this way either, which is a double disaster here, because now they only have 4 mines, which I think means they're going to need some more count after this. Now, the good news is the timer is still looking fine for them. They probably weren't going to 2-chest anyways, but they were going to be kind of close. Now they're definitely not 2-chesting. And they also need to pop some more mines now, which, okay, this is a little
it's
ugly.
Like 2, right? That they need.
Yeah.
Now,
so you could do it after boss, or you could go on a really dangerous adventure here. You got to be really careful, though, to not pull the war machine itself that's nearby.
I was going to say I would have felt really good about doing this after the boss, but they seem to disagree because we are already on that adventure. We took more than 2 as well. We are now in fight with 3 of those mines, which, fair enough, they don't have too much health. We just need to make sure that none of these are exploding in anyone's face again. That would be really bad once more.
One of them could explode, and we'd actually wait. Hang on.
Ideally, we don't have
they still
any
need
more
to get
deaths.
One more actually after this, right? Yeah. Okay. So they actually still don't have count. They needed 4, not 2, and they picked up 3. So they're gonna go pop another mine now, and that's gonna be chasing after their healer, or not their healer, their Moonkin.
Listen, I just feel like it would have been faster to do this after boss.
Yeah, because if you do this after boss, you can pull a war machine and just ignore it and have it.
That's right.
Stop when the clock stops. So. I don't know. This is a sketchy end of the dungeon, certainly for Go Big or Go Home. But as long as they can execute this double war machine skip cleanly and get into combat with the boss here sometime soon, we should be just fine. And they're still looking really good here for the start of the day. Again, they're the 3rd highest seeded team of our 4 in this division. So doing as well as they have been has been really impressive and puts a lot of pressure on Yegu Cheering Squad, on Stamp, and of course especially on Moonkin Cooker, who've definitely had the weakest opener to the day, having to do 16, 17, 18 instead of 2-chesting that 16.
Well, it would be ideal if Moonkin Cooker would be able to get a +3 here to maybe make up for that, right? If they're able to do a +3 in any of the other 16s, it wouldn't 100% make up for the 16, 17, 18 kind of run, but it would alleviate some of the timer pains that they ended up being in. So that is going to be what I will be watching out for. However, they are on their 2nd boss right now, and we're over 12 minutes, so I fear in the floodgates the timer might become a little bit too tight for a +3, but I'm willing to be wrong. Let's see how it develops for them here as they're working away on that 16. Like you were mentioning, Go Big or Go Home is going to be on the wrong side of the +2 that they are encountering in the 18 in a couple of seconds. And in the meantime, in the top right, Jigu's Cheering Squad has been working away in this workshop. Now, I love seeing the Velf skip come out of them as well. I think it's such a cool tech that they seem to have adapted or maybe figured out themselves as well, as we've been seeing the workshop kind of make an appearance in a lot of the group weekends.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's a very good strategy, and you don't really give up all that much because you still have that, the tank being a Night Elf, letting you do that shadow meld towards the end of the dungeon. So definitely something to watch out for Yegu Cheering Squad. They've been the team that to me has been really consistent with their plan today as well, which is, unfortunately, they are going to lose a mage here. The B-Res going to come out. But now they don't have a B-Res for the next few minutes here. So this is a scary time for the Cheering Squad. But it's been good to see them they just came into the day and were like, yep, we're playing our meta specs all day. Spec variety rule, who cares? We'll deal with that on day 3 if we get there. But as it stands right now, we just need to make sure that we qualify. We know that the teams are really good here. And if you look at what happened for our bottom 2 teams, the two teams at the bottom screens, they played their first map of the day on off meta specs, and then they looked at it and they were like, hang on, we can't afford to be doing this. We're going to just get eliminated if we do this. We've got to also do this. But Yegu Cheering Squad were ahead of the curve on making that decision.
I was really surprised that we didn't get any teams kind of blocking off their tank or their healer like we saw for some of the Western teams. I thought that was kind of the elite tech. If you know you're not going to be doing too well on playing off specs, at least save the tank and the healer and then just take 3 of the DPS out so that then for Sunday you could still have access to the strongest healer and the strongest tank at least. But it seems like the Chinese teams, they're disagreeing here. They're saying we'll figure it out when it gets to it, because there is a priority in the spec ban role. It is the tank, then the healer, and then one of the DPS players. So unless you're protecting both tank and healer, they for sure get banned out by the Sunday. So I'm curious on how that worked out as another death strikes the board there for Jiru's cheering squad in the top right corner.
No
Once again, their
Beerus.
mage unfortunately going down, yeah.
Yeah, that's okay, though. The boss is almost dead, so this shouldn't cost them too much. But yeah, it is very interesting. I personally think saving a tank makes a lot of sense. Saving the healer, I don't care as much about, because the healers are all so good, right? You can play Disc Priest, Resto Shaman, Resto Druid, all great. And then even options like Mistweaver, Holy Priest, really also not bad. Prez Evoker's getting buffed on the reset too, so, if this was a week later, maybe you'd even be thinking about that too. That spec is a pretty fun one. Especially if you can, play with a team that you can convince to stand in a cone for your Dream Breath.
Yep.
Which, hopefully you can if you're doing an MDI with people. You can get them on the same page.
You're like, what if?
Yeah, exactly. It's
Trade
because it's so
offer.
hard. It's so hard to get pugs to stand in a nice cone for you. But yeah, we're going to see Go Big or Go Home finishing out that run for now.
Yeah,
And,
looks like they might also be on break.
Possibly, yeah. We'll see if they start another run right away. Which means we have Yegu Cheering Squad and Moonkin Cooker currently in dungeons. Moonkin Cooker still on good pace here for a potential 2-chest in this plus 16 Floodgate, which is at least good news for them, because they failed to achieve that in the Workshop. The way that these dungeons work out is Workshop is probably going to be the tightest timer. Floodgate's going to be somewhere in the middle. And then Motherlode is probably that key that you can push up the highest, that you can 2-chest or 3-chest the most. So Floodgate would be great news for the Moonkins if they can get this on the board with the 2-chest. Meanwhile, Stamp, it looks like, nearly finished with this break here. Looks like they're zoning into the Motherlode. I'm not surprised. Doing one more key on off-meta specs and then maybe swapping to main specs, or maybe doing one more key. So maybe 1 or 2 more total keys from Stamp on off specs before they flip the switch and go on mains, I think.
I think it's all dungeons on 18 is where that switch is going to be coming in. Once you have the 18 and the Motherlode as well, then you can be safe and say, okay, from here on out, we go on our mains, and we're going to be good on the tallying up of the specs, because every run that's either an improvement on timer or an improvement on score does count. And we definitely had some scenarios in the group weekends before where it's like, if this team attempts another run on a very high key and it might go in their favor and they are able to time it, then maybe they're going to be ruining their spec bans for themselves, which is something we saw from Mandatory as well, where they just 20 minutes before the day was over, they were like, okay, no, we're not doing it. We're just going to be chilling here.
We're done for now, thank you. We have that's what happened. So if they swapped after this run, Stamp will have done 5 runs with their off specs.
Yeah.
So they'll only be able to do 4 runs with their main specs before they would be banning the VDH as well as the Prot Warrior and then one of those 2 healers. So that's something that they really don't want to end up doing. But if they're 2-chesting this 18, for instance, or if they're 3-chesting the 16, something like that, then they would maybe be able to, a nice gateway by Stamp, skipping around the side here, the water skip. This is a strat that I know some teams were playing around with in the Western region, and then some of them decided, it's actually just faster to run through and meld. But we know Stamp are playing that Dwarf Prot Warrior, so they don't have the ability to meld on their whole team. They're also playing that Enhancement Shaman, which can't be a Night Elf, even if they wanted to, so... and the Paladin as well. They're playing basically all the specs that can't be Night Elves, so they've got to come up with that creative strat, and that gateway, a very cool way through the water there.
Yeah, I've been liking it a lot. I also just generally really like that the teams are going for the drill pull here before they actually deal with the coin operator, just because of how lethal this pull really sometimes can be, and just are on the side of caution in case something goes wrong. You only lost quote-unquote 4 minutes. It's probably a little bit safer. I do want to look at the top right of Jigo's cheering squad, because 2 minutes 25 with that mini boss there is unfortunately not going to be enough for them to get the +2 done here in that workshop. But overall, I think their pacing is really good for an 18, and it does spark kind of confidence on potentially seeing a 19, as their DK did get hit there, but through magic and some believing in their priest survived.
Yeah, it's that is impressive. We are seeing these dungeons on our right two teams nearing the end for both of them. Yeah, you cheering squad going to be one-chesting probably. Yeah, one-chesting this +18. Still pretty good, though, in the workshop. Not an easy dungeon to two-chest at that key level. Stamp didn't even manage to do that. And then down in the bottom left, we do have Go Big or Go Home starting off that +19. They're going to be our first team entering a +19 today. Our scorecard a little bit slow to update, it looks like here, because they do have the 18 already on the board. So not to worry, they're not in a dungeon level that they don't have access to yet. It is all good here for Go Big or Go Home.
It definitely has happened before, so I immediately was like, oh, but no, it's all well.
Yeah.
Sometimes teams have keys pre-made in their bags. And on the one-off occasion, it definitely has happened in the cups before that a team has started a key that maybe they didn't have access before, and they had to kind of lose a couple of seconds there, as admins were kind of like, you shouldn't be in this run.
Yeah.
But we can all attest we saw the 18 by Go Big or Go Home, so it's surely going to be updating in a little bit. In the meantime, let's have a look there at Moonkin Cooker, because 5 minutes 50, their count is looking good, their bloodlust is available. I think this is looking really, really good for them to get this +2 and the 16 on the board at least. And we were kind of talking about how important it is for them to get these other 16s +2 or even +3, which could be a potential as they have been working away on them.
Yeah, I think the 3 chest is pretty unlikely for our, lowest seeded team from the time trials to pull off. But it's definitely not impossible, especially in the mother load. That dungeon, you can be very fast in there. I think even just 2 chesting, like they should be very happy with this outcome in the floodgate. 2 chest, 0 death run. They're going to have minutes of time left on that 2 chest. This is a great pace for Moonkin Cooker. If they can keep this pace up for the rest of the day, they can make up for that time that they lost by failing to 2 chest the workshop that they started the day in when they were playing those off-meta specs. And I wonder if at the end of the day they're really going to regret starting off on those off-meta specs, because they're not getting any benefit for the spec variety rule because they swapped off of it so early, but they still paid the price of not 2-chesting that +16.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree. I think it was maybe not the best decision to do that. But then, of course, you also don't know if they maybe also wouldn't have +2 the 16 on their meta specs, right? It can always be that one of the runs kind of goes awry, and if the call was made to just, okay, let's do the +1 instead of resetting, then that's maybe not an optimal call that was made, but maybe it wouldn't have changed anything for them, as, like you're mentioning, they're getting the +2 here nice and easy. Whose cat do you think that is? Because unfortunately we were not able to get any information on that. I'm of course talking about the team logo on the bottom right for Moonkin Cooker. It's not a Moonkin.
Yeah, it's not a Moonkin. It's in cat form, not Moonkin form there. I'm curious exactly as well. Like, it looks sort of familiar. I wonder if it's a meme image cat, like one of the cats that you see. It does look kind of like, the Plink cat, sort of. But I don't know. Maybe it's just one of the team members' cat. It's a great logo.
I love it. I've been really happy to see it. They themselves stated that they were trying to gather 20 people for Mythic rating, and they weren't able to do so, and instead they just decided to start doing Mythic Plus, which I think is a great choice. I've been really enjoying seeing them here as they have been working away on their keys in the MDI. Top right, Echigu is also going to be finishing out here. Their RP is going to be spawning any minute now, and that's going to be another 18 on the board. Really kind of tying neck and neck with Stamp if you're comparing those teams side by side.
Yeah, they're looking good here. They're going to be reaching the same point total as Stamp with only a little bit of time lost. They did lose about 15 minutes to a wipe earlier today, I believe, but it's still looking pretty solid for them. Again, putting this run on the board here, even with the 4 deaths, that is still a good outcome, and a lot of time left on the clock as well. So they can definitely do this dungeon at a higher keystone level. I wonder if they're going to head over to the Motherlode now, or if they're going to actually just put in the 19 now that they're warmed up in the workshop. No need to kind of do all the low keys first because they're not playing around that spec variety rule anyways. Going to be, definitely a very interesting thing to watch in the top right. Meanwhile, in the top left, go big or go home. Doing that cool pull in the corner. We don't see a lot of teams doing that, where they just take kind of all the trash after the first boss, and they're going to be getting a huge chunk of count here. That's part of why they don't have to pull so many war machines at the end of this dungeon, is that they get so much extra count in this area.
Yeah, absolutely right. I am also suspecting that we are seeing more teams taking their breaks slowly but surely, that way around. And as Stamp is working on that 16, we're now in fight with Azarok. I'm curious on how they're going to be dealing with the tail end of this dungeon, just because of how crazy Go Big and Go Home have been kind of dealing with that Motherlode. We, of course, kind of assume that this is going to be the dungeon that caps the highest on today, which also at the same time makes it the most important dungeon because of how tiebreakers work, where the higher the dungeon you have, the better it is for you, and so that becomes a big priority. I'm not surprised that this is the last dungeon they're doing, because I think once we hit the 18 here, this is where they're going to be switching, and they'll just stay in the Motherlode until it's like pushed up as far as they think it can go.
Yeah, I wonder how high the keys are just going to end up today. Like, what our scorecards are going to look like at the end of the day, because pretty soon we're going to run out of these keys that the teams can one-shot. Pretty soon we're going to be at the really high progression level keys, although it's going to maybe be a little bit longer as they fail to two-chest these 18s, especially if, teams fail to two-chest or three-chest in, say, the Motherlode, which Stamp, that's a big question mark for me, is what key levels are we going to look at in the Motherlode? Because of these 3 dungeons, I do think the Motherlode is the one that goes the highest, especially given that they only one-chested the 18 Floodgate, which is another dungeon that maybe could go fairly high, but there's just not that much time in the day, right? If you think about it, we've got a 5-hour day. You get a little bit of bonus time because at the end of our day, you can finish any keys that you've started. You don't get to start a new one, but you can maybe stretch that 5 hours to 5.5 hours. But then you're losing 20 minutes of break time, so we're basically back down to that 5 total hours of doing dungeons. If it takes you 30 minutes per dungeon, that's only enough time for 9 or 10 dungeon runs, which means if you're starting on a 16 and you're two-chesting it, you go to the 18, you time the 18, and then you get one shot at timing the 19, and then that's it. You only get 19, 19, 19 across the 3 dungeons. But if you think these dungeons can be done at 20 or 21, you really need to find a way to squeeze an extra 2 chest out of an 18 or an extra 3 chest out of a 16 to just give yourself time to even attempt that.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's the issue of kind of running into the timer rather than running into the cap. I think based on the CNN time trials that we saw, we know that those teams can really do very high keys, as Stam, for example, has proven to be able to do the 20 Floodgate before. But maybe just the timer is going to be the issue at the end of the day. We are 2 hours into competition, and none of the teams has all 18s on the board just yet, so it is going to be a little bit of an issue on the timer and on the overall. I do think so as well. It doesn't mean I'm not still excited to see how they're going to be approaching them and whether or not we maybe get, an 18 plus 2 in the Motherlode. I do think it could be possible both for Jago as well as Stamp. I think they both have really, really good pacing today. So let's see how they deal here, as they are going to be pulling that first pack of Alchemists, and they go rather big here as well. That is a massive pull.
Yeah, this is going to be a very dangerous one to watch out for as well. A lot of important casts to stop here. And also it looks like they have Stamp fighting 2 masterminds here, I think. Normally you see one mastermind pulled because you're arcane maging it, but they don't have an arcane mage. Okay, no, it's one mastermind, I think. So it's a little bit less super duper scary. You've got only those one set of brainstorms and that one person getting mind lashed at a time. And you do have one primary target to be pumping priority damage into. Even though they don't have an arcane mage, it's still nice to have a target with a little bit more health that you can be primary targeting, and that pull looked really good from Stamp.
Yeah, it absolutely did, but there's more polls coming that are going to be requiring a lot of interrupts. It's kind of where that shaman, Resto Druid, healer Druid, restoration Druid, of course, all are shining because a lot of interrupts in this comp that you wouldn't have on the meta comp. So maybe a little bit more is possible here. We did see on Go Big or Go Home that a lot of goops were served, and one does come out here for Stamp as well, goes on the shaman though, immediately gets freed up and is back with the group. So that one basically didn't happen unless anybody, of course, in chat saw it, which I'm sure they didn't. I'm sure they can all attest that they didn't see that.
Yeah, of course, nothing went wrong there. Stamp getting a lot of their count from this section of the dungeon. It's very interesting to see our different teams' philosophies about where to get that extra count, because pretty much everybody is going to get almost no count from the start of the dungeon, and then a little bit of count from the next 3 trash sections. But our teams have different ideas about which of those 3 they're going to kind of overload and pull a bunch of extra stuff in, whether it's war machines at the end, whether it's these alchemists in the middle, or whether it's those drillers and those earth shapers at the beginning of the dungeon, which is what Go Big or Go Home largely indexed into down in the bottom left. You can see already over half count working on Azarok here. So they got half their count before the second boss, as they are going to kill that boss now. We know they also pull some alchemists and masterminds, and then get to avoid fighting very many war machines at all at the end of the dungeon. Hopefully they're going to be able to make this strategy work on the plus 19, though, for Go Big or Go Home in the bottom left. This pull that they're about to do looked pretty ugly on the 16, and pretty ugly on the 18. They got away with it both times, but I don't know if they'll be able to on the plus 19 here unless they've got it a little bit cleaner. The Pain Suppression is going to help them start off this pull on the tank. Sigil of Chains gathering everything except for that one Mastermind that's in this pull. And then there's going to be a Solar Beam here. That's going to stop the first few transmutes. Darkness comes down to help keep them alive, especially it's a tank defensive largely in the way that they're using it here. But now we have our next set of transmute casts. Those are going to be hit by the Sigil of Silence. Great. Not going to be worrying about them for the next 10 seconds or so, but pretty soon those casts are going to start up again. They are on a very short cooldown here, so even if you kick them with that Sigil of Silence, you're going to have to start worrying about those transmute casts again. They don't have a lot of interrupts here either. Just got that Wind Shear ready now, it looks like. But it looks like they've managed to kill off all these mobs in those AoE CCs. Well done by Go Big or Go Home. This looked a lot better than it did on those lower key levels.
Oh, okay, there we go. The last 2 casts here getting knocked up, making sure those are not going to be connecting here. And I agree. It looks like on the 19, they finally have found their groove when it comes to this pull. Of course, the danger is not just done just yet. There's more mobs that they have to do in this area. And this one was also a pull that didn't always go perfectly. I do quickly want to mention top left by Stamp. We're seeing the War Machine into Rixa thus far looking fairly standard in comparison to what the Western teams were doing. And if we're glancing at their count, they're definitely going to need to play another War Machine after this boss. So I'm curious on how their tail end of the dungeon looks like. But back to Go Big or Go Home. Another AoE CC did come out. Here's another Sigil trying to help with these extra casts. The mobs are rather low, but can they keep it going? Individual interrupts now coming out here, and yeah, looks good. They have done it on that 19 finally without getting extra losses here as they've been working away on this area.
Yeah, nicely done. Another pull now for Go Big or Go Home. Yeah, they really just do not want to fight many of those war machines at the end of this run at all. They're getting so much count from the earlier parts of the dungeon, so that's going nicely for them. This pull should be a little bit less scary even than the ones they've already done. Meanwhile, we have Stamp finishing off Rixa Flux Flame, 84% count for them, so also nearly done with that trash. And up in the top right, it's Yegu Cheering Squad. They did their first pull. They actually lost their mage and their battle res on that first pull, but now they're going into the boss, still continuing this dungeon run, even with things going a little bit wrong at the start here. It is just that plus 16, but I wonder if they're going for that 2 chest, maybe even that 3 chest. Of all of our teams, I think Yegu Cheering Squad definitely are one to look out for on that 3 chest timer. They were really quick, even compared to Stamp in some of their other plus 16s.
Yeah, I think so as well. Also, interestingly enough, it doesn't look like they're actually dealing with the drills prior to the coin operator here. So they did one big pull with a peacekeeper at the beginning, where we already saw this from the other teams as well. The big pull right at the beginning, where teams often skip over the wall, they just pull that peacekeeper. Makes you a little bit faster on the walking side of things, and since you are utilizing bloodlust and all of your cooldowns there, it's easier for that arcane mage to kind of shine and take that peacekeeper out. But I feel like we should be looking at Stamp here. Rixa has been defeated. You can see their tank has grabbed all of the mines, and this is a very familiar sight where they're now trying to deal with them. You still need to make sure that none of these actually do connect to any of the players, but thus far it is looking like most of the ones that are on the DPS are going to be cleaved down. It's only the tank ones that mostly remain, and one on the Rat Paladin as that War Machine now also enters the fight.
Yeah, this one had been pulled from near the top of the hill, walked all the way down, and they've got most of these mines dealt with before they even have to start worrying about this War Machine outranging some of its first charge shot casts. Now they're having to deal with those, but most of the mines are taken care of. Now we're just dealing with the mines spawned by the War Machine, and of course those specialists shooting out those barrages. But this should be great for Stamp's count. Should get them most of the rest of what they need here. Yeah, they're going to be at about 95% after this War Machine goes down. 96.5 even. They would need a lot of mines to do it with mines from here, so I think they're probably going to fight one more maybe specialist with some mines, or maybe another War Machine. Maybe they'll just fight the double War Machines. They don't need that much count, but...
It could.
Yeah, let's see what they decide to do, because they don't have Shadow Meld on their tank, so... don't really have an option
I forgot
besides
about
fighting
that.
it.
I think we don't have many options then.
Yeah, all right, so we're just going to go over
It's become
count.
so normal that I just kind of thought, oh yeah, surely we're going to be skipping it. But no, I remember, yeah, Stamp's tank actually just going for Dwarf instead and says, yeah, what's two War Machines? What do you mean? We're just going to be playing these as they're working away on that very last poll. Now, checking in with your timer. The +3 is slowly but surely moving over the line as we are looking at this poll. But for the +2, you're looking really, really good. And we're now kind of starting to see the side-by-side between Stamp and Jegu. Now, like I mentioned, Jegu does kind of pull in a different pattern. So we can't take these boss splits at 100% comparison, but I'm quite curious on where they're going to be landing on all of these and how it's going to fare up with the final dungeon run timer for them.
Yeah, I'm also very interested for Yegu Cheering Squad to see that comparison. As Stamp actually are going to lose their healer to a mine where we brought the War Machine in at the end to this boss. And unfortunately, that means our healer is going to go down. Now, the B-Res is available. Looks like they're waiting until after this Gatling gun cast to accept the B-Res. Come right up and hit that Convoke to really help top everybody back off. And unfortunately, the Ret Pally is going to have to run out here. Oh, but unluckily, healer goes down again to the micro missiles this time. Luckily, another B-Res has become available, so we've still got one more B-Res. One more death would be okay. Any more after that would start to be really bad.
The first one was on the team. If you're a healer and you died to the mine, usually you don't have a lot of options to actually keep that one under control. That's where you flame your team. But dying to the mini missiles, that unfortunately is on you. So now it's once on them, once on you. This time we're going into bear form just to make sure that if we're maybe standing in something, it won't hurt as much. But this mini missile was definitely survived by Stamp's Restoration Druid, as they are slowly but surely making path through the very last boss here in the Mother Lode. And on the right-hand side, Jegu has arrived at Azrock as well.
Yeah, this is going to be a good thing to compare the timers on, because you can see Yegu Cheering Squad were about 10 seconds slower than Stamp on the coin-operated Crowd Pummeler split. But it's a little bit disingenuous to compare that directly, because I think these teams have pretty different routes in terms of where they're gathering that trash. So I guess we're kind of just going to have to wait until we have the end of dungeon timer to really get an idea of how fast these teams are relative to each other. Again, also remember, Stamp are playing off specs right now. they're going to be swapping to main spec soon and maybe getting a huge power spike off of that if they are more practiced on those. Whereas Yegu have been playing main specs all day. So if Stamp are somewhat close to Yegu, even ahead with their off specs, once they get over to those main specs, it's going to be great news for them. Maybe it looks like they barely managed to get that last boss aimed on top of one of those pylons. A little close there to having to do an extra 15 seconds of waiting around. But yeah, looking good for Stamp. The 2-chest timer is looking great. They still have a battle res if one more healer or somebody were to die. So their Warlock burning rushes to get in under the group into this safe spot here. It's a very dangerous safe spot because it's really only a very small space that never gets hit by those micro missiles in this area. And often by playing here, if those robots are close to you, you can think you're safe and then just instantly get killed, which is what happened to the healer before.
It definitely happens. So every time they're really close to you, that's where you're kind of counting the grid in the mesh on the floor to make sure you're really in the actual safe spot. But 8% to go. This boss is dead on my screen. There's no way they're going to be wiping from here as Stamp does take down this plus 16 Motherload with a plus 2. And then the bottom right, I did kind of want to check in on Moonkin Cooker because I believe Tettles is coming back in here to, switch with me. I'm going to be going on break, but I pose one more question before I leave. How are you feeling about their timer?
Moonkin Cooker's timer?
Yes.
I think this timer is looking fantastic. I mean, they're going to have the boss probably killed off around maybe the 21-minute mark, and I think that this is more than what you need to be able to do this. So I would say that they're cooking. Yeah?
Very good. Very good. You enjoy your cast. I'll be back later.
Drynos, how do you feel about Stamp not 3-chesting the ML?
I'm a little bit concerned for Stamp, but on the other hand, I keep having this reflex of like, oh, this is looking bad for Stamp. But then you got to remember, they're playing off specs. They probably didn't practice too much of low keys with their off specs when you think about the fact that aside from today, they only will need to play higher keys on their main specs, right?
Yeah.
So we can see they're already making a swap here, our Stamp. We now have the Mage joining the group here.
And, TNG is Mage main as well. I mean, I'm not super surprised that he's finally
looks
now...
like they're keeping everybody else on alts for one more run, which should be good. You can this way, you ban your 3 most used specs, so you could do one run with 1 or 2 people on mains while the rest still play those alts.
I'm still so astonished that they're playing Dwarf Warrior.
Yegu having 2 deaths in this section of the dungeon here, this Alchemist section of the dungeon with those Masterminds as well. This pack is still very healthy as they're going to try and death run it. I don't know if this is going to work out, though, for Yegu Cheering Squad. These mobs still have a lot of health, and players as they're running in here are in some danger of just getting picked off one at a time as they keep running back.
We can still time the key. Can we 2-chest the key is kind of an interesting question. I think the answer is still yes, even with 4 deaths, but you can't let this spiral out of control. And like you were kind of saying, this is a pull that's really easy to spiral out of control. Now they're actually jamming down the Solar Beam with the Chaos Nova, and it looks like they're going to be able to recover here, but that was a little bit of a blunder. And now if they have too many more of those, then they can actually start to getting in potential timer trouble where they're missing that 2-chest in this dungeon.
Stamp having 2 deaths on their first pull. Looks like they're going to decide it's town portaling time on this first one here.
Yeah.
That's okay, just the very first pull of the dungeon, not the end of the world, and they are still on alts for one more run. Presumably this will be the last run we see Stamp playing those alts before swapping over to mains for the rest of the day, once they get 18s in all 3 dungeons. But yeah, Yegu Cheering Squad still alive in this dungeon. They're definitely not in 3-chest pace, but the 2-chest is probably still alive as well, even with those 4 deaths now on the board for them.
That's kind of how I feel about it as well. I'm still just astonished. I mean, we were talking about it before, whenever you and I were casting together, about how Stamp's tank was playing Dwarf, and then he went through Operation Floodgate, and they're just pulling bubbles because he's not on that Night Elf with that Shadow Meld racial. It's been so interesting to see that he's just playing Dwarf Warrior in all of these dungeons. Very atypical pick, I think, for the map pools that we were seeing today.
Yeah, exactly. Like all 3 of these dungeons have great opportunities for your tank specifically to meld. Yes. Even if you're playing a shaman and your shaman can't play Night Elf, this isn't one of those seasons where the meld skips require all 5 people to have meld. Most of the times you want to meld this season, unless you want to do something like all running through the first section of Motherload, which is a good skip as well. You only need your tank to have it. But Stamp have decided that they don't want that, and they just want that Dwarf, which the Dwarf is good, don't get me wrong. Stoneform is powerful, so Stoneform has two effects, right? It'll clear those debuffs off of you, and there are some spots where that's nice, but I don't think there's any spots where that's required. And then the other benefit is that it gives you 10% physical damage reduction while it's active as well, but...
Can be good.
Yeah, physical damage has never killed a Prot Warrior this season, though. It's very hard to die on that spec to that type of damage.
The mobs that are actually the most different between Prot Warrior versus Vengeance Demon Hunter in this dungeon in particular, you would think it's Rix of Flux Flame. It's actually the test subject rats, where the test subject rats like enrage and they melee your tank for a lot of damage. Warrior just laughs, so they just block all the damage. And then Vengeance Demon Hunter is in like a grave danger whenever those mobs have that like enrage stacked up.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, looks like Stamp are still doing the Warlock Gateway skip here.
I like this gate skip. This
is a cool one. It's one of those things where this looks cool. You know, you're flying through the terrain. That's sweet. It does take some time to set this up, right? They're spending a lot of time sort of traveling and not fighting stuff. But given that you don't have to backtrack through most of that area, I think it still makes a lot of sense. As now they're going to be grabbing one extractor, leaving that other extractor off to the side. Usually extractors are the main thing that you don't want to fight more than one of at a time here. Now that they've swapped over to the Arcane Mage as well, it's really good to have at least one in the pull so that they have a good target to dump that Arcane Mage cooldown into, that Arcane Surge.
This pull is actually really dangerous for this composition just in general. This is more of like the Vengeance Demon Hunter, Sigil Silence, Moonkin, Solar Beam type of pull. Now they do have access to the Interrupting Shout effect, where whenever the warrior presses that AoE taunt, they actually lock out the Earth Shapers there. But they actually have 4 Earth Shapers in this pull. Now, what they do have over the potential, Disc Priest comps is a more reliable kick from their healer with that Skull Bash. So with the 4 Earth Ragers, how it'll go is it'll be 4 individual kicks on pull, then it'll be warrior AoE shout, and then it'll probably be a couple CCs pressed, and then it'll be round of kicks again. But it's still like pretty difficult to actually get this pull executed cleanly with this composition. But Stamp is actually able to do it. It does. Some of these mobs are kind of the stragglers. They're kind of lacking behind in terms of like kill power because they don't have things like Bloodlust. That pull is surprisingly pretty scary on this level.
Yeah, it's a lot of dangerous pulls. I think that's the thing about Motherlode is like figuring out which dangerous pulls you want to fight and which ones you don't is the sort of main order of business. It's a little bit different than the Floodgate down in the bottom right for Moonkin Cooker, because the Floodgate, you mostly just don't fight any of the super dangerous pulls in here, right? Except some teams have been fighting bubbles, but Moonkin Cooker have skipped bubbles, which I like to see that getting skipped. Here's Stamp, though, working on that coin-operated Crowd Pummeler, with a little bit of trash coming into the boss here as well. Nothing too scary, though. Doesn't look like there's an extractor in here, just some casters, some sappers, and some earth shapers.
I think it's
Nothing
an earth
too
shaper and
bad.
it's double mine rat. So there's like an extractor that's off on the right-hand side, where if you actually pull that pack with just taunt, you can get the 3 mobs and they're not actually tethered to the extractor. And so I think that's likely to be what this pack is. Now the pack is kind of dangerous. If the mine rats do throw rock on you right before the static charge AoE goes off, that can potentially cause problems. Same thing with the Earth Shaper's Earth Shock invisible cast. Not the casted ability, but there's like an invisible cast on that Earth Shaper. So you have to be very scared of that first AoE, that static charge. But if you press enough defensives, normally you're also dropping like anti-magic zone, or you could potentially mass barrier there. It's not that big of a deal.
Yeah, that is one difference with the comp that Stamp, especially before they had the mage in here.
Yeah.
When they were playing the Rep Pally, they didn't have really any of those big cover the whole group defensives like mass barrier, like anti-magic zone, like power word barrier that a lot of the other teams have multiple copies of. Stamp have just had many coins collected by the coin-operated Crowd Pummeler, if I'm not mistaken there. I think I saw 3 or 4 of them go into the boss here. So the boss may have a 45 or 60% damage amp here. G-Invis comes out to keep the mage alive. Astral Shift's going to keep the shaman alive. Barkskin, Unending Resolve. So it looks like they're going to be able to get through this and should be okay, but a little ugly there. Whenever that coin-operated Crowd Pummeler does get those coins, they're not going to have those defensives now for the next trash pulls.
Dude, it's so funny because you were talking about Mass Barrier earlier. I think Mass Barrier is probably the best group external in the game right now. Like, a lot of times people will look at Darkness or potentially Anti-Magic Zone as very powerful effects. But what you have to factor in is that Mass Barrier, it's a 15% damage reduction because of the Prismatic Barrier effect versus magic damage hits. And then it's that really fat shield on your entire party as well. It's not just one or the other. You do get the DR that's associated with some of these other effects like the Anti-Magic Zone. It's so, that's such a good button. It's so powerful.
Yeah, especially it's the Arcane Mage one in particular that turns it into that Prismatic Barrier. Because if you're playing with a Frost Mage, it's like, oh, Mass Barrier now means the enemies are going to get chilled when they attack me. If you're playing with a Fire Mage, it's like, oh, enemies are now going to take a little bit of fire damage when they attack me. And then when you're playing with a Mage, it's like, oh, I'm going to take 15% less damage and magic debuffs are going to expire faster on me. Okay, sign me up.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it is mostly because the DR, that one is ridiculous. Mass Barrier is just a great effect, and I mean, I think that's one of the reasons that the Disc Priest, in the past, like last season, we saw it getting catered to pretty heavily by something like the Augmentation Evoker, where they were spatialing the Disc Priest on cooldown. They were rescuing them on CD to move them into correct space places where they could continue to ramp their heals. But now it's just whenever the Disc Priest is kind of in trouble, oh, we have one of 15 buttons to press for our group here. We're totally fine.
Yeah, exactly. It's and the thing is, even if your comp doesn't have those, when we had something like the Rep Pally in for Stamp, the Rep Pally can do sort of a facsimile of group defensives where it's just you pick the squishiest person in your group, you sack them, you bubble yourself, and then you look to lay on hands whoever's about to die, right? And you can help. It's just it's a lot harder than just pressing Mass Barrier, which does the entire job for you.
It's kind of interesting. I mean, you called out the Rep Paladin. A lot of people were looking at Rep Paladin to potentially replace the Unholy Death Knight whenever Unholy DK was
Unholy DK was getting nerfed and Rep Paladin was getting buffed as well.
Yeah, I think that it's kind of a situation where Rep Paladin and Unholy DK damage is largely similar. Maybe the Rep Paladin even has slightly better damage in some of these dungeons, but the ability to have grips and never have to worry about the Unholy Death Knight survivability-wise is some kind of added benefit.
Jaeger squad up in the top right. Mogul Razdunk is going to crash down onto nothing.
Oh,
unfortunate.
Wait.
They're going to have to deal an extra one here. The timer's still great for them.
Our timer's fine, yeah.
Yeah, little oopsie there.
Yeah. Still going to be getting 2 chests. I think that pretty much every single team that's actually attempted the 16 has actually gotten the 2 chests so far. So it's not a big deal that they lost a few seconds here.
Yeah, definitely looking very good for the cheering squad. But yeah, you made a great point, right? The nice thing about having the DK in your group is that they are just never in danger, right? Anti-Magic Shell, if they need it, they have Death Strikes. Those two combining with the veteran of the third war or the veteran of the fourth war if they're playing an allied race, which they usually aren't, that passive, even though it's gotten nerfed actually after last season, is still very strong. They're just so indestructible.
Does it actually get renamed if you're playing an allied race?
Yeah, if you're playing an allied race, it's veteran of the fourth war. Otherwise, it's veteran of the third war.
That's so funny. It gets renamed. I actually didn't know that.
Yep. We don't see a lot of allied races on DKs, though. Usually the only allied race we see these days is Mag'har Orc, which we're seeing right now for both of our enhancement shamans.
Mag'har is pretty popular on retail for DK, but during MDIs, basically teams have elected to stay as far away from Mag'har as possible. First off, they can do some pretty elaborate skips with all 5 of their team being Night Elf and getting that Shadow Meld effect. But more than anything as well, the DK has this potential to just rip the entire pack off of your tank if they get really well-timed Blood Beast procs, which is a great thing to happen. But if you don't have access to that Shadow Meld, getting meleeed to death after your Blood Beast procs, that's just going to feel super bad. So the teams are playing something that's a little bit more consistent, even if it is slightly worse damage.
Dude, the Cherry Squad have finished the dungeon, and their tank is taking a leisurely drive to the exit here.
What is he doing?
Dude, you're in the middle of the MDI. They're all taking a leisurely drive.
What are they doing?
You have town portal scrolls. Maybe they started their break and they're just this is in their break time. That could make sense. But otherwise, maybe I don't know. Maybe just for morale, they're taking a leisurely drive. Oh, the mage goes to the horde exit as well, but they're playing alliance characters, so they got to find the alliance exit also. But Yegu cheering squad maybe in break timer. That might explain what we saw happening there.
Taking the car out. That owns.
Taking a little drive. Meanwhile, Moonkin Cooker down in the bottom right have finished off the 18 Floodgate. 5 minutes to spare for them on that timer. So nicely done. They are also now not in a dungeon. So we'll see if either of these two right-hand teams enter a dungeon or whether they're maybe in their break timers. We'll see in the next couple of minutes whether keys start or not for them. Again, our rule is you have to take 20 total minutes of break time You can split that up into 2 breaks of whatever lengths of your choice. Oftentimes we just see teams go with 10 and 10, but 5 and 15 is another option that does get used sometimes. And you got to take those in the middle 3 hours of the day. As it stands right now, we are approaching the midpoint of our day. In 2 minutes, it's going to be that midpoint of the day. So they'll have another hour and a half in which they can take their remaining required break times. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a lot of our teams trying to finish off their breaks after the next dungeon run or maybe the one after that.
How do you feel about go big or go home versus Stamp right now, score-wise?
Yeah, I mean, Go Big or Go Home have been keeping up with Stamp. I mean, pretty much everybody's been keeping up with Stamp, right? Like, Stamp 2 chests at the 16s, and then 1 chest at the 18s so far. And that's also what Yegu Cheering Squad and Go Big or Go Home have done. And Moonkin Cooker have been on that pace as well, except for 1 missed 2 chest in the workshop. So all of our teams on a similar pace here. The really good news for Stamp is that they have played around the spec variety rule. So when they make it to day 3, they're going to have Prot Warrior, Resto Druid, and one of these DPS banned, whereas these other teams are going to be losing Vengeance Demon Hunter, Disc Priest, and one of the meta DPS specs.
Yeah.
So Stamp are better positioned if they make it to Sunday, but they're actually not that far ahead of the pace in terms of making it to Sunday. If they wipe or deplete, one of these runs, all of a sudden they might be our 3rd place team today.
It's kind of interesting because you would expect even though they're a higher seeded team, you would expect them to kind of get a 2 chest or a 3 chest where these other teams kind of aren't. But all of the teams have kind of been keeping pace with one another, proving that maybe the practice for Stamp was a lot of the Sunday dungeons on their meta composition, right? It kind of calls into question like how much did they practice on this warrior composition versus potentially practicing on the other compositions, because I mean, they missed a 3 chest in the workshop that they probably are supposed to get. It's kind of interesting.
Yeah, I think it's, again, the off specs really explain a lot of that.
Yeah.
That's a big factor. The combination of, like, you probably haven't practiced these dungeons as much as the other dungeons, because these dungeons are your day 1 dungeons. You probably practice your day 2 dungeons more as one of the top teams. You probably don't practice your off specs too much either. And the key levels themselves, you probably aren't too worried about, because today is probably the only day you're having to deal with 16s, right? We know that the day 2 is going to start on 17s, at least if it matches the Western region rules, which I think it does. And then presumably Global Finals, we don't know for sure what the key levels on that are going to be, but historically they've often also been at that 1 or 2 key levels higher, especially because Corruption and Turbo Boost will be in play in those Global Finals. So all of those factors might mean that, yeah, we're seeing Stamp at their absolute worst at the start of the day, still being slightly faster than the other teams, and it's only going to go up from here for them as they, start getting into those dungeons that they have more practice at, those key levels they have more practice at, and their main specs that they have the most practice on.
What are you expecting to see today, like 58, 59, 60, something like that?
Yeah, I think, so with the way that it's been going, if you 2 chest the 16, time the 18, and time the 19, that's 3 runs in each dungeon, which is kind of the amount that you get in the day. And, maybe you reset a couple of these runs. So if you do really well, maybe you can do 120 and 2 19s, which would be 58 points.
Yeah.
I think, 57, 58 would probably be good enough for top 2. And then maybe you could get to 59, 60. 60 would mean either 2020 or 2019.
Yeah.
Which I think it's possible for these dungeons, but I don't think it's possible if you're only 2 chesting the 16s. You just don't have the time to push the dungeons up that high.
I think you have to be 2 chesting the 18s.
Yeah.
To be making it to triple 20s.
This Motherload is maybe in 2 chest range for Stamp, but the other 2 keys were not for them.
Yeah.
They're going to sneak past Rix Flux Flame here, grab one of these War Machines and take it straight into the boss. Yeah, I mean, if they 2 chest this 18, then they swap over to their main specs, they probably have time to do something like 2019-18, something like that.
Well, 21.
Maybe do the 21, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, there's just not a lot of time left in the day is the thing. We're already halfway through our day.
Yeah.
So this is currently their 6th dungeon run that we're watching. So maybe they'll have time for 4 more after this, maybe 5. There's just not a lot of possibilities for the score to go that high, given that they haven't succeeded in 2 chesting the 18 Floodgate. I think would have been really big for them. The good news is none of the other teams did either, so Stamp are still in good shape to stay ahead of the competition here, but yeah, I don't think they're going to hit the ceiling on most of these keys. I just don't think there's time in the day to do that.
I mean, that's part of it, the dungeon starting at 16 as opposed to the
Right.
17s that we see during the final day, right? During like the Sunday play, typically.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I think it's pretty typical that you see Floodgate was capping out at a 19. Motherload, whenever we had it on Friday and Saturdays, was only capping out at a 20 as well. I don't think we saw ML 21 get put up during Saturday or Sunday, or Friday or Saturday, only on Sundays. We ever saw the Motherload go as high as that 21 because you had enough time whenever your dungeon was starting at 20 or 17.
Yeah. That's it's the texture is really interesting because like it matters what the key level is. It matters what the other dungeons are as well because that sort of determines how much time you have in
sure.
The push dungeon. So with our texture that we have right now, I would say Motherload is the push dungeon, right? That's the dungeon that goes up the highest. Workshop is kind of the dungeon you can dump, right? The dungeon you can get out of after doing 2 or 3 runs in and probably be pretty happy with an 18 or a 19 even in that dungeon. 19 probably. I mean, 20 is possible in there, but I think you probably are very happy just leaving it on 19. And then Floodgate's sort of in that middle ground where Floodgate, can you push that thing up to 19? Yeah, can you push it up to 20? Maybe. Is that worth your time instead of doing a 20 Motherload or a 21 Motherload? Maybe not.
You have to be cautious about your spec variety rule too. If you accidentally get the wrong specs banned, it's catastrophic. And I mean, we saw a couple of teams. I think it was Mandatory was the most notable one that they were just like called it 45 minutes early on the end of the day because if they put up another dungeon, they would accidentally banned out their Vengeance Demon Hunter. So if you're not super careful and you're not, and you like overdo dungeons, you can accidentally ban out something you hadn't prepared to ban out.
Yeah, exactly. It's a lot of factors to consider here. Stamp are playing a 6th dungeon on alts, but they have swapped over to their main mage here in this run. So in theory, if they accidentally do 5, I guess they can do 5 more dungeons after this, and then once they do the 6th after this, they would accidentally be banning the Arcane Mage, but I don't think that they're likely to run into that problem, because, again, there's just not enough time in the day for that many dungeon runs. So, yeah, I think Stamp have played around this spec variety rule very carefully. They're not going to have any danger at the end of the day of needing to not start another key because you'll accidentally mess up your configuration of specs that are available into Sunday.
Have they taken any of their break yet?
I believe most of our teams have taken 10 minutes of break, but I don't have a tracker.
I know that 3 teams have at least taken 10 minutes worth of break. I didn't know if Stamp had actually slammed any of their break yet.
Yeah, if they haven't, even if they have, maybe they will after this run, as this is a very scary pull now that they are starting up here. This is the mines. We've got a specialist. We've got 2 specialists. We've got a war machine. We're getting a lot of mines getting involved in this as well.
Looking at the run, our count's a little bit low, so they're going to have to do the double war machine that's like right before Mogul Razdunk as part of their route
They
here.
do that anyways because they don't have a Night Elf tank.
Yeah, that's a good point.
And yeah, they're going to grab all these mines. 3 specialists, maybe a 4th in there as well.
I actually like
and
how
a war machine.
I like how they grab those 2 mines with a DPS or their healer beforehand. It allows their tank to then pull the specialists a little bit later and not have them in combat just so early, or have the mines accidentally proxy pull those specialists and then end up like tagging those into combat. I think the way that their tank was actually pulling around this area, even though you have 2 mines in combat with your DPS at the very beginning, they're just sitting there AFK anyways. Like they can DPS down those 2 mines while you're just chilling or gathering the pull.
Yeah, exactly. It's always good to be doing something. If you can find a way for your team to do something while somebody else is doing a job, it is almost always the correct thing to do. As Stamp finish off this pull, advance to 90% count, and now they just need a few mines, but mostly just the double war machine at the end of the run here, which they're going to sneak up to right now, trying to avoid pulling too much else along the way. And then they'll have Mogul Razdunk, and they're on great pace here for a 2-chest in this plus 18. This would be their first 2-chested 18, something that they would really like to pick up. They have activated a mine here. It looks like they have some interest in just killing it off before heading further upstairs.
Yeah.
Maybe letting some cooldowns recover here. Arcane Surge is not up anyways. 1 mine at a time gaming for Stamp. Waiting on Lust as well, I guess. Ooh.
I think it's a waiting on Lust kind of situation, but yeah, I mean, this is... You wouldn't want to do this for time efficiency purposes, right? Like, you would want to just be, like, running straight into these double war machines.
Have you seen Their warrior casting demolish. Okay, yeah, their warrior just cast demolish.
Yeah, I
Okay.
saw it in the workshop earlier.
Yeah, I saw it in the workshop as well, but I hadn't seen it in this dungeon yet, and I saw a thunderclap look awfully lightning-y, but it's probably there's a glyph you can get that makes your thunderclap look lightning-y. I was wondering if he was maybe playing Mountain Thane.
Thane is like a
instead
decent
of-
amount worse than Colossus, isn't it?
It's gotten buffed a little bit recently. It's actually not that far behind. Some people are playing it in fairly
Okay.
high keys, so I was wondering if that was something they wanted to do in this dungeon. You get a nice intervene shield that you can put on people, which can be a nice little bit of external value, but not something that Stamp are actually doing. They're still playing the Colossus in here, which, yeah, that does make sense. But I got baited by the thunderclap looked
Yeah.
kind of lightning-y.
We have an interesting question from chat, Dratnos. He said, they ask, any reason that China is playing 2 enhancement shamans and the rest of the world hasn't really played them much this tournament? What do you think the reason behind that would be?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's to some extent it's preference. To some extent for Stamp, they're playing it as an alt, right? Not as a main. As Stamp, actually, you're going to get hit by 2 of these micro missiles. That's always the danger when you pull this mine into this pull. It's a very dangerous situation to get
we got
into as you get forced out.
Res.
Yeah, looks like their shaman is in position to cast those cables, finds them in the bags, gets the healer B-resed. Now our healer has to B-res the other person while also stabilizing the group. Shaman in some danger here. No astral shift available for that homing missile. We still have that. Okay, the machine is at least dead. Just 1 mine left. It's in that Ursul's vortex. And it looks like Stamp are going to be able to recover this, but it's always unlucky when your 2 B-res classes are the 2 that die.
Dude, we got to 2-chest this, too. I mean, I think that I think we have the timer to be able to 2-chest this, but I don't think we can allow for any more, like, deaths, particularly on DPS.
I want to go back to your question though, because yeah, the enhancement shaman. I think so for Stamp. I think it's just it's an alt they're comfortable on, but we've seen a lot of it as well. Like for instance, as you said, out of Go Big or Go Home in the bottom left, also just using that enhancement shaman as one of their main specs.
Yeah,
I'm pretty curious about it as well because I think it's worse than the mage, but it's got a different damage profile, right? It's a little bit less of that priority damage, a little bit more of that overall damage. You're providing that Sky Fury buff for your group as well, instead of the Arcane Intellect, which your DK in particular is going to benefit a lot more from Sky Fury than from Arcane Intellect, which they don't care about at all. So
it's kind of interesting.
Yeah.
MJT is their DK player on this
For
team
Stamp,
as
yeah.
well. For Stamp. And then for Go Big or Go Home, I actually think that this composition is actually just generically pretty good. I do think it's slightly worse than the mage counterpart, but I don't think it's like that much worse. And I mean, we saw you actually get a decent amount of value out of that Sky Fury buff, kind of like you were shouting out, whereas you get, I think, less value out of the Arcane Intellect just in general.
yeah, it's an interesting decision for sure. We've seen a little bit of enhance in, say, Theater of Pain, I believe, from some of our Western region teams. So
Yeah.
maybe something that we'll see some more of in the global finals. I wonder if any of our Western region teams will play Enhancement Shaman outside of Theater of Pain, like the Chinese region seems a little bit interested in doing. I'm also curious what our teams tomorrow decide to do and whether Stamp will play it anywhere once they don't have to worry about that spec variety rule.
Yeah. Another interesting question coming from the chat is, do you believe that China will be competitive against the Western teams in the global finals? Kind of what's your read on this so far, having seen about 2.5 hours worth of gameplay? Or do you think it's too early to call?
It's definitely too early to be sure.
Yeah.
There's been previous MDIs where actually this happens in both the MDI and the Race to World First, where you kind of you hear rumblings of a team being really good, and then they don't look as good actually when compared against the Western competition. And then there's also been MDIs or the great pushes in the past where sort of a sleeper Chinese team just comes in and wins the whole thing, and sometimes didn't even have all that much hype going into that event. So both of those things have happened in the past. I'd hesitate to be... I worry that if I made a prediction now, I would run the risk of, again, being wrong like that. I'd have to guess. I don't know. I mean, these teams have looked pretty good. The time trials in particular looked really strong out of Stamp and a green person.
Player.
Green player tomorrow. Those two teams had really solid time trial runs. So far, what we've seen from Stamp has not been that impressive. But again, there's all of the explanations for that would make sense. I need to see how they look on their main specs in the higher keys before I can really be confident about predicting. Because as it stands right now, they've looked worse on their off specs than the best Western teams did on their off specs. But that's not necessarily important, right? That might just be something that they weren't optimizing for because they correctly have identified that they didn't need to. I don't know. I will say the Western competition looks so good, right? Mandatory have been raising the bar every season in the War Within. Same with Wunderbar have looked really strong in a return of some of the winningest MDI players in history. So
Yeah.
And then not to mention, Miscount 07, Holy Method, Perplexed, a whole roster of titans are awaiting our two Chinese teams that qualify into the global finals as well. If I had to guess, I think probably Mandatory or Wunderbar are a tier ahead of just everybody, including the Chinese region.
I think Miscount is up there with them too.
Yeah, exactly. But I think I'm definitely not confident about that, and I am very open to changing my mind based on what I see in the higher level keys, especially on, say, day 3 of this competition, which we'll see on Wednesday here.
I think it's kind of a situation where the competition is so fierce that if even of those top tier teams, if any of them have a bad day,
right,
not even just like a medium day, but if they have a bad day, like anybody can go from, potentially title contenders to like 5th or 6th place rather quickly. And I think it's like, and if a bunch of teams have great days, kind of like we expect them to do, to be able to play their game plan, to deplete no keys, to be able to push the boundaries of the 2 and the 3 chest and barely skirt by what's potentially possible, those are the teams that are very likely to then have the preferred outcome of, potentially winning the global finals. It's really going to come down to practice and how consistent you're going to be being able to 2 chest and 3 chest some of those later dungeons.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting thing to keep track of, as it does look like Stamp are heading into a break, I believe, up in the top left.
Yeah.
I don't know if this is their first or second break, but either way, they have an hour and 15 minutes left, all of our teams do, to take those breaks before they will be done with break timers for the day. So that's going to be something that several of our teams, I think, still owe us a little bit of break time over the next few dungeons that they finish. Meanwhile, the plus 20 Motherlode is something we haven't really given a lot of airtime to down in the bottom left for Go Big or Go Home. They've just kind of been charging through this Motherlode, 16, 18, 19, now 20 in here. Go Big or Go Home have been doing a really solid job today of just never wiping, never depleting, and consistently putting up these timers.
We jammed this Lust on CD here, and it looks like we're about to press this Ascendance with that Makar Orc Racial the moment that this Power Infusion becomes available for our Enhancement Shaman as well. So that's going to allow him to just shoot on up on the damage meter a little bit, and we're going to be just dominating Rixa Fluxline. I think their timer is excellent in here. You probably need, especially with the amount of count that they have, they're very, very high on count compared to most other teams. They're going to be around the 84% enemy forces, which means that they only have one trash pull to do after this, and it's not that double War Machine, it's just the single War Machine plus the ton of mines. So I actually think that they're in a great position here.
Yeah, they're even going to get another Lust at the very end of the timer. That's part of the reason they pressed it there. But I was mistaken. Stamper not entering a break. They're instead just hopping onto main specs and heading back into Mechagon Workshop. So Stamp now on full mains, but they have done the work on that spec variety rule. They will not be losing any of these specs on their third day, whereas the other teams, whichever of these other teams do qualify, will be losing the Vengeance Demon Hunter, some of these other specs that they really like. So that's going to be something to watch out for on the last day. But the big question for me is, how good are Stamp going to look at these level of keys on their main specs? Because this is, like you said, like the chatter asked, the big variable of how good Stamp are relative to teams like Wunderbar, like Mandatory, is going to come down to how well they're able to execute in situations like this, much more than situations like the first 2.5 hours of today.
Yeah, and look at this. They're playing Void Elf on their Priest as well. We also get a bit of bonus spells on our Omni CD tracker as well.
Yeah, why do we have this tracking tech over in the West? We've got 6 or more spells on some of these raid frames. Hang on, let's steal that. Maybe they've stolen them from the Moonkin. We're only tracking 3 abilities for the Moonkin.
But yeah, I think that's for Stamp here. Just kind of talking about the team, just in general. These are 3 players from the Stamp team that you saw last season in the TGP. They did replace their tank. Oh my god, their DK almost getting owned by that saw blade.
Yeah.
So this is basically 3 members of Stamp from last season. They did replace their tank and their Moonkin player, and so they have a new version of that. They were the team that probably had the largest share of rank 1 on live key pushing last season, but they haven't necessarily been pushing as much this season. They did come in, like Janus alluded to earlier, first place during the time trials. So there is a large expectation for them to be able to perform exceptionally well this MDI so far.
Yeah, exactly. They only with that 5th place as their previous record at Global Finals, in a 6-team Global Finals as well. Not necessarily a strong showing for them in their previous Global Finals entrance, but even making it to Global Finals is impressive, and usually our teams do better and better as they play together for longer. But it does open up the question of, if you have a team and you switch out 2 of its 5 members, does it still count as being the same team, for the purposes of that of always getting better when a team sticks together? Or is that enough of a change that you kind of have to reset that progress, that group synergy? I think a lot of that depends on, first of all, are you losing important shot callers? And having changed a tank, I suspect they might have. And second of all,
it's like a huge change.
Second of all, how much have you played together with your new team on live? Because you can get a lot of synergy built up even without doing an MDI together if you do a bunch of live keys. And I believe most of our teams that we're watching right now have done quite a lot of live keys. Several of these teams are near the top of our Raider.io leaderboards on the live servers.
Yeah, the green player team that we're going to see tomorrow, I think, was rank 2 or rank 3 for live for a very long period of time this season. So I mean, that team was pushing very hard early on live, and it's kind of weird because I say early on, we're still relatively early on in the season. We're only on week 11 or something like that, maybe week 12 at this point, which is kind of crazy to think about.
Yeah, it's a crazy season as well because it keeps being shaken up by not only these balance changes, right? We're seeing stuff like Unholy DK getting nerfed, these exciting options like the Ret Paladin getting buffed, Augmentation Evokers slowly getting buffed, potentially back into relevance as well.
Yeah.
Although maybe the rumors of that are still overstated, but maybe one more buff and it'll be back on some of these top teams. And then we're also getting all these changes with our gear, right? We're getting turbo boosted, then we get corruptions, and then we get the Delve belt, the Titan disc belt coming out in 11.1.7, the impact of which still remains to be seen. So the season has sort of been evolving week over week in a very interesting way. They don't usually do over time.
Yeah. It's and I mean we did the TGP last season pretty late into the season, so the strats had a chance to already have been set prior to seeing the teams. But I feel like every single week and even every single time we see new top teams, they always innovate some brand new route that we have yet to see. And so I think it's going to culminate for a very, very cool grand finals.
Go big or go home in the bottom left are going to be, looks like one-shotting this plus 20 Motherload. Very solid work here for, again, a team that was our 3rd highest seeded of these teams. So for anybody just joining us, let me do a quick rundown of the teams that we're watching in case you missed it at the top of the show here. In the top left, it's Stamp. They're our number 1 seed in this region. Then in the top right, we have Yegu Cheering Squad, who were the number 4 seed. And in the bottom left, it's Go Big or Go Home, who are the number 5 seed, just slower than Yegu Cheering Squad. But I would say that their day here has maybe been going better. They're a little bit behind on score in terms of the points, but they're sitting on these 2 chests, and they've just been pushing up this Motherload, looking really solid in it. One-shotting this plus 20 Motherload, assuming they don't wipe on Mogul Razdunk, looking really good for them, maybe fighting Yegu Cheering Squad for the 2nd spot, because only 2 of our teams, at the end of the day, our top 2 teams, will make it through to Day 3, which will be played here on Wednesday, we'll be watching. And then meanwhile, we have Moonkin Cooker, who are the 8th seeded team in the region. So they're definitely coming in with a bit of a seeding disadvantage to our other teams. We saw at the very top of the day, they only one-chested a 16 workshop when the rest of our teams have been putting up the plus 2s in there. But after that, they swapped over to these main specs, and they've been looking pretty fast on them as well. They're going to be putting up the 2 chest in this plus 16 Motherload, so Moonkin Cooker also really quite close to the rest of the field here.
I think it's largely due to the fact that we haven't seen very many depletes today.
Yeah,
I think
we've seen Yegu Cheering Squad lost 15 minutes in a floodgate, I believe. And,
yeah.
Other than that, it's pretty much just been the question of hey, have you one-chested or two-chested these various runs, and have you taken your break timer yet or not? Because even though our teams may look on similar timings, an important thing to remember is that you do have to take 20 total minutes of break timer. Some of these teams that have higher points may just have not taken their breaks already, whereas the teams on lower score may already have taken 10 or 20 of those 20 minutes of break timer they have to take.
Yeah. So we do have around 2-ish hours remaining in our day as well to potentially be looking to see these keys getting pushed up. And now we're kind of reaching the point as well where Stamp, which is the favorite to be looking to make it out, has finally swapped over to that more meta comp where they're playing that Vengeance Demon Hunter Disc Priest Mage Moonkin Unholy DK composition that is so popular during the Western weekends. I'm really interested to see how much they're able to potentially accelerate here, given the fact that they are swapping this composition. Dude, look at their tank here. We're just tanking the Flame Vents from Gujo.
Yeah. Stamp was, they were doing this on the Prop Warrior as well. It's a little bit scarier to do it on the DH, because the Prop Warrior has some really potent tools that you can use against that Venting Flames, Spell Block in particular if you talent that. But even if not, the power of a Shield Wall and a Spell Reflect and a shout, a demoralizing shout, can go a long way. Whereas the DH cooldowns, you kind of want to be using them offensively, or like on pull, you want to throw out that Fiery Brand. So I'm not sure. Yeah, it looks like that we're going to have to hide this time. Last Resort has been procced by Stamp as well, so they're going to have to be really careful here in the rest of the next 5 minutes or so of not having Last Resort available. I think maybe if he had Last Resort available, he'd keep staying out and keep tanking these Venting Flames and just let it proc.
I wouldn't be shocked if on this next Arcane Surge we press Ice Cold and get Anti-Magic Zone dropped on our mage's head and just let him tank the...
We've even seen Pain Suppression used for that. We've seen Ice Cold plus Pain Suppression have combined to let Arcane Mages just keep doing their damage here. Venting Flames comes out. Unfortunately, it looks like we're going to have to hide here. Just throw off a Shifting Power instead.
It just sucks, but like he's the only person who can actually continue to DPS through the box, so it makes sense that you're looking to PS him and drop an Anti-Magic Zone with that 60% DR from Ice Cold, or is it 70% DR? I think it's 70%.
I think it might be 80. Yeah, let's see. Ice Cold Wowhead is 70. Okay, it's 70.
Okay, yeah. So 70% DR. Yeah, dropping that 70% DR, then getting even more DR on top of it. Just that he's the only person who can actually be looking to live. Oh my God, we're having deaths in the top right hand corner by Yegu Cheering Squad. Fortunately enough, Mogul Razdak was at 5% HP, so it didn't matter that we had people die to the micro missile. Not a big deal. But could have been catastrophic.
What's the 2-chest timer in Motherload as well? Are they just on the wrong side of that? 5 minutes, 59 seconds extra. Hang on. I can do the math on this. 33 times 0.8 is 26.4. Okay, so they were 36 seconds short.
26:24.
Yeah, 36 seconds short of that timer, but they lost 30 seconds to those deaths. Huh. I wonder if they...
I don't think that made the difference. I think they were all-inning on trying to get the 2 chests, and they just had 2 people stay in the micro missiles.
Okay, so it's probably okay then for Yegu Cheering Squad. But I actually had thought they were on 2-chest pace.
Dude, I think this puts them in a terrible position, though, compared to the team in the bottom left. Go big or go home, as they have just downed Mogul Razdunk on that 20. Now, Go big or go home has 16 still on their score sheet, but being able to have that 20 already in the bag here, and you have 2 hours to go do Operation Floodgate and Workshop on these 18s and 19s, I feel like they're in a great position.
I'd have to agree as well. I think that it is a great time to be Go Big or Go Home, and a scary time to be Yegu Cheering Squad, who they're the only team that lost a significant amount of time. Well, I guess so did Moonkin Cooker by failing to 2-chest the 16. And then Yegu Cheering Squad, though, actually wiped and reset a Floodgate 15 minutes in. So, they're at 54 points. That's obviously more than the 52 that Go Big or Go Home are at. But Go Big or Go Home are sitting on 2 chests. So if you think about it, those are going to get converted into an extra point each when they run those dungeons. So that's kind of plus 2 points there. So really, all of our teams that aren't Moonkin Cooker are kind of sitting on the same scorecard, really, the same amount of points, except Go Big or Go Home have already done the most volatile of those, which is the 19 and 20 Motherload, whereas Yegu Cheering Squad and Stamp still have to do those. Now, Stamp have the big advantage of having swapped from alts to mains, so maybe they'll be really fast now that they have those mains available, but Yegu Cheering Squad don't have that advantage. Definitely, I'd be very worried about Go Big or Go Home if I was them. And even Moonkin Cooker here are on 52, but they also have a 2-chest, so they're really kind of only one run behind the rest of the field here. They could easily contest for one of the top 2 slots out of this group, depending on how the next 2 hours go. We have a little bit over 2 hours left in the day, so things are going to be winding up here pretty soon. They're going to be very nearly reaching that point in the day where the possibilities start to shrink. You have this infinite set of things you could be doing right now, and pretty soon that's going to convert down to okay, we've got 2 dungeon runs left. What are they going to be?
Yeah, and I mean, I think that for all of these teams, basically the game plan is just do not deplete, just because the competition is as stiff as possible. Now, of course, for Yegu Cheering Squad, missing that 2-chest is problematic, but at the same point, there's a lot of room for potential recovery as well, compared to Go Big or Go Home. assuming that you continue to play to your game plan and just don't end up racking up depletes, particularly at those capstone level keys that we kind of always shout out. And then for Stamp, it's kind of the same thing. Like, Stamp is the most likely team to be making it out of day one. For them, they're still kind of vulnerable, though. Like, if they end up having too many mistakes, if they have to reset workshops or Motherlode 20, 15 minutes in, if they have 15 minutes of mistakes here and there, that can actually start to put them in a really weird position. But I think that where they currently stand, they just need to continue to play their game plan. And I mean, what they're about to do right here on the left side of the screen, look at this. They're blinking over the wall with the mage. They use the Void Elf racial on the side of that priest, and then they do double life grip to be able to get the DK and the Demon Hunter through that wall, skipping the X80 Blastatron. It feels like they're coming to play with these new and unique strategies. We didn't see them do that whenever they were playing with the Prot Warrior, but it seems like they have different routes for the lower keys than they did for the higher keys, which is great. Now, do you think that they're about to just run this trash straight into the boss with Bloodlust on pull? Because, I mean, they didn't in the lower keys, but I think it does make sense too.
Yeah, I mean, I think what they might have been doing in the lower keys is just saying, okay, we're going to take our high key route and we're going to slow it down a bit. Whereas as we get to these higher keys, now we're playing, with the full toolkit available here. Is their priest now for Stamp going to be joining the rest of the party? Up in the top left here, the Imprison comes out on one of these mobs. Reaver's Glaive going to get thrown between these, grabbing all that threat, and into boss we go.
We accidentally combated the defender, I think, with a Glaive. Or something bounced to that defender, ended up putting in combat
breaking the
with
Imprison.
us. Yeah, we
it looks like it's mind controlled right now.
Yeah, we just have to MC it. It's not like the end of the world. It is a bit annoying. Particularly like the first 60 seconds of this fight, which is why you would either leave it on a polymorph or leave it in that cage, that imprison that you were kind of calling out, because it is a bit obnoxious. And we do end up having a death on MJT to a Saw Blade. Very unfortunate series of events here. Losing offensive CDs with that Bloodlust can actually put you in a really weird position here, damage-wise, on this trash pack. Now, you do have a Tinkerer alive. That is probably the most dangerous part of this pull. You need to make sure that you're rotating your kicks on that Tinkerer effectively. But also, whenever you have all this trash available, it makes the plant really hard to kill, because you want to wait for the pack to get on top of the plant. And by losing your offensive CDs, then it makes it a lot harder. Oh my gosh, the healer for Stamp is absolutely battling this defender. This is very scary here. I am worried for Stamp in this position.
The mind control does come out here. Pain suppression being forced to use on the healer. But once again, a self-trimming hedge is going to take out our DK. And now our tank gets hit by that laser. And this is really bad here because there's so much trash here. They can't even reset the boss. They're just going to wipe that trash at 10% health. Is going to reset and full heal. And Stamp are also going to be forced to reset and full heal here. Town portaling out of this dungeon 15 minutes in. And now all of a sudden, Stamp are maybe in danger of actually being eliminated if they're not careful here at the end of the day. They still have some time. They still have some advantage over the other teams, and they still have a lot of theoretical, being a better team, being a faster team, but they can't afford another mistake like that without starting to run a serious risk of just not making it through to day 3.
This is how you actually get eliminated. Whenever we were talking about Yegu Cheering Squad, whenever we were talking about Moonkin Cooker, whenever they were coming to upset this team, that's how it happens. Is if Stamp has multiple of these 15-minute depletes, it is very problematic. However, we had a 45-minute deplete as this casting block is over, and we are going to be removing Dratnos out of here, depleting him, and then we are going to be, fortunately enough, resilient in applying a new caster. Welcome to the desk, Makes.
Thank you. Honestly, that was a segue I really enjoyed. I feel like Chad should be applauding you for this one, Tuttles. Great job. And of course, enjoy your break, Dratnos. He's going to be back with us later. But yeah, I mean, you guys were just talking about it. Earlier we said, we haven't been really seeing a lot of resets. We haven't really been seeing a lot of quote-unquote fatal mistakes or restarts of runs or massive time losses besides the missed out +2 for Moonkin Cooker. This 15-minute loss might just be what it is. If everybody else is so clean, that could be what it boils down to.
Yeah. But, I mean, for Stamp, it's one of those situations where they just can't really let it rattle their mental at all. You kind of just have to be you have to have mental fortitude, I guess, in these kind of moments. 15-minute depletes happen to even the best teams in the world. And the only thing you can do is you can't really dwell on how you ended up wiping that pull before. there's honestly not even a lot to analyze. Our DK got hit twice by the trimming hedge, and then our tank got hit by the flame jets from the boss. It happens.
Yeah.
You just can't let it happen again, realistically.
Well, you can let it happen if it happens to everyone, right? That's kind of what you're hoping to when you're in a situation like this. It is a competition after all. If everybody else has a little bit of a hiccup here and there, then the hiccup you had suddenly isn't as bad anymore. So it's going to come down to how the rest of the teams are playing. And I mean, the timer is ticking. It's like, less than 2 hours left in the day as we now have arrived at the higher keys. I wouldn't say it's capstone level, but it's definitely higher keys across the board. We're seeing a lot of 19s already, and then we are going to get into the territory of, are there going to be 20s? I assume the 20 motherload is kind of a given, but who knows, really?
These capstone levels, whenever you're starting out at 16, is going to be different than whenever you're starting out at 17, potentially for Sundays. Yeah, because you only have so much available time to be able to do these dungeons, so realistically you just have to be as fast as possible. That's why we kind of shout out the 2 chests and 3 chests to being super important, because if you end up missing any of those, then you can start to run into timer trouble. For Stamp, fortunately enough for them, they have been playing their first 3 hours well enough to where they can budget for a 15-minute time loss, but they probably can't budget for another 15-minute time loss. If they get another one of those resets like pretty deep into a key, then they might actually start being in trouble. Where Go Big or Go Home and Jaeger Cheering Squad, Jaeger Cheering Squad's already at 54 points, so they're tied up with Stamp. Go Big or Go Home still have 2 chests in the 16 with the 20 motherload put up. Both of those teams are in pretty good positions, assuming that they play out the end of their day perfectly.
Yeah, I agree. I'm really, really curious on how it's going to come down. I feel like, we came into this and we were saying Stamp is for sure the favorite, but with the exception of Moonkin Cooker, they had a little bit of a hiccup earlier in that workshop. Both Jaeger's Cheering Squad, as well as Go Big or Go Home, have just really surprised me in terms of how close they've been keeping that kind of competition. So I'm really excited to see what else they have in store as they're working on that. And of course for Stamp, now that they are on mains, I'm really excited to see what they do, because on off-meta classes, they were already faster than everyone else. Not by much, but still impressive. Now, I'm really expecting them to kind of just floor it in a positive way and zoom through these dungeons.
Yeah. You also said that Moonkin Cooker maybe not the favorites, but they're the favorites of me. Just because of their excellent
good.
name.
Yeah. I mean, it's a great name.
Yeah,
that logo. It has to be the logo, right?
Yeah, I don't really know what's going on. I don't know what the logo has to do with Moonkin Cooker, but I'm down. I feel like this is great.
Listen, I'm totally making this up, but what if the cat is just one of the players' cats and they're just we need a team logo. What if we take my cat and it's just everybody runs with it, and now that cat gets a time to shine here on broadcast? I think that'd be really cool. But
that's a better
again,
that's just a better story than the one I had.
What did you have, the meme picture one?
I don't even know where it came from. He's just looking. Well, are you gonna time this key, bro? You gotta lock in.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's great. I think it's a good.
It's every cat whenever you wake up in the morning.
Real. It's where's my food? But yes, they have been working away on their 18s, and the area that is now coming up is one I think we were particularly shouting out for Go Big or Go Home, as they had a couple of goops there, and maybe a few too many goops, but somehow they made it through every time. I'm curious to see how we're going to be seeing Moonkin Cooker deal with this one. They're doing a similar style poll than what we saw from Go Big or Go Home. Stamp kind of went the other way and was pulling on the side where all of the other rats are. But this is a poll that has a lot of casts, as you can see right now. Last second sigil there to keep those interrupted.
It's kind of weird. I don't know how much I love this poll out of Moonkin Cooker, mostly because every single poll, you really want to have a mastermind, a really high health mob that's just so meaty that this Arcane Mage can kind of tee off on with her Arcane Surge and be able to just nuke it from orbit. You put a skull on his head, and he just ends up dying before the remainder of the pack. And whenever you're not pulling those masterminds, I guess the Arcane Mage could target the test subject and have reduced amount of potential wipes, but I think that just for sequencing in this area, I feel like you want like a mastermind in each and every single pull just for that mage to have that prio target. And they don't pull it in until, I mean, they pull it in like really late here after the Arcane Surge is kind of faded. The Arcane Surge is going to be coming back up in looks like 15 seconds, but I wish it would have been on pull.
I agree. I think you would rather kind of make full use of the damage pattern that your mage brings by just giving him that prior target earlier. So, but I would have also liked to see that. But as long as they're not having any goops, as long as nothing is going wrong, I think I am still of the opinion that this is going well and we're in a good dungeon run. You can even see that they're now tagging some stuff in as the rest of the poll is kind of dying out. This is a safer way to do it, but it's of course a little bit slower on the overall. They just tagged in some rats, so these are probably going to be dying at the same time as they have a little bit lower HP as well. And Jaegu working away on that Azarok there at the top. How are you feeling about their timer? I'd say still pretty good, yeah?
I mean, our timer's totally fine here. We pressed Lust on CD, pressed on the first pull. You tend to need around a sub 7 minute coin-operated crowd pummeler for your timer to be fine. I think that Jaegu is in a great spot here. They're going to be able to get Azarok killed off at 13-ish minutes, maybe like 12:45. You need it dead under like 15. So I think that their pacing in this dungeon is exceptionally good. I don't think that they're going to be looking at 2-chest this on 19. I think you would have probably need like a 10:30 or something like that to be looking at 2-chest this on 19. But I think that they should pretty comfortably be a few minutes under. So we could even have like a major mistake. Like we could probably wipe to this area, and assuming that we don't like chain 15 deaths, we should still be able to time it even with like 5 or 6 deaths.
Listen, I appreciate your positive outlook, but let's not say teams can wipe. I feel like that sets a bad precedent in case it happens, and then it's our fault again.
I think it's one of those situations where if you're not really pushing super hard for the 2-chest or the 3-chest, it's one of those things. It's like, how many catastrophic events could we have happen where we're still able to complete the key? And for Jaegu Cheering Squad, they could have one, I would describe it as medium bad incident here and still be able to time the dungeon.
Doubling down tunnels. I mean, what can I say? No, I appreciate the analysis and I would agree, but hopefully none of that is happening to them. I think the +2 is kind of out of the question, as obviously the 18s also were only +1, only Stamp being able to get that +2 in the 18 done there. And they actually opted to go into another dungeon. They're working away on that workshop right now, dealing with Cujo. And in the bottom right, we're seeing Moon King Cooker now engaging that War Machine onto Rixa. Once again, looking at that count, I'm curious on how they're dealing with the tail end of the dungeon. You guys were watching the 16 run, right? How do they do it? Do they just play double War Machine?
Yeah, so they're going to have to do double War Machine just looking at their count. Like I think that if you don't want to do the double War Machine at the very end, you're probably going to need somewhere around like 84% enemy forces. If you're coming off this boss at like 74-ish is what I think they're going to be at, then you're going to need that double War Machine at the very end. So it's like a 2-pull versus a 1-pull strategy. At the very end there, it's about 10% enemy forces that separate the two. And then if I've seen some teams at like 80% enemy forces, that just means that they're going to have to also do the double War Machine, but they're going to be doing a slightly different strat.
Yeah, that makes sense. We definitely need to look on how they're going to be dealing with that, as in the meantime, Go Big or Go Home has zoned back in after getting that 20 on the board. They're now working away on the Floodgate runs because they haven't put any of the 18s on the board. They kind of approached it a little bit differently in comparison to the other teams. You can kind of see across their leaderboards like 18, 18, 18. I don't know. it's to confuse you. But yeah, 18, 18, 18 on Jaegu as well, and then 18, 16, 18 for Moon King Cooker, whereas Go Big or Go Home has opted to just push one dungeon all the way, and now they have ventured over into the Floodgates after putting that 16 on the board earlier to try and push this one up as well. So a little bit of a different approach. Teams always have some preferences and how they want to deal with that. I think spec bans also played a big role in some teams maybe playing it a little bit different this time around, but of course, none of our teams besides Stamp really playing into that spec ban rule, so that opens up the question for what is going to be in store for us on day 3, so the Wednesday.
It's kind of interesting. I think Go Big or Go Home and Stamp have been the teams that I feel like have played the best so far today. What's your kind of read on this so far?
So I feel like just in terms of like timer and overall
Score.
progress throughout the day, I would have said Jagu and Stamp are neck and neck. But in terms of the skill level we saw from the teams and some of the polls that I would have thunk to be just impossible, you know? Thunk.
Not sound.
I think Go Big or Go Home have looked really, really impressive. And it's going to come down to how they're going to be looking on the higher levels of Keys here as well. But I can always appreciate it when a team has a different approach to stuff, especially if it's not one of the top seeded teams, right? It's always easier to go and be like, oh, what is everybody else doing? Can we maybe optimize just a little bit on that? Whereas it's much harder to go into a dungeon and find your own routes and try to optimize for comps like you're specifically running. We saw a similar approach by Physical God Comp, where it's like, what does my team have that we can play around? Yeah. And I just love when teams do that. And I feel like Go Big or Go Home, at least in some extent, showed us some pretty cool polls that we hadn't seen before.
I love the Enhancement Shaman. I think Enhancement Shaman is actually a fantastic and very underrated pick in the current meta game. I do know that the Mage is very popular. The Mage brings a lot of defensive value. They can't die. They press Ultra Time at a great position. They also have group utility with that Mass Barrier. Really, really solid spec. I do also still think that the Enhancement Shaman, though, with the damage profile that it provides, is quite powerful as like a Bloodlust replacement specialization. Now the difference is they need to get catered to a little bit more, but we're playing the Disc Priest, right? We spam these really fat Oracle Disc shields, and then we should be able to make it through pretty much any given pull, as long as the Priest knows that our Enhancement Shamans needs a little bit of babying.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I was just looking across our questionnaire because we did ask the teams, of course, what they kind of main in general, but not every answer is true to what they've been playing here as we kind of zone in on Moonkin Cooker and their War Machine Mines poll. So, for example, one of the teams says, oh, I love playing Arms Warrior, and Fury Warrior, but they're not actually playing a DPS Warrior here in the MDI. So it's just the answers for their own teams, but Go Big or Go Home had one player say, and I assume that is our shaman here, that they main Enhancement Shaman. So it really is a little bit of a comfort pick as well as a great pick in terms of overall meta right now, right?
Yeah. Earlier in chat, somebody had asked about the Void Elf racial for Stamp in the Operation Mechagon Workshop, and you can actually kind of see, you didn't catch it because they had Moonkin Cooker on the big screen there, but what happens is they'll use the Void Elf racial to go over the wall whenever the X80 Blastatron is spawning, and if you do that fast enough, then you're able to then life grip players over the wall as well, and then the mage blinks through that kind of gated area, allowing you to skip pulling that X80 Blastatron, so you're basically taking a pull that is a very slow, it's not count inefficient, but it's kind of a slow pull, just in general, and then you're able to kind of make it not exist, and you'll do like trash at the end of the dungeon. Oh, dude, I really wish that we had Stamp back on the main screen. We're gonna press the Bloodlust and go into Machinist Garden, which is the hardest part of this dungeon on the 19, but unfortunately we were gonna be watching Go Big or Go Home in this 18 Operation Floodgates.
Listen, I'm sure we'll go back to the 4-box very, very soon, and maybe we get a glimpse of how that Machinist Garden poll is going to be looking. Like, listen, every time we go on the big screen, I'm like, what are we looking for? This just looks like your average poll. Maybe we're trying to tag in something like the ads that are standing downstairs. Is that what we're looking for? But yeah, here it is. Top left corner, you can see the Defender Shield is already active, but most of the pill is super low already.
Yeah, which is great because, I mean, last time they were here, we saw MJT immediately died during that Bloodlust, and then, like, losing all of his offensive CDs. We also saw the Defender kind of get broken out by the, broken out of the cage. Sorry. Do you remember I watched this boss? It's just, like, I clenched up a little bit. We saw the Defender get broken out of the cage. Everything went to shambles. Now it looks like Stamp is going to be pretty clean here, assuming that they're going to be able to continue to get the plants dealt with and making sure that the Defender is mind controlled as frequently as possible. I think that Stamp should be in a great position here, assuming that they don't end up having and accumulate a few deaths to Machinist Garden. Our timer is excellent. We're going to be pacing, assuming that we kill this boss off in like a decent time, to be around 4 minutes under on the timer, which is fantastic. So we just cannot afford any deaths, we cannot afford any major mistakes, and then we are okay.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, the pull that comes after the double spider tank on the 19 is spicy as well, especially until that defender actually casts that shield again. But I'm sure they have optimized some cooldowns for it and are going to be playing into that as well. It's going to be happening right after this boss is over, as the mage for stamp, just a little bit under fire there, is going to survive though. And in the bottom left, Go Big or Go Home has finished off that pull, which means we're going to be hopping over to Jaegu, who are doing the double War Machine pull. Now, I definitely see a couple of mines that are coming after, and whenever that happens, I'm kind of just looking out whether or not we might have accidentally socialed the War Machine that's on the left-hand side, but everything is good here for them. Mines are now coming in, and it's only the War Machines that they have in front of them that they need to deal with. Top right corner is where that's going down.
Yeah, I mean, the mines aren't the end of the world. The hard part is actually the specialist on this pull, because you kind of have like a limited play room whenever you're looking at Mogul Raz. Don't look at him, he's just like sitting in the middle of the room. So if you accidentally body pull him trying to dodge out of the way of the specialist, it can become a problem. Now, fortunately enough, the specialists do only drop that artillery barrage on range DPS, so you can kind of know where they're supposed to be going, but it can still be a really tough pull. They didn't lust it on the side of Jaegu cheering squad, but once they end up killing off one of these War Machines, they're kind of home free. We do end up having our mage go down to a mine. Depending on whether or not that mine was from the War Machine or if it was from the ground, we might have lost a count there, which can be problematic. But I think that I assume it was from the War Machine, which is why it was even targeted on the mage to begin with. But we have to look at their count here in just a couple seconds to make sure that they're not going to be like one count short.
Well, even if they are, they can still do that after the boss. I think at this point, yeah, you're just going to be tagging into boss. One more time, that charge shot will maybe come out for them, but they do have that safe space. Vortex is down to deal with that last mine. You can see it in the back there is going to be gripped right now. And then slowly but surely, all of that should be dying off. Only the mine remains. Yeah. I mean, maybe second phase. Maybe we're waiting for cooldowns to line with it. DT is definitely on CD right now. It was just sent like 10 seconds ago.
Yeah, that's kind of why I think you should have just like jammed out. Yeah, look at this, dude. We're 2 count short on mines.
Well, but if it's 2, then it was more than the one that the mage died to, so we can just do it after. It's fine. Since they did the double War Machine, it's like whatever. Just run back.
Yeah, in theory, it could have like hit our tank as well and maybe not killed him off, because tank is powerful. But
that's true.
Yeah, I think at the same point, yeah, they're gonna have to go get this after the boss. It's not like the end of the world. Each mine is 1 count, so they only have to kill 2 of those mines off. But I seriously think that you're supposed to press this lust on pull. Like in theory, you could press it during the intermission. Maybe you deem the intermission to be more dangerous. So you're just like, yeah, whatever, we'll just send it there, which I could see value in. At the same point, though,
Cooker going to +2 this boss, 13% in the RP, and they have around 30 seconds left.
I mean, what's our cooldown situation going? We got nothing. Oh, we're gonna have Incarn here for the last 15 seconds of this boss.
I think maybe
15 seconds. Mogul Rastunk takes around 10 seconds himself to kill off.
Yeah, they were a little bit slow here now.
Oh, dude, I think we're gonna be like 5 seconds short.
Oh, that is sad. That would have been really, really good for them, but yeah, looks like we're just gonna be a couple seconds over. That RP just spawned. We're taking a look at Go Big or Home and Big Mama, and they actually opted to pull Hyenas into this. How are you feeling about that one?
I think that, I mean, assuming that your tank is able to tank the soldier, I think the Hyenas are like whatever. Those soldiers put a pretty nasty bleed on your tank. Whenever they get hit with the electrocharge tank hit, it can become very scary. But if your tank is rotating defensives properly, you have pain suppressions and whatnot, it should be totally fine, particularly as well on like the 18. It shouldn't be like the end of the world tank survivability wise, especially with the kind of gear that these teams look to have. Now we've rotated all the way to that Bloodlust. The boss is a little bit high at 82%. You typically want the boss to be around 80% whenever you're pushing into that jumpstart phase. But the timing of which they had the lust, it kind of makes sense that they had the boss at 82%, and now we have the Bloodlust available for this big burn here, where our enhancement shaman's able to just kind of tee off on all this trash and push the boss all the way down to 59% coming out of the jumpstart. That's totally fine here.
I'm so sad for Moon King Cooker, man. That would have been a great comeback for them to get that +2, but Unfortunately, it wasn't in the cart. We can see it now in the
Yeah.
leaderboard. It looked like it, so I'm not surprised in that sense, but I'm just a little bit sad. I would have really liked that for them. But yeah, Stamp working away on that 19. 4-minute 30 is not going to be enough to deal with all of what they have going right now and the entire boss. But in terms of the overall dungeon time, they're looking really, really good here. The same can be said for Jegu in the top right on their 19. Of course, Mogul Rashdunk, like you said, it takes a while, but 6 minutes should be plenty. And here's where that lust was, by the way. So we did send it towards P2. I'm not sure why they didn't opt to just send it on P1. I don't know. Maybe just a disagreement.
Your guess is as good as mine. Yeah,
it can
I don't know.
happen. So long as they got the full value out of it, I think we can't complain.
Yeah. For Stamp here as well, like another couple of reasons that skipping that X80 Blastotron is really good. So first and foremost, you end up doing this trash pull that you're seeing on screen in absence of doing that X80 Blastotron just in terms of count. Now this pull is a little bit more dangerous, as you see on screen there. We do have a couple of deaths just to this pull. But what you have to know as well is now our Bloodlust is going to be coming up a little bit earlier. So since we pressed the Bloodlust around, let's say 15, like 14:30 on Machinist Garden, since we skipped that X80 Blastotron, it's then going to be coming up a little bit earlier on the Omega Buster, which allows you to sync it more easily with offensive CDs, as opposed to pressing it like towards the bottom 45-ish seconds of the dungeon. Oh my god, more deaths occurring for Stamp here. A very unfortunate situation here. It's so weird that they continue to just have deaths. Like, what is going on?
Yeah. Not ideal. Definitely a couple of casts
Were we
that
supposed
looked
to
like they
meld
went
these?
through. Also, Jago did remember that they didn't have count, which is great news. They just finished out the mines as well. Sometimes it can happen that teams just, after they finish a final
No
boss,
way.
they insta-cast a town portal. And as soon as one
Why are
of
we
the players is
RPing?
zoned out, it doesn't count anymore. But they have
RPing.
finished, and now we're taking a ride. Yeah, a little car ride.
They did this earlier. Dranos and I were
I
joking
know.
about it. Like, what is
I
happening?
don't know why we're doing that. It's taking the scenic route out of the dungeon. They have a town portal.
Well, this is
I
a
don't-
timed
We're
event.
not
Hurry.
sure why we're doing this.
Anyway.
Especially because it's not faster, right? Like,
No, it's much
It's like-
slower.
you're still like walking out, and then what? What happens then? You're still going to be casting your town portal just outside of the dungeon? Is it just like maybe they're RPers on mains, Tettles? I don't know. I cannot tell you.
All right,
Pretty
so we
spicy
just,
pull.
We just lost 15 seconds.
For
anyway,
yeah, I mean, I think it's kind of like a flex, right? If you're able to do that and you still look really good on the leaderboard, you do it because you can. Maybe that's the answer.
yeah. All right, so now we got Go Big or Go Home on the big screen. You were kind of calling this out as a very dangerous
Yeah.
pull. What makes this so dangerous? Is it just this Blood Warper, big, massive AoE that has to be healed through?
Well, it's that. It's the heal absorb that you can see on the nameplates here right now as everybody's dropping so low. And then at the same time, you also need to deal with the Demolitionist, I think is the name of it, the RPG guy, where usually the tactic is to let him cast once, and then the reload is a much longer cast. And you just CC on that one to make sure you're not going to get another set of AoE patches on the floor that you then have to dodge out. And then on top of that, there's just a lot of damage that also goes out onto your tank. So all of the soldiers that you were kind of elaborating on earlier, we tacked those into this pull as well, which just is a lot of extra responsibility onto a healer, and then of course everybody else to make sure they're not taking any additional damage.
Oh my
'cause
God,
if that
he's gonna
happens,
No,
you
no, no,
die.
no, 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 no.
This is also how you die. Our demon hunter fell.
Makes? What? What did I just watch?
I'm a glitch in a matrix, Settles. I literally, he just backpedaled, fell off.
No, he got hit by a
That's-
plasma orb.
Was it? It just looked
Yeah.
like he bounced back. Okay. Well, I think that's much more justifiable. No,
it's not.
Good thing is, we had a bad res. Well, it's better than falling off by yourself. It did have a battle rest. Keep in mind, if you hunt here, you can also fall. So let's not have that happen to us also for Hakuna. But they managed to recoup. It was a good timing. Nobody else died.
It could have been worse, like you said. Here's actually the worst case scenario. If he would have died to the plasma orb hitting him and fell to his death off the side, his body wouldn't have been ported because of how he died. So the fact that he lived the plasma ball hit is actually fortuitous if you really think about it.
Yeah. I wouldn't necessarily call a tank death during a boss fight fortuitous, personally.
Well, it could have been worse.
It could have been worse. It was a good timer. None of the other players immediately pulled aggro from that thing. Imagine if it just happened a couple seconds later before that stun comes in, and then you don't have a tank when the Omega Buster spawns, and just your entire team gets nuked because nobody's actually tanking it. There are many ways in which this could have been absolutely catastrophical, but they were able to solve it nicely. I think that counts for something.
Yeah, catastrophical. That's a good point. As you see, go big or go home here in this 18 Operation Floodgate. I would describe this as exceptional, not catastrophical, of course. As you were seeing their timer here, looking fantastic. I don't think they're going to be on the ability to be able to two-chest this on the 18, but I think that they're going to end up getting somewhere around an 18, 30, maybe like 19-ish minute swamp phase, which is going to put them in position to be somewhere in the order of like 3 or 4 minutes under the timer, which is great for them.
Yeah, absolutely great to see how they've been making pace in that 18. And I have a question for you, because now that Stamp is looking like they are going to be putting this 19 on the board. Knock on wood that nothing else is happening here for them, because they don't have any more battle wrestles. Where do we go from here? Because I feel like they should be prioritizing that motherload. Would you agree?
I think that we need both 19 Floodgate and 20 ML. Minimum. I don't think either of them are particularly bad options for Stamp. I think it kind of comes down to which one you... I would probably go 19 Floodgate into 20 ML and then try to put up that 21 ML at the very end of the day with some of the overtime period if I was Stamp. But at the same point as well, I could see a world where you just slam 20 ML and then you go 19 Floodgate after. I think you need both.
Yeah, I think you need both as well, but when it comes to the priority because of Tiebreaker or highest dungeon run, I just think even though there's still plenty of time in the day, I would probably do the motherload first.
I think if they don't time both, I think we're maybe not making it Sunday regardless. Yeah, they were cooked. Yeah, I think that's kind of my read on it. Whenever you're looking at how both Yegu Cheering Squad and Go Big or Go Home have been playing today.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I said it before, but I'll say it again. I've been... Oh, no. Tattles!
What?
Tattles, what am I seeing? Oh,
We're
okay,
skipping this
all
guy.
is well. We're skipping. I was crying already and looked like we were going to fight him. It is tack. That is tack, yeah. Listen, I'm already
This is not tack. This is not tack. It's
that went wrong real fast.
Okay, so good news is that I think we could afford to not deplete, but I think we could afford to wipe here and still time the key. Maybe. But I don't feel great about it. I think so.
I don't. Do they agree? Okay, they agree. Question is, now we don't have meld. So now we're playing bubbles.
It would appear that way, wouldn't it?
It would. Oh no! Is there another way? Can they find another way? They have water walk. They could water walk.
There's a way. I mean, you can end this potion with water walking, but like, what are they gonna do?
Maybe your tank is just going to try and die.
Kill himself?
Yes.
Hopefully the backwash isn't going off. So if the backwash cast starts, it doesn't cancel it.
To ping on the ghoul. They're so real for this. But yeah, it can happen. You need to die really quickly here. So I assume he just instantly face tanked as many of the orbs as he could. Good thing is Last Resort was procced before, so it's very hard to actually death skip this. First of all, it takes a long time, and then, like you're mentioning, the backwash comes out. And second of all, if you're playing with a Vengeance Team Hunter, he has cheat death, but they were able to kind of have all of the wrongs go right for them in the way that it worked out here, and they're now on their way, and we're back to tech.
Yeah, great, fantastic. The only time that I think I've ever heard the words murmured, oh my gosh, I can't speak, murmured that, yeah, the fact that he's procced his last resort's great. Yeah, I
Listen,
guess.
it's tech.
Oh, yeah, fantastic.
You can't death skip bubbles if you have last resort up. It doesn't work.
That's true. All right, so...
We'll get a backwash cast, and then you're dead.
For Go Big or Go Home, I think we're still on the good side of the timer. We have zero room for mistakes from here on out, though. We need to just basically play the end of this dungeon as clean as possible. Our count's looking actually pretty solid, so I think we're just going to have to do these jump starters, and then we are out of here. But they can't really afford any deaths. Much more time loss, and we actually start to get into a really weird position. We are going to have Bloodlust available on pull of the final boss, so that's something that's kind of in our favor. But you have to be super, super cautious here. And it looks like Yegu Cheering Squad and Stamp are electing to take that final 10 minutes of break that both of those teams needed before we are looking to make it towards that final hour of the day.
Yeah, just good to get those breaks out if you haven't taken them yet, because if you fail to take the breaks, you get a 5-point penalty, which I don't think any of these teams can afford. Historically speaking, there was only one team who could ever afford to take those 5 points penalty, and they didn't. So let that be a lesson for you. Taking a break penalty is definitely also not tech, and Go Big or Go Home are on their way here. Now, is this going to be count? Because I think so. I think they might be done after this poll.
You're right. Huh. If this is count, then we can skip
just
the double jump starter.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, the double jump starter
That's good.
pull is pretty brutal. Mostly because, as well, your healer has to expend a lot of healing resources to kind of keep your team alive. Now, it is pretty dangerous whenever you're actually doing this double jump starter. Skip, because, I mean, look at how much damage is going out to the entire party. On top of that as well, your healer can't penance, because they play, like, this talent where it'll penance. Like, if they penance defensively, it'll also jump to that jump starter, so you have to be, like, super careful there, because your healer can't really heal. So, you got to get that skip done rather quickly. And it looks like for Go Big or Go Home, they are going to be going big in this 18 Operation Plug. I think they would have two-chested this, I'm going to be honest, if they didn't have that wipe there with bubbles.
It does make you think. Yeah, I do agree. We're right now like a minute in with Lust. We lost like 5 people dying and the recovery, the double skip taking so much time. I think you're right. I think it would have been a +2, which makes it all the sadder, but yeah, well, as long as the dungeon is timed, I think you're happy about this.
It's like we lost a minute 15 to death plus probably 45 seconds. Oh no, we lost actually a minute. We lost a minute 30 to death.
I would have said a minute
because
they were already in fight. They had to proc the deaths. It took a long time for the priest and the tank to go down.
Yeah, well, the tank had to die second
another
time too.
Death. Yeah.
Brutal.
Oof.
Yeah.
Well, checking in with the other team that is currently running as Go Big or Go Home are working away on that final boss. That allows us to check in with another team that nearly had a +2, which is Moon King Cooker. They're also rather fast in this Motherlode, and I haven't really had a chance to look at their routing specifically just yet, but they also play Peacekeeper, is it? Like at the beginning?
I don't know, actually, if they were electing to play the Peacekeeper at the very beginning or not. Some teams are. What they are doing, though, as you can see on the right-hand side of the screen, is they're doing that double VR into the wall to make sure that all of the coins and those bombs are stacked up, and that allows them to get a perfect burn on the coin-operated crowd pump. We have seen this from some of the teams. It just allows you to get this perfect like damage amp refresh and allows your mage to get like the optimal arcane surge timings onto this boss and absolutely blow it up. Now, the downside is that you can accidentally feed the boss 6 stacks of the coins if you're not super careful. But hypothetically, if you don't do that, it's a really great strat.
Yeah, okay. You're not really selling it. You know that, right?
Okay, so it's potentially plus hundreds of thousands of DPS, but potentially minus we wipe. But most things are like that, right? That any trash pull, you know, we could do an additional trash pull and it's plus hundreds of thousands of DPS, and the downsides that we wipe. It is a give and take.
Well, the good thing is the teams that play in the MDI are really, really good. So rarely do they actually wipe to things, which is great news for us because then we can watch a lot of cool tech. Something that I also like is the pings that we've been seeing by Go Big or Go Home. So every single time when they actually have to run from these orbs in the bottom left, their tank actually pings where they're going to be running. A lot of teams also just opt to always go towards the entrance. But I just love when the ping system is being used for great stuff. So very, very cool to see that here.
I'm sure you can relate to this, but triple melee composition is one where you need to have really good uptime on this boss, and by moving Giesel Gigazap around, making sure that you have at least 3 of those water puddles in between you and where you're actually spawning those sparks, it's like a huge deal. So the tank and the 2 melee DPS are then going to just like drag the boss to one spot, drop all their sparks off, and then drag it through the puddles of water as those sparks become active. And it basically just allows them to have 100% uptime. It's like a huge deal. And Go Big or Go Home are able to down this 18 Operation Floodgate. I think that I think they're going to have to time 19 Operation Floodgate and at least 18 or 19 Workshop to be able to qualify for Sunday. So I think that we're going to have to do potentially like 3 more dungeons if we're Go Big or Go Home. So we got a motor here.
Honestly, looking at their 18 nearly being a +2, if it wasn't for that gone wrong bubble skip, I think they potentially have a really good timer for the 19, and I think they can absolutely do it. They looked really, really good in this 18. But this allows us to take a closer look at Moonk and Cooker, as all of our other teams seem to be on break right now. And we're getting one more excavation drill here that they will need to deal with. But then we're on our way to Azarok. Now, first boss, 5 minutes 43. As always in the Motherlode, because teams kind of pull a little bit differently, it's hard to 100% say. But based on that first boss alone, I think we're on a good pacing here thus far with 0 deaths. A lot of the dangerous part is in these excavation trolls here at the beginning. So if they can make it through this pull, I have a good feeling about this one.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is a dungeon that's like pretty consistently done in like 13 or 14 pulls for most teams. So it's not like the end of the world. Ooh, we do have a...
That wasn't me. I just want it on the record. Not me. I didn't say anything.
We are going to release, right? Yeah, I think we can still time this even with these deaths. Let's get a little bit hairy here, though. Now we're missing casts.
DK is back.
We got to make sure that we end up getting this Earth Rager kick. If we end up having that Earth Rager AoE going off, then we can potentially... Oh, Solar Beam coming back. This feels pretty sus.
Dodge.
Oh,
no,
our
we got
tank's
it.
stuck on the cart. Hold on.
Got it. All of the interrupts are out. Clearly, we can make it through. I did not just jinx this team. I will take no responsibility.
Our timer's fine.
That's true. It's
that was,
only quote-unquote 2 deaths, so...
That was pretty nasty, watching it, though.
Well, Go Big or Go Home, they're definitely agreeing with us because they went back into the floodgate, working away on that 19, which I love to see.
I mean, they need this dungeon on 19. I think they need the workshop as well on a 19, and potentially the Motherlode could be done on a 21. I would say that 19, 20 for them is looking like a potential cap, which I don't think that makes them like safe by any means, but that puts them in a good position. And Jaego Cheering Squad in the top right-hand corner of the screen have come back from their break, and they are now attempting this 19 ML. Now, I have a question. I actually have a lot of questions.
Yes.
So,
shoot.
That does say 19 Motherlode as their best Motherlode, correct? On the scoreboard?
It would seem that way.
And so, second question, they're currently in a 19, yes?
I see what you're saying.
And so, next question, they don't get score from this, yes?
Yes. Well, they could get a better time from this, but if that's why we're in here, Teddles, I'm feeling real bad about the prospects of Jaego making it out. So what I think has happened as the team is currently walking backwards is they maybe have sent the wrong key, and admins were like, you guys are aware you're in a 19, right? And so now we're walking back out, and it's maybe like 3-4 minutes against us, but it's better than running an entire 19 that you already had on the board.
Yeah, that's that's crazy. That's insane. okay, so they got to go 20. Fortunately enough for them, they've already completed the 19. So these are problems that we can solve. But that's a little bit of weird 3 or 4 minute time loss.
Well, see, this is actually not as rare as one would think. It happens every now and then. I believe it also happened in 2 of our cups this season alone. So, yeah, it definitely is a thing where sometimes they just have the key in their bags and they send the wrong key because they pre-make those keys and sometimes admins need to intervene. But I am happy to report that they're now in the 20 where they should be. So
listen, they could go 19 if they wanted to. It's just I don't know if it's going to be particularly
it just
profitable.
Wouldn't be smart.
Yeah. All right. So yeah, now they're in that 20, like you're calling out, and Stamp is back from there, breaking the top left-hand corner of the screen. Also in that 20. For them, I think Stamp is probably in the best position to be looking to make it to Sunday so far, but this is kind of contingent on if they time this dungeon on a 20, then that puts them in a great spot. It'll catapult them all the way up to 57 points, which is going to be more than most teams are going to be having. And then Stamp will have time to be able to go put up the Operation Floodgate on a 19, or potentially go and do the Motherload on a 21, as we're going to have a tank death here, losing our cheat death as well. Not able to build enough distance between us and that Peacekeeper to be able to get the meld skip dealt with. Very unfortunate loss of our last resort there.
Yeah, I don't love that, especially like 2 minutes 40 into the dungeon. However, I will say you have last resort, so you can lose it. So it just happens to be lost on something that wasn't ideal. But surely we'll be fine without it. Let's just see how this goes. They're definitely agreeing and moving on.
Yeah. I mean, this pull is really difficult regardless, but it's less difficult because of tank damage, although the punctures from the excavators can do a lot of damage to your tank. It's more difficult because of like the damage check on the pull. Oh my gosh, there is a little bit of oopsies for go big or go home. Yeah, we were going for the skip on the Shreddinator. What happened?
Listen, so the way it works is everybody jumps on those stairs, and then the priest grips up the people that can't get there by themselves. Then your tank sends a glaive or a sigil into the pack, and then the DK actually helps in getting those mobs up there in order to facilitate that they don't social the shredders on the bottom. But as soon as that DK gripped, he was in fight with this pack, and what does an unholy DK always have to pay attention to? It's your little ghoul that came running and tried to fight the pack, and unfortunately socialed the shredders.
I mean, he's on mount, no? Like, how does that even body pull?
Well, he gripped. He gripped, and then the ghoul ran down.
Yeah. Like over the wall. Oh.
Yeah. He was helping, but it didn't help. So just quirks of unholy DK things. Yep.
Yeah.
So why we saw that ping on the ghoul earlier as well.
We gotta watch out for that guy. That guy's always causing a ruckus for sure.
It's probably Rockbiter or something. It's one of my favorite names for this. Yes. But let's take a look here at Moonkin Cooker, because they're currently dealing with what I call the interrupt pack. And of course they are on what we seem to have accepted as the meta classes, and this setup doesn't have too many individual interrupts, so they really need to coordinate and make sure that it works out. Beam actually being utilized here rather late for them in order to be able to deal with this, but seems to work out.
I actually really like how they have that mastermind available in this pull. But not as much as I like to have the mastermind Dratnos on the desk. I'm going to be taking a break for 45 minutes, but Dratnos is going to be taking my spot, and we'll resume the casting. Welcome, Dratnos.
Welcome indeed, and farewell, Tattles. We'll see you at the very end of the day, which we are rapidly approaching at this point. We just have an hour and 15 minutes left for teams to start these runs. Very, very important end of our day.
That's right.
We got to watch the scores here. All of our teams within a point of each other for a crazy close finish here.
We did see one death there in the bottom left for Go Big or Go Home. I don't know how much you were watching, Dratnos, as I hear you were on a lunch break, but we did have two teams just unfortunately barely not get their +2s. Moonkid Cooker in the bottom right, they weren't able to get that 18 +2'd, and now are in a 19 instead of a 20, and then Go Big or Go Home had some issues with bubbles that then ended up in them also not being able to get the 18 +2'd. Although a big question is, if they had +2'd the 18 floodgate, do you think they would have gone into a 20?
I think maybe you'd head over to the workshop first, and then you decide what to do with the floodgate later, because you need to at least get that workshop up to an 18, preferably a 19, before you're happy with it. So I don't know. I mean, this is going to be really close, right? Because we've got Stamp and Yegu Cheering Squad up on our top two teams. They're at 55 points, but Go Big or Go Home in the bottom left are at 54 with a 2 chest, right? So once they actually convert that 2 chest into points, they will be tied up with Stamp and with the Yegu Cheering Squad. This is going to be a very, very, very close finish at the end of the day. And then Moonkin Cooker in the bottom right are not far behind either. They're about to get up to 55 points as well in this Motherload. So really all of our teams within maybe 20 minutes of each other, and a lot of this might come down to time tiebreakers. This might come down to high key tiebreakers. This could be a very, I mean, even Stamp at this point are not safe. They could get upset here if they're not careful. Their tank actually almost going down with no last resort available here. That deplete that they had earlier in the workshop really cost them a lot of time.
Yeah, absolutely true. A very heartbreaking time loss, as well as we're taking a closer look here at the coin operator on the 20 for Jigu, as they also had a restart on a 19, unfortunately, but only lost a couple of minutes to that. Nothing too big. And it's really nice because at the top there between Stamp and Jigu, we're really getting the side-by-side. Even though those teams are not exactly the same on their leaderboards, as Stamp has one more dungeon run. I believe it is the floodgate at the top there that they have on 19, whereas Jigu only has it on 18. Other than that, we're really seeing them in basically a mirror run, almost like the old MDI was, as they're working away on this 20.
Yeah, this is fun. It'll be fun to watch them. You can see that they are 1 second different on their coin-operated crowd pummeler splits as well. So very, very evenly matched top two teams here. But it's all going to come down to the safety of the rest of this dungeon. Yegu also having a tank and some danger here in a similar spot to where Stamp did. Both teams are missing that last resort as well. So watch those tanks for the next few minutes.
That's right. We did lose them last resort to maybe not so great uses, but it's there to be used, as I like to call it. So hopefully they're not going to be needing it any further. In the bottom, that 19 Motherload is being done by Moonkin Cooker, as they're currently dealing with Rixa. They have their War Machine on there as well, and judging by the count, we're going to be seeing some more polls coming after that as well. I assume we're even going to be doing the double War Machine here on the 90, which is a little bit spicy.
Yeah, 2 War Machines, scary thing to fight at any keystone level, but here at 19, that's going to be extremely dangerous, but they need quite a bit of count, so I agree with you. I think that's something that's probably going to happen for the Moonkin Cooker in the bottom right. Meanwhile, up in the top left, Stamp finishing off this Taskmaster mini-boss. They've got a couple of other mobs in this pull as well, and actually their tank is going to go down for Stamp. As we mentioned, watch those tanks while they don't have that last resort available. The B-Res is going to land, but they don't have a great way of getting threat on all of these mobs. Luckily, there's not too many of them left. Looks like maybe this is going to be stabilized. Wow,
yeah, so
that was
the
so
good
scary.
thing is, the one melee that's in here is a DK, who is pretty good at surviving so long as it's not too many mobs, can kind of just like pull
Looks
a
like
lot
Shadow
of
Melt
defenses
is
and
used
then
as well.
run, or even use something like Melt to just kite it out and make sure these guys are just walking around a little bit, without a goal for a while. But great recovery there from Stamp as they're on their way to the next boss, as we're now pulled in the bottom left. We're seeing a poll I find quite impressive just because it's so many nameplates to deal with. And we didn't see it too much by the Western teams, where it's like you have those hyenas, you have those soldiers, and of course the little drones from Big Mama herself all onto the boss here. And you just blast into all of that with Bloodlust, which is really cool.
It's a great way to use Bloodlust, but again, your tank is in so much danger here, and you have to make sure to get all those kicks as well. Such a scary spot if the tank debuffs line up with that Electro Crush from the boss. You can see that tank popping meta, though. should be okay. Last Resort still available there. It's now off cooldown as well for Yegu Cheering Squad and for Stamp on our top two screens. So our tanks are now they're all feeling good. They're all feeling safe for the next little while. It's once that cheat death gets procced that you start being in a lot of danger. Go big or go home in the bottom left though, popping that AMZ into this burn phase. One downside of this strat is they don't get to lust the burn. They had to lust the pull on the boss. So the boss is only going to be here at 69% after that first burn phase. They are going to be here for a while at this key level.
That's true. It's going to take a little bit longer, but something that has gone absolutely fatal for Moonkin Cooker in the bottom right is their tank has gone down, followed by their Moonkin, followed by their tank again after being rest. And even though it's only 15% there on Rixa Flux Flame, they're not going to be able to recover this one as everything has just unraveled for the team 23 minutes into the key.
Absolute catastrophe for Moonkin Cooker here. They're going to have to hearth out. And now, all of a sudden, the end of the day is basically here, right? They have an extra hour and 7 minutes, but that's only enough time now to probably do 3 keystones. So, Moonkin Cooker starting to feel the end of the day approaching, encroaching on them. They can get up to 19s in these 3 dungeons, getting up to 57 points, but, Stamp in particular with that 2 chest that they're trying to convert right now can get up to 57 with the current run that they're in. So Moonkin Cooker really hoping that things go wrong. I mean, ideally for everybody, but especially for the 2 teams that aren't Stamp to try and get the other spot into day 3. They may also need to take their break. There's only 7 minutes left in the day for any teams that haven't yet taken all of their break timer. I've seen most teams taking some breaks already, but if anybody hasn't yet taken that, they have to basically right now.
I was going to say that's bad news because I don't think within the next 7 minutes we are going to be finishing any of these dungeon runs.
Yeah, it's only Moonkin Cooker that could afford it, yeah.
Yeah, which would mean that there would need to be a poured out in order to take that break, which then again, you're losing a lot of time. It only happened once in the history of the MDI, but we continue to harp on to it because it's very funny that it happened at least once for mandatory. What was it?
It was Noku Defensive.
Yeah. Noku Defensive is the dungeon. Yeah, it's a crazy story where they had to actually pour it out because they weren't fast enough to finish the dungeon in time to get that break in.
Looks like all of our teams are knowing better than that, though. So we're seeing Moonkin Cooker here. Looks like starting off again. We're starting off this 19.
Yeah, interesting.
Floodgate now. Going straight into Big Mama as their first pull. So they just were like, you know what? Motherlode's a stupid dungeon. We're out of here.
Yeah, I mean, it seems that way, which isn't great news because I feel like the 18 they had in the Motherlode was really fast. And up to the point where we just saw them wipe, I think their Motherlode also looked really good. And I fear with these teams, it is going to come down to whether or not you can put at least the 20 Motherlode onto the board, as that is the easiest out of the 20s to get, right? I assume our end of board with the timer and where teams are right now is probably going to be like 20, 19, 19 that we're going to be seeing from the teams that qualify. So if you're unable to get that 20 Motherlode on the board, it's almost already a nail in a coffin, so to say.
Yeah, I mean, even getting to 2019-19 is going to be pretty difficult here. For Stamp, it's definitely still possible because they'll get to 2019-18 with this key. But even for Yegu Cheering Squad, they basically can't have anything go wrong if they want to get to 2019-19. And same with Go Big or Go Home, right? It's got to be pretty much perfect from here to have enough time for that. Moonkin Cooker, they can't make it to 2019-19, I don't think. I just don't think there's the time in the day anymore. So they should go for, if they think they can do the 20 Motherlode, they should go for 2019-18 because that's better than 19-19-19. Even though it's both are 57 points, having the 20 will mean that you don't insta-lose the tiebreaker against any other team that gets to 57 with a plus 20, which might well happen depending on how the rest of the day turns out. So, I don't know, I mean, getting this 19 Floodgate on the board, sometimes it can be nice to do a mental reset. If you've just wiped in a Motherlode, it can be nice to leave, but usually it's good to just run the same dungeon over and over again as much as you can. So we can see Stamp actually have had a couple of deaths here. They've lost their Moonkid now twice in this section. Pain Suppression comes out on their tank. We saw Ice Cold needing to be committed by their mage to stay alive here as well. All these mobs are still alive. This is going to be a fairly dangerous few seconds for Stamp, but the Solar Beam pretty big here. The tank is in a lot of danger. This might be last resort. Looks like able to stabilize, though. Wow, this is such a scary section here in the Motherlode.
It is, and the same thing is happening in the top right as well for Jagu.
Okay, dispelled. The DK's a slime, but it got dispelled. All good.
Yeah,
it's okay.
Quick goop. It's okay.
Yeah.
We got ungooped very quickly as well as everybody is taking care of each other and they're able to make it through. It is very easy to die on these polls, and you can just see it across our top two teams in terms of the 4-box here, with how low some of these player flames are just dropping again and again as they are making way through those polls. I will say, for Stam, the poll is nearly finished. For Jagu, it looks like they're a little bit slower here as more and more casts are nearly connecting to the very end. One more interrupt does come out into the knock to try and avoid these last couple of casts. Even a fear being utilized here to try and stop the what looks like maybe inevitable one more grip now back off of cooldown to try and keep it all under control as another goop gets hit there on the mage.
All right, looks like both of our top two teams, though, are able to make it through these pulls. Stamper going to be taking a War Machine onto Rixa Flexflame. Meanwhile, on the bottom left, pretty cool pull, pretty cool pathing and strategy in this dungeon from Go Big or Go Home. Fought a bunch of crabs, actually, with these kelp monsters. And now they've got that boss spawned. We'll see when they decide to pull into the boss here. It looks like they're going to finish off this pull entirely first. Actually, A-Bomb Limb being used here as a sort of pseudo-interrupt. By standing away from those kelp monsters. And now they're going to be grabbing maybe some divers into the boss. Yeah, the hunt comes out. And we've got 3 divers. Maybe some crabs will be joining the party as well. And then we'll be going
those
into
are snails
Swamp Face
now.
Here.
We renamed them. Yeah.
I see.
Sorry. Get with it,
I missed that memo, yeah. The snails. Looks like no snails, though. Just 3 divers. Going to be going into the boss right now. We've seen some teams do this, and then they'll pull the snails at the end of the boss.
Later, yeah.
Yeah, and kill them off afterwards. But you got to be really careful here. Whenever you pull these divers into this boss, those bombs explode in a bigger radius than you'd think, and also you need to never let a harpoon cast go off.
That's right. That's exactly what you need to look out for, and especially for some of the other teams that are playing mage. That is maybe a little bit more difficult, as mages are known to only interrupt casts that cast on them. So a tough little challenge there for the other teams. But of course, Go Big or Go Home playing that shaman, so they're not going to be suffering from that, and they are going to be having all of the interrupts that they want as these harpoon casts go out and the divers are dropping lower and lower. In the bottom right, we're seeing Moon King Cooker, hopefully cooking with this big pull here on the Bloodcaster guy. They still have the RPG, I think, to take under control to make sure that that is all getting CC'd and not going to be a problem as well. But looks like they're making good pacing through this pull here. And then the top of both of our screens, we're seeing Rixa Fluxflame with the War Machines being added on one side. The first one has already died. Big question is, are they going to be adding another one in? And then for Jagu, they just pushed that first War Machine into the boss.
Yeah, you can see also Stamp using that green triangle world marker tech. We saw teams like Wunderbar really using this a lot in the Western region. Jaegu Cheering Squad also have a world marker down. You can see they've got that blue square marker down. Tanks are using these macros to just place these markers wherever they think they're going to be fighting the pack, so that the rest of the group can know where it's going to be as it's sort of getting gathered, as they're moving and dealing with all these mechanics, really helping kind of avoid that unfortunate situation of placing a defile in the wrong spot, aiming an arcane orb in the wrong spot, right, and missing all of your damage as a result.
That's right. You need to make sure that everybody is on the same page, especially with stuff like the mines also kind of walking into the pack. It's very easy to just be like, oh, here's where the mine should be. Make sure it's like walking in that direction so that EK can grip it in, just to keep everything nice and controlled. In the bottom left, I'm not seeing any additional divers nor snails being added to Swamp Face, so might just be that Go Big or Home is satisfied with what they have going right now. A big thing that is going to come up, though, is the bubble skip, because that went wrong for them before. Hopefully this time around on that 19 is going to work out. And just as I said that, here they come.
Yeah, a couple of snails joining the party here. They do have a lot of count, so they are probably planning to skip bubbles and the last 2 jump starters here. But like you said, planning to skip bubbles and actually skipping bubbles are two very different things, as we've learned in, I think, pretty much every MDI weekend this season. At least sometime, those bubble skips do go wrong. That might be part of the reason why so many of our teams, especially at the start of the day, were just fighting bubbles and saying, you know what, this thing's hard, but skipping it is harder, so we're just going to kill it. But yeah, Go Big or Go Home are planning to skip it, I believe. So they finish off the boss, and they start heading downstairs here. And this is going to be a pivotal moment for them. This is make or break for their chances of finishing in the top 2 today. Bubbles has to get skipped. So you can see their priest is off to the side. And let's see how they decide to do this, because they don't have Shadow Meld available, and they actually are snapping down two of these snails that need to die first. They're evading a little bit, it looks like, but
Why
now
did we
getting in
jump
combat.
while they were still around?
These are the mysteries of the MDI.
I agree. That is indeed a mystery for sure. As they now have to finish
maybe it's
that.
Eye of
Definitely
Kazan.
taking some extra time.
Maybe they don't want to drop Eye of Kazan stacks, but they're probably still going to drop them
Possible.
during this next section. Okay, Shadow Meld is up.
3, 4,
Here we go.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Yeah, Eye of Kazan is gone from
and-
everybody except for our tank. So I don't think it was that.
Interesting. Let's see if Bubbles goes right.
So there's the
We
frontal,
have the orb
leap,
spawns.
leap,
Double
meld.
jump. Meld.
All right, here we go.
Looks like they made it. Now, this skip worked out in the 18 as well. But they died to this pack then.
Yeah.
Which is something they
Stamp.
cannot afford
Stamp
to
rapid
happen
deaths.
again.
Okay, Stamp have just lost 2 players. Luckily, they've finished off Rixa, so they're just killing off this War Machine. But that's not good. They lost players to that charge shot, just the AoE damage up in the top left. Now, their timer is still looking okay here, but it's actually not looking great at this plus 20 level. They can't afford anything else to go wrong.
Well, their count is pretty good, right? They
Yeah,
can-
it's just the end
can
of the
just
dungeon
skip.
now.
Yeah.
They've got a ping that just went off on one of the patrolling War Machines.
Ooh.
Are they planning to pull that, or was that a ping that's like, hey, this thing's here, don't pull
I think
it?
that was a do not get too close to that. We don't want to engage, as they are rounding up all of the mines. And
There's
we
no
know
way there's
from
enough mines
Perplexed
here.
that this pull is actually crazy, but they have mines and now this War Machine as well in fight to try and get the tail end count of this dungeon here going. And this is actually such a scary pull with all of those mines there. Every single one that explodes for some reason will not count towards the overall dungeon count. So you need to make sure that they're actually DPSing all of them down.
Yeah, very easy to get tunnel vision here and then get hit by the mine that is fixated on you as well. Looks like they've done a pretty good job here, though, of keeping them under control, and now we're only ever going to have one mine to deal with at a time, as they are still spawned by that War Machine. Of course, they don't give count when they're spawned by the War Machine. It's only the ones that naturally exist in the dungeon that do give count. Unfortunately, I think we're going to get one more crawler mine for the road here from this War Machine just before it dies. You can see the group stacking up over on that marker to bait that mine over there as it does get shot in the corner. And now they are going to have to kill off that mine before proceeding with the rest of this skip. But you can see they do have full count now. So they're going to have a little bit over 6 minutes to deal with plus 20 Mogul Razdunk. Not the longest boss in the world, but it's also not the shortest. The intermission phase does take quite a while at this key level. So you can see they are going to be starting by pulling these War Machines off to the side. This skip does have to work out perfectly for them as well. There's that backflip, leap forward, shadow meld. And into the boss we go. The skip has worked. And Stamp looking to put up the first plus 20 for them of the day on the board. This is a key level that our team in the bottom left, Go Big or Go Home, have actually already done a couple of hours ago. They're trying to catch up in the other dungeons. Although I think, they will be our first team, if they succeed here, to put a 19 Floodgate on the board as they now skip this double jump starter pull and move in towards that last boss. Another dangerous skip. But it looks like it's worked out. And here they go. Boss time. Looking good for both of our left-hand teams. Our right-hand teams, though, maybe in some more danger. Look what's happening in the top right.
Oh, no. Is that... But it's only
This is so
two War
sketchy.
Machines. This might be intended, actually.
Yeah, I think it is.
Hold on. I think we're okay. We just need to play this clean and then maybe all as well. But this wall is definitely not an easy one, and they also don't have anything like a bloodlust that would help with actually finishing this off. The DK under a lot of pressure as he's trying to kind of backpedal into that barrier that was put up by the priest. A lot of these mines still running around as well, but slowly but surely dropping lower, and you can clearly see the skull marker kind of dropping first here between those two war machines. Everybody full life for just a split second as the charge shots go out once more and make everyone drop really, really low. Next set of mines spawning here as well, but the first war machine should be down. I'm kind of like splitting my view between all of our teams right now, as in the bottom left, there's 5 minutes to go for the very last boss here, Giesel Gigazap, and they're going to be getting that Bloodlust up as well, as they are nearing that end of dungeon timer. And in the top left, Stamp, they're dealing with Mogul Rastunk as well, as should be done by Jigu in a couple of seconds, and that boss actually takes a really, really long time because of the intermission. So both of these teams need to get going and make sure that everything goes right, as they have a really, really unfortunate mini missile spawn. A lot of damage taken there for Stamp.
Yeah, that's always the problem with fighting in this safe spot, is that when you have to move for the Gatling gun, you can easily get cut off by those micro missiles. But Stamp entering that intermission. Meanwhile, on the bottom right, we had Moonkin Cooker actually sustain a death on their DK on the trash here just before the boss. Looks like they've been able to stabilize those. Still 2 B-reses for them, so didn't have to use one of those. As they work on the end of the bomb section here, they're going to get one more kinetic explosive gel, and luckily it looks like it's gone on one of their ranged players, able to land that dispel and remove those last 2 mines. And now they are pretty free at this point on the boss, as the rest of the trash is taken care of. The danger is mostly over, although the Arcane Mage bonus funnel damage is also now over, sadly.
That's right. And speaking of mages, did have a quick death there in the top left for Stamp, as well as their mage did go down, making their timer even closer. But I think 3.5 minutes should be enough to deal with the rest here as their tank taking another big hit. These teams are just keeping it incredibly close as they're working away on their push keys for the rest of today, for the rest of what we're going to be seeing today, hopefully, as it's less than 1 hour to start that final dungeon run.
Yeah, about 50 minutes left in the day, which means that teams, they have enough time to finish these runs. We have 3 teams on end bosses right now. They'll be able to do another dungeon after that. But then from there, it's going to be like they will have time for one more dungeon, and they'll maybe be able to reattempt it a little bit, but not much more than that. So really the end is near, as Stamp working on getting up to 57 points here if they can succeed in this mother load. They didn't manage to 2-chest a lot of the 18s, but they did 2-chest the mother load, and if they can put this 20 on the board, they're going to be in a pretty commanding lead at 57 points, able to then go in and do probably the 19 Floodgate would be the next thing that they're looking to do. 19 Floodgate is being proven to be possible in the bottom left right now by Go Big or Go Home. That dungeon looking very solid out of them. 2 deaths on the board, but this has been a pretty clean Floodgate, all things considered.
So, question, if you're Stamp and you put this 19 Floodgate on the board after this, like, as soon as they finish this 20, they go on over, they play the 19 Floodgates. Granted, if that goes well, they still have some extra time left in their day. Where would you go if you were them?
I think at that point I'd be looking at the 21 Motherload if that's something I've done in practice. Because I think that's about as hard as the 20 Floodgate or the 20 Workshop. Maybe easier than the 20 Workshop, and it's significantly more value in terms of points. But like to get the 21, you got the Tiebreaker advantage for sure. But it depends on what they've got practiced. They are going to have only 1 minute and 52 seconds left with 7 deaths on the board in this Motherload on the plus 20. So they need to have a cleaner run than that if they want to put a plus 21 on the board. I don't think they'll need it either way. I think if they can end on 20, 19, 19, that'll be more than good enough for qualification through to day 2, which we'll be showing here on Wednesday. So that'll be pretty fun content, hopefully, that Stamp will be a part of.
Yeah, we are, I think, with what they're doing right now, kind of expecting them to be there, but it could still all be up for grabs as more and more teams are coming closer. That 20 for Jegu now slowly but surely being put on the board as well. And Go Big or Go Home have that already, but what they're missing is a lot of count from the workshop, which we just got a brief glimpse of. That's where they're going to be going next. That's at least 2 points that they're going to be getting immediately, which will put them up to 57. And then they also need to run that 18 to then also land on, 18, 20, 19. I'm not sure if they really have the timer to maybe also put up another 19 there.
I don't think so. No, there's only about 49 minutes left in the day, so that's enough time for 2 dungeon runs. It's not enough time for 3, I don't think, unless they are fast in a way that nobody's ever been fast before. But Go Big or Go Home, I think 20 and 19 and an 18 probably is good enough, although you got to be really careful because up in the top right, Yegu Cheering Squad are pretty close to that mark as well. They're going to be on 20, 18, 18. So they actually do still have time to get to 20, 19, 19, which I think would lock out Go Big or Go Home from being able to catch all the way up potentially here. Although, I don't know. Yeah, it's going to be such a fascinating close to our day here. Because Go Big or Go Home are doing the 18 right now. So they have time to do the 18 and the 19. So both of our teams can get to the 20, 19, 19 point. They're basically neck and neck right now. Both teams have to succeed in their next dungeon runs, and then maybe another one afterwards to be able to make it to day 3. Whereas Stamp only probably need one more key on the board. If they can get this on the board, I think they'll at least be safe to go to time tiebreakers. I don't know what the time tiebreaker situation is between our teams, though. Stamp were kind of slow in that mother load.
What if, and this is a hypothetical, of course, what if Stamp is unable to get that 19 floodgate on the board, but Jegu and Go Big or Go Home are both successful in their 2 dungeon runs that they still need?
Yeah, then Stamp would be eliminated, right? Stamp are at 57 right now.
That's still possible, right?
Yeah. Yegu and Go Big or Go Home, their ceiling is 58. They can't get higher than 58, whereas Stamp in theory could, right? Stamp could get to 59 today, but Stamp are only at 57 right now. So my thinking is you probably need 58 points to get out of today. And if Stamp don't get there, then yeah, they'll be eliminated instead. Or maybe they'll try and squeak by on tiebreakers at 57. But I actually don't think their tiebreakers are that good from the runs we've seen from them already. A lot of their highest keys were pretty tight timers because they had a bunch of deaths, especially in that mother load.
Yeah, that's not ideal for sure, but could always be that was just an unfortunate run. Yeah. Maybe they're way faster in the other dungeons that they're still going to try to put on the board here as well. Needless to say, all of the breaks will need to have been taken as of 15 minutes ago. So hopefully no deductions on that side, which means we're going to be getting back-to-back dungeon runs from here on out. And Jegu seemed to say, okay, it worked out well in that motherload to run side-by-side Stamp. They're idle, as they shared with us in their pre-broadcast interview. So they're just going to continue that. We're now going to be seeing them side-by-side in this 19 floodgate, which is going to give us some ideas on how those split timers are looking. Whereas Go Big or Go Home, they already had 1 death in the bottom left on that workshop. I think we are all in agreement that the workshop is kind of the tightest, the hardest key. So leaving that up for last, to me, is a little bit scary.
Yeah, although it does give you the option of saying, okay, we are in a bad spot on tiebreakers. Let's just leave the workshop on 18 and try the 21 motherload instead and get that tiebreaker advantage that it would bring. So we'll see if either team decides to go for that, because they might both end up on 58 points, as we actually have a mage go down for the Yegu Cheering Squad. They aren't in boss combat here. They're pretty close to the start of the dungeon. It looks like they're just going to end up using a release on this, losing a little bit of time, but saving that B-res. Tank in some danger as well, hoping to not proc Last Resort here, but unfortunately it is going to proc for the Cheering Squad. Do you think they're named Cheering Squad because they're cheering on Stamp, or is that just a fun bonus fact about them from their survey?
So they cheer on Jegu, which As far as I know, it's not the name.
Bubbles! Bubbles is claiming more lives in the bottom right. So while Jaegu Cheering Squad resetting at the start of the dungeon, Moonkin Cooker in the bottom right have failed a Bubbles. Once again, a Bubbles skip, it looks like. They are now actually continuing the dungeon run, even with a full wipe here. I don't know what their timer is looking like on this plus 19 anymore, though. I don't know if this is possible.
I don't know if that's possible either. The hardest part of the dungeon, as teams have again and again shown us, is right before them as they need to try and get through bubbles. This time around is actually going to be done with a mage that's going to be trying to get this reset off here and then rejoin the group as the rest of them walk by. But to answer your question, Jaegu is the name of the healer on Stamp. So they're all great fans of Jaegu, who is the healer on Stamp. And they even said that they think Stamp can defeat anyone. So even Echo, even Wunderbar. So it's basically the main character and their supporting act. But somehow they're both really good and nearly equally good from what we can see.
Yeah, both teams within a point of each other. Actually, as it stands right now, our scores are looking pretty nice. We've got a 57, a 56, a 55, and a 54. Although that 55 is a little deceptive because they're about to catch up with that two chest that they are still having on their scorecard. The last team to still have an unrealized two chest gain on their board. So really, our top right and bottom left teams, which are in the top right, it's Jaegu Cheering Squad, and the bottom left, it's Go Big or Go Home. They are neck and neck right now for that other spot out of the group. And then Stamp in the top left have a slight edge. If they can just succeed in one or two of their next dungeon runs, they should be able to lock up a spot into day 3 here. But of course, it is not over just yet. There are only 42-ish minutes left in the day as I run the numbers on the clock here. So
Yep.
There's still time to finish these dungeon runs. Still time to start another dungeon run. For Moonkin Cooker in the bottom right, there's actually time for them to finish this run, do another full run, and another run after that. So they could still get to 57 as well. If things go badly for other teams, that might also still be good enough. But if they have depleted this floodgate, it won't be. I'm actually shocked that they kept the run going after pulling bubbles like that. But it looks like that might have been genius because they might still be on pace to time this run.
Yeah, maybe it was just really smart on the overall timer, but what is not working in our favor is Jaegu actually opting to walk out of their dungeon, as they did have at least one death. Now, I'm not sure what exactly it was that just went awry there. I'm trying to watch the recap there on my second screen. They were definitely dealing with that first pack, and then something seems to have gone wrong in a way that made them say, okay, just like quickly reset this to set us up for success.
Yeah, it's okay to do a couple of these resets at the start of the dungeon, but they can't afford that many more. There's 40 minutes left in the day, so they need enough time to finish this run and start another run. So they can wipe for another 5, maybe 10 minutes, but definitely not any more than that if they want to be able to put 2 more points on the board and advance to 58. Now, they might be thinking, okay, 58 is unrealistic. 57 with good time tie breaks is where we want to be. That might be good enough. It all depends on how well things turn out for Stamp and for Go Big or Go Home.
So I just watched a replay on Jaegu's Cheering Squad, and it looked like they finished the first poll and then just decided to walk out. And on the way out, actually somebody got slapped, and that's where that death came from. So possibly just a, hold on, I'm in the wrong talents or something situation, where they opted to reset that key because of that. I'm not too sure, but we're definitely back in now, and hopefully this 19 is now going in their favor.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to be a very, very tense end of our day here. I'm actually curious where Moonkin Cooker are going to go next. I feel like they have to go to that Motherlode if they time this floodgate, but with only 4.5 minutes for the last boss as well, this is going to be a very close end boss. They're not going to get a lust on this last boss either. So yeah, this is going to be very, very close on the timer for Moonkin Cooker. If they deplete this key, I think it's over for them.
Maybe they're going to get a lust. It just jumped to 4 minutes. Possibly.
Okay, yeah, so maybe they'll get a few seconds of lust at the end here.
Yeah, like 10 seconds of lust. That's better than none.
Yeah, it's good for morale.
That's right. You just
need to
have
make
to
sure
tell
nobody
yourself
dies.
that that's a valuable lust. Yeah, and that would be really unoptimal now.
I think their
hopefully-
plan was to get the lust at the end of this boss, but the fact they've had so many deaths has pushed the lust outside of the dungeon timer. Because whenever you die, you lose 15 seconds of dungeon timer, but you don't get 15 seconds of bloodlust cooldown reduction. So that, I think, is exactly what's happened for Moonkin Cooker here. I think they had, a 4 lust strategy in this dungeon, and then with those 8 deaths, it's turned into a 3 lust dungeon.
Yeah, that's kind of not where you want to be, but as long as it's still fine on the overall dungeon timer, you're not complaining, right? That's so long as the math is still mathing, I think they're gonna be okay. So let's see whether or not that is the case. 75% on the boss, 3 minutes 15 to go. We just sent our cooldowns for the most part as I'm looking across the board. And it is going to be tight. I think you correctly called that out.
Yeah, it's going to be very hard to watch. So, okay, they pulled the boss at about 4:30 left in the dungeon. So what they need to have is once the timer says 2:15 left, they need to have the boss below 50% health. Now, we are getting an Arcane Surge right now. That should really help out with this. There's going to be 2 more power infusions as well. It's actually going to go on our mage during Arcane Surge. Normally, you put this on the Unholy DK in their CDs, but if we saved it for the Unholy Assault here, we would lose a power infusion. So we're going to send it on the mage instead, and then we'll get 1 more, presumably on the Unholy DK, on their next Unholy Assault at the very end of the key. That might be how this all lines up cooldown-wise. They are approaching 50% right now, and look at the timer left in the dungeon, 2:15, 53%. The numbers are slightly behind for Moonkin Cooker, but we're going to enter Execute. We are going to get 1 more Power Infusion. We're going to get 1 more Unholy Assault. We're going to get 1 more Arcane Surge. We should get another Celestial Alignment Charge as well in here. So,
And 10 seconds of Bloodlust.
Yeah, and 10 seconds of Bloodlust. That could make all the difference here for Moonkin Cooker.
I mean, I'm really hoping. It's so tragic when these teams spend so much time pushing up a key, and then at the very end, it's like, oh, does this actually work out? So we're watching closely as Moonkin Cooker is working away on that plus 19 in the bottom right. 1.5 minutes is still to go. Just a quick recap on what's going on everywhere else. In the bottom left, you're seeing the 18 workshop that Go Big or Go Home needs to put on the board as quickly as they can, as they also need to run a 19 in the same dungeon. So we're hoping for them to have a really good timer in here. Whereas Jigo's cheering squad, they're just working away at the double shredder pull, and then they're going to be going into the first boss here. So haven't actually engaged at all yet. A little bit further ahead is Stamp in the top left. They're already dealing with Big Mama. But how are we feeling about our timer now, Dratnos? We're on the 20%er now. It's 50 seconds to go, and we're actually getting a good duration of our Bloodlust. We're getting nearly 30 seconds.
Yeah, it's going to be 25 seconds of Lust if we hit it right when it comes off CD. Now,
we should.
Yeah, which I would recommend. I would definitely recommend. There is another Power Infusion available as well. Are we going to get to that Unholy Assault? I'm not sure. Looks like we're just PIing the DK anyways here on a Dark Transformation that should be coming up soon. The Lust is almost available and instantly hit by Moonkin Cooker. And they're going to get 1 more set of mage cooldowns. It's not going to be a full surge. It's not going to be a full touch of the Magi. 5% and 13 seconds. I think they're just ahead of the check now. Last little bits of damage, but thanks to that Bloodlust, they absolutely are going to be able to crush the timer with 6 whole seconds to spare. Well played by Moonkin Cooker. Incredible resilience as well, not just instantly resetting after wiping to the bubble skip, but just saying, okay, release, we'll go again. We'll do it with the mage instead. And it worked out. So Moonkin Cooker still alive. They are moving to 55 points. They could still get to 57. There are 35 minutes left in the day. They need to get to the Motherlode, I think.
I think so as well. I think that's going to be the big dungeon. And of course, we saw them on that 19 already, and they looked really good until they didn't, until it all went wrong. And they had to reset their dungeon run as they were wiping towards the end of Rix of Flux Flame. Now, bottom left, Go Big or Go Home are actually playing the mini boss. I was trying to see whether or not we were running Void Elf on the Priest, but I see that Night Elf icon peek back at me, so we were kind of expecting them to play this mini boss here, which is going to take just a little bit longer. So it seems that they haven't actually prepared the skip and are just going to be opting to play around that as well. In the meantime, Stamp, surely getting closer to killing off Big Mama. There's a fidgetiness about the corner that they're currently close to. I don't know if you're aware, but if you go too far into the corner that our tank is kind of turned towards, sometimes everything in front of you can despawn. So I would not recommend going into that one for anybody in chat that's wanting to do this key.
Yeah, you gotta be a little bit careful there. Always good to know the quirks of these different dungeons, especially with so many of these old dungeons returning as well, made in different eras of World of Warcraft's design. I'm actually a big fan, though, of these dungeons. I really liked Mechagon.
Yeah.
I will say I liked Workshop better in the end of BFA, when you could skip this gauntlet that's coming up for Go Big or Go Home right now. You would just do one of the awakened obelisks, and you would be in the like downstairs realm, and you wouldn't have to actually deal with these stupid patrolling robots, and you could just kill the mini boss on the other side and then take the portal back out into reality. That was really sick. But actually doing this gauntlet, it's so embarrassing anytime you get sent back to the start. So
listen, whether or not you get sent back or whether or not you're slow, you're going to get pinged regardless. So I think it doesn't matter. All you have to do is have one friend in the group, and perfectly shown by Go Big or Go Home there, the tank and the healer both staying back so they could walk in slowly together, just showing that nothing will happen without them as they're the main characters here.
Absolutely, yeah. It's the poll can't start without me, so I don't need to worry about this. Although, depending on the group you're in, you might get even more pings if you're the tank and you're behind. So
fair, yeah. That's why I said you have to be with someone else. If it's the tank and another DPS, people are much less likely to pick on you. I have to just pay someone 100 gold to say walk slowly or something. It'll work.
Yeah, I'm curious. They're not using there's Demon Hunter tech where you like double jump vengeful, and you just get to walk through without worrying about where some of those robots are. But yeah, Go Big or Go Home, not worried about that. We are going to have a death for Moonkin Cooker down in the bottom right. It's a healer on the first trash pull of the dungeon for them as they've skipped past. And now we're going to have another death here on the mage. Is there time to town portal out? There's kind of not. They sort of have to just stick with this run, because if they town portal out, they won't have time to start another run after this dungeon. But if they finish this run, they will.
Yeah, I also don't think those two deaths are kind of what pushes you over the timer limit in the end, because they happen so early. It's not like a boss reset. It's not like you're playing a boss with just 4 people. But as I say that, they have another death coming in here, and Clip's also looking really low here. Could that be the call being made right now?
I think
they're just slowing down right now? Yeah,
this
I think
has cost
so as well.
a lot of time, because your mage was released and was alive, but was actually not there with the group. It looks like they know though that they can't do another dungeon if they reset, so they've just got to keep trying. As bad as it gets, they know they just have to stick with it. And speaking of things getting really bad and us having to stick with it, Tettles will be rejoining our broadcast now for our final section of the day. Welcome back, buddy.
Hello, Tettles.
Okay, so what's the win con for all of these teams that we're seeing right now?
So Stamp are good. If they time this key, they'll lock in at least going to time tiebreakers, unless somebody goes for a 21 motherload against them.
Okay.
And Stamp will have enough time after this key to do another one, which would turbo lock them. Then our top right and bottom left teams, Yegu Cheering Squad and Go Big or Go Home, they are both playing a key right now that will get them to 57, and they'll have time afterwards to do another key to get to 58. There's a very good chance that these two teams, if they both succeed the same number of keys, they will go to tiebreakers against each other. So that will be potentially determining the second slot out of this group. Moonkin Cooker in the bottom right, they need things to go wrong for the other teams so that they can catch up.
Okay. I do think that Moonkin Cooker, while they did have those mistakes with like that mage and those deaths at the very beginning of this run, I still think that they can probably still time this dungeon on a 19, even with those mistakes. But I don't think that they're going to have a lot more room for mistakes, which is why you would reset the dungeon 3 minutes in, because you would much prefer that additional little bit of wiggle room. Now they have to have what is basically, I don't want to say perfect, but like a very close to perfect dungeon through the
problem is
remaining
they can't
30
reset
minutes.
now. If they reset, then they won't be able to do another run after this one, probably.
Okay.
But if they stick with this, then they can potentially do another run at the end of this. It could be a 20 mother load, and that could get them to 57 with a plus 20, which might be good enough. If things go a little bit wrong for Yegu Cheering Squad and Go Big or Go Home, that might hold. That might at least bring them into time tiebreakers against these two powerhouse teams. But it's going to be tough. It might not be good enough regardless.
So they're right now 6 minutes into the dungeon. The dungeon timer on Motherload is 33 minutes, which would give them like 2 minutes or so to start a new dungeon run if they like go all the way to the dungeon timer, right? So how sure are we that this is still safe with the 3 deaths against them?
I'm pretty confident that this is still safe, but
I would say still timeable, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not sure I would ever use the word safe to describe a plus 19 key, but I think timeable for sure, yeah.
Anything under 17 minutes on coin-operated crowd pummeler, you're still like within timeable range. They're still going to be under that 7-minute mark, even with those catastrophic mistakes. We're kind of looking for like a sub like 15:30 Azarok, which just eyeballing it, they're probably going to be pretty far under that. They'll probably be around like the 14x marker. But like basically the biggest issue is that they have no room for making a mistake in any other part of this dungeon. And we just know how volatile that ending sequence, especially whenever you start factoring in those war machines, those pulls get really hairy really quickly.
Uh-oh. Stamp in the top left. I worry that there may be an incident happening with their bubble skip.
How many melds do we have?
We have some, but I don't think we have enough. A backwatch cast has started here for them, and you can see those bubbles from Bubbles are now going to be claiming some lives.
I mean, mass
that
res?
dot. So the healer's just going to try and live and then cast the mass res.
Oh, yeah, okay. I see.
But the bad news is, I think our mage might be on the wrong side of Bubbles. I'm not sure.
Oh, he is.
But I don't see. Yeah, our mage is on the wrong side of Bubbles, so our mage has to get through Bubbles now. Oh! And then gets shot down.
We got penance.
Oh, no! And then we penance Bubbles because we were trying to penance our mage. And now our priest is dead. And now Bubbles maybe is still in combat with them. Yes, Bubbles!
Yeah.
Bubbles, famed slayer of Stamp here,
This
is
is
going
kinda
to walk
key.
forward,
I think
going to waddle forward and murder Stamp, and now they have to set...
I think they can still time this key. Like
They're going to go for it.
Who's melding the...
Well, they need to skip it again, right?
Invis. We invis on our mage, maybe, if that's available. I don't know if it is. We don't have tracker for that. That's the only thing that could be ready. Otherwise, we have to just fight Bubbles. 1v1 Bubbles for the glory. Okay, our mage is
here
pulling,
comes
so I
our
think our
mage.
mage has invis.
Alter
yeah.
time. Bang, cancel alter time, blink,
Don't stand in that.
meld.
Aha! Oh, God.
All right.
Are we safe?
Yes. Oh, we
Second
gotta
time's
hurry.
the charm.
Wow.
Bubbles
Okay,
is
so-
skipped. 9 deaths on the clock now. They do still have time. They're going to have one more lust in this dungeon, but they need a lot of count. I think they might need the double jump starters, which that is not good for the timer, if true.
I think our count's actually okay to not play the double jump starters, just eyeballing it.
Okay.
I think if you would have to play the double jump starters, you'd be coming down here at like 72% or something like that. But it's kind of a question as to what are they going to grab instead. So there's a lot of sequences where they do end up grabbing the double jump stars. At the same point, like I think they're fine. We do have Bloodlust on pull of Giesel Gigazap, but if we have any more mistakes, I think we're depleting this key.
Yeah, I definitely
I
agree
think
with
so
that.
as well.
It's going to be such
God.
a tight
Dude,
finish.
this is like the nightmare situation.
But so Stamp was the team that was playing the Prot Warrior earlier that just pulled Bubbles, right?
Yeah.
So
Yes.
the good news is on the Vengeance, they're opting to skip it. The bad news is it doesn't seem to be very consistent based on what we've been seeing. The good news is it hasn't been very consistent for none of our teams that we've been seeing all throughout the day. So that kind of equalizes it a little bit again.
I think that there's always like the 5% chance that any team like messes up the bubble skip, like minimum 5% chance. Like,
yes.
I think it could literally happen in global finals to any of our teams.
Yeah, it's definitely something you got to watch out for. I mean, we saw it in the Western regions as well. Bubble skips were not 100% reliable, although I feel like it's been less reliable here today even than that. We've seen a lot go wrong on the big fish. Hopefully something that doesn't continue. I think something that I'm worried about for Stamp as well is the fact they played that Dwarf Prop Warrior in all three of their starter keys. It makes me feel like maybe they aren't, confident or comfortable with these tank meld skips. Because if you are, usually you just want to do it at every key level because they're so good.
I mean, dude, we're playing 5x Nelf in this dungeon for that Shadow Meld effect to be able to allow us to drop combat. That typically is just kind of the... I guess I would describe as foolproof usage of that
the
Shadow
safety
Meld.
option.
Yeah, exactly. The safer option where you just press 5 of the melds on that bubble skip and it's totally fine. Okay, look at this, Stratnos. Yeah, they are pulling these double jump stars, kind of like you were calling out. But I do think this is going to be the remainder of the count that they do end up needing. 6.5 minutes to get the double jump stars and Giesel Giga Zap dealt with. I think we're going to be on the right side of this timer, but we can't basically have any more deaths or any offensive CDs lost. Could be potentially problematic here.
Yeah, Lust is going to be huge here for making this possible. So
Yeah.
I think Stamp, despite Bubbles going wrong here, have still got this dungeon, and that would be huge for them. 58 points would be very, very big.
That was the worst
But man, their
case
time
scenario for
tiebreakers are going to
Bubbles.
suck. Because their bubble load was
yeah.
also a really slow timer. So now they're going to be sitting on... I mean, they'll be at 58 points, but I think they actually are not going to feel happy with that because both Yegu and Go Big or Go Home could also get to 58, and Stamp won't win that time tiebreaker, so they're going to need to go and get another key done.
I mean, they just go for it's either 20 Floodgate or 21 Motherload is the next available dungeon. So they did put up the 20 Floodgate during time trials. It's doable. The 21 Motherload was put up during a couple of the group weekends, particularly on the third days where you ended up seeing teams start with that 17. It kind of comes down to what dungeon they believe is probably the most consistent as to whether or not they want to go for that chase of that 21 ML or the 20 Floodgate. What would you recommend?
Yeah, I think another thing to consider is they could try and improve their time tie breaks as well.
I don't like that.
It doesn't feel great, but man, they've left a lot of minutes on the board in both this dungeon and the Motherload. So if they don't think those dungeons are consistent, if they don't think that any of those options are likely, they might be better served by doing a rerun of these lower dungeon levels. I agree with you, though. I don't like it. I hope they don't do it. I hate it whenever the time tiebreaker manipulation is the best way to end the day, but it's definitely something they should be thinking about.
Yeah.
So we know that Stamp in their time trials did the 20 Floodgate, right? Was that
Right.
the dungeon?
Yeah,
But we don't know if they
So-
are 2% chance of succeeding that dungeon or a 50% chance or an 80% chance. Like just because you've done it
we
in
know there was a chance that they did it
Yeah.
once, and ever since they got Turbo Boost gear and
True.
Corruption, which I assume, even if it was like a 2% chance before, it is now a higher chance as more practice, more time, and more gear has come in. So I do think there's a world where maybe they go for that dungeon, since we at least know that they can probably reliably do that one.
I was a bit surprised to actually see that they timed 20 Floodgate. I watched them reset 19.
Me too.
I watched them stream 19 Floodgate attempts for like 10 hours resetting 19 Floodgates. So
That's part of what worries me is I feel like there's a good chance that 20 Floodgate was just 20 hours of resets and then one great run, which is really impressive. There are a lot of teams that can't do that, and it's great that Stamp could, but it's not something you'd necessarily want to risk if you have one shot at a run at the end of your day.
yeah. When do we lust? So it's probably on this Arcane Surge that's coming up here in a little bit.
Yeah, I think so. There's
We're
not going to
saving
be a power
Unholy
infusion
Assault.
here.
Yeah, we're
Okay, Unholy Assault's being used a little bit awkwardly here.
maybe it's maybe it's an execute Bloodlust.
Yeah, that could work out. I mean, it probably doesn't matter for Stamp. They're far ahead of this timer.
Yeah, our timer's
They have
fine.
3 minutes and 20 seconds. Yeah, they're looking great here. 20 minutes left in our day as well. Go Big or Go Home in the bottom left succeeded in their 18 workshop. They are going to move up to 57 points, tying Stamp right now, although Stamp are about to advance past that, and getting ahead of Yegu Cheering Squad. Yegu Cheering Squad are looking great in their Floodgate right now, but of course, Bubbles is in their future.
That's right. Another bubble skip. Now, I'm personally hoping that this one will go in their favor. We saw one of the teams earlier port down while some of the snails were still here. That's not something that can happen here, as they have skull markers out on these divers, which means this is the prior target right now. This has to die before we go anywhere else, and I agree. I do not want to see another mob snapping down there and taking forever before we can actually go past bubbles. A little bit of extra defensives coming out here as well to help everybody as they are finishing Swamp Face off on the very last stretches here as well. In the bottom right, we're also seeing some dicey pulls, and I am a little bit unhappy to report that there was another death that just now happened there for Moon King Cooker as they were working through this part of the dungeon, but it doesn't seem to have cost them at least overall dungeon progression time for the big part. But here goes Jigo's cheering squad. They're on their way. Can they skip bubbles?
Dude, it's just
here
like,
they go.
It's like watching a pug. so I swear you're just like, is this gonna happen? Oh gosh. So this is really tricky.
Hold chat.
Yep, the pull to the left. The boss starts
Splash.
casting those bubbles. And now we're going to get that frontal. And on that, it's a forward frontal. That's a little sketchy.
I think we're gonna be late on
I'm
this
a little
meld.
worried now.
now.
I don't know if they have time.
I think we're late on
They
this
might have
meld.
started the cast. Let's see.
Yep.
Looks like
Oh,
we
there they
did.
go.
No!
The bubbles are coming in.
So
Can they heal through this? You're not in combat, so you can heal through it. And actually, they need to get in combat so that their tank can self-heal. Pain suppression comes out of the tank, but still we're going to proc Last Resort. And we have lost a druid as well. But I think they have stabilized. I think that Bubbles claimed one of their lives, but not the rest of them. That Jumpstart are going to be out at this pull as well. Got to be a little bit careful here. Our tank is actually in a non-trivial amount of danger once that meta falls from that Last Resort here.
All right, so for the aspiring tanks in chat, basically how you're supposed to do that bubble skip is nothing like what our tank just did right there. Basically, what you're supposed to do is you're supposed to let the bubbles spawn, and then the moment he starts casting that Splish Splash frontal, you immediately either Heroic Leap or Infernal Strike ahead, and then press the meld while he's still casting that frontal. If you don't press it while he's casting that frontal, then you're going to be getting the backwash cast beginning, and he will not stop casting that backwash cast once it begins to resolve. And so you have to be melding rather quickly.
Yeah, exactly. And then
moving.
that backwash hits you even if you're not in combat with Bubbles, and it leaves a very nasty dot. You can see they were trying to heal through it, but still lost that Druid, lost that Last Resort. Definitely not a perfect Bubbles skip, although we've seen worse. We've seen a lot worse. We've seen a lot worse multiple times today, so Jaeger Cheering Squad still doing pretty well if we're grading on a curve compared to some of the other Bubbles skips that we've seen in today, and actually from our Western region MDIs as well. They are still looking great on the timer as Stamp have moved to Motherlode. It looks like Motherlode 21 will likely be their last dungeon of the day, or plus 20 to improve timer, but I suspect it'll be the 21. I don't think this is the type of team that will go for a time improvement when there is, I don't want to say easy points on the table, but they know that 21 is doable. I think they're going to go for it.
I am hoping they're going to go for it. I would really not like to see a 20 here. And
yeah, there we go.
Our wishes have been heard. It is going to be that 21. In the meantime, I kind of want to check the waters with you guys on Moon King Cooker, because we were kind of talking about how they still have time to start another dungeon run in today once they finish this Motherlode, given that they finish it. Now, they've moved quite a bit further. We're now on to Rixa, about 60% through that boss fight as well. How are we feeling about the split timers thus far?
Great. I mean, they're going to be probably 2 or 3 minutes under where they need to be able to time the key. Now, this is assuming that they have a very clean ending sequence to the dungeon. They are going to have to play the double war machines, just eyeballing their count here, which is totally fine. But they have enough time for all of that. They just really need to make sure that they kind of clutch up and they don't have any mistakes. Any potential additional deaths or a tank death or any major wipe, that would end up costing them. They have no... They could have maybe a medium mistake, they could have a couple of deaths to specialists' ordinances or something like that, but nothing that's a full wipe or anything of that size.
Oh, a little bit of a scary pattern here as our DK takes a little walk in the water.
We call it a bath.
As long as you keep jumping, you're fine. Well, it's a DK. They can walk on water, you see. But we are now back in fight with the war machine.
I like how they
scary section.
I like how they have the mob polymorphed off to the side. So the specialist,
Yeah.
it's a bit of an obnoxious mob for the healer. If it was just about your DPS, it wouldn't even be that big of a deal to play the specialist on the boss. But then whenever your healer gets like targeted by the mine, or they get the propellant blast on them at the exact same time the charge shot's happening, and they have to like be able to crank as much HPS as possible, that specialist is just like a really difficult added variable. So most teams elect to either leave it in like the cage, or they end up leaving it in a polymorph. And I think that this is just like a great strat for Moonkin Cooker here.
Yeah, we've seen, I think, one team in the Western regions actually fighting the specialist just with the boss, but I think they use the Lust
It's so hard
to do that as well. And even still, yeah, I think it's going to be hard for that to be a consistent strategy. So definitely looking good for Moonkin Cooker. Their hopes of getting to 57 points very much still alive here, although that might not matter if Go Big or Go Home and Yegu Cheering Squad both succeed in the next few minutes here. We are nearing the end of the day. These are almost the last runs of the day. There are about 15 minutes left for teams to start their final dungeon runs. So our two teams on the left-hand side here, these are going to be their last dungeons unless they reset and try again in these same runs.
Okay.
But our two teams on the right have time to finish these keys and start one more run, which means we are looking at 58 points being the ceiling for Yegu Cheering Squad and Go Big or Go Home. Moonkin Cooker, on the other hand, topping out at 57 at best here. They need things to go wrong for their competitors.
And then for Stamp, is it safe to say that
59 is possible here.
Are they qualified, or do you think that there's still a chance that they could get upset?
They could get eliminated at 58 here. Their timers were pretty bad in at least two of their three. So if the other two teams that can get to 58 do so, then Stamp might get eliminated. Losing their mage here, our Stamp, that's going to be their battle res. Things are getting volatile, although they're under not that much pressure for the next 10 minutes or so because they can always reset if they need to. And I think they do need to.
So I know they're wiping this pull, but I actually think that how they're doing this pull is really smart.
They're not actually necessarily wiping. I think they're going to just wait and res after here. Our Moonkin has threat on the driller, it looks like. That's always fun. Our mage! Oh, our mage is dead again!
No, we're wiping.
Oh, no. Okay. Yeah, we're town portaling, it looks like.
Well, we still have plenty of time to do this a couple of times, which is great news. In the meantime, top right for Jigu, we saw the tank get stunned there briefly, which was a scary situation, and then drop really, really low after, but thankfully they were able to recover that as they were working away. Still have plenty of time to finish out that run as well. And for Moonkin, in the bottom right, the big spicy part is going to come up, right? They really need to make sure that nothing is going to go wrong in that very last gauntlet of this dungeon in order to put this dungeon on the board and then be able to start another one. So that's kind of where my attention is going, as all of our teams kind of have a lot going on right now.
Yeah, this is going to be fascinating to watch here. This is the clutch moment that determines whether teams are... You know, they're the kinds of teams that win MDIs or the kinds of teams that look good and then fall apart when it matters the most. These are the vital runs that are about to start up here, the last attempts that teams will have. Stamp putting in their key up in the top left. One more retry here. 10 more minutes to reset if they need to. Meanwhile, in the bottom left, it's Go Big or Go Home. Sneaking around through the trash section of the plus 19 workshop. A very high key for this dungeon. This dungeon is a very difficult one. And then up in the top right, that boss is going down for Yegu Cheering Squad, so they are about to join Go Big or Go Home at that 57-point threshold, which means we are going to be in for a super, super close ending of the day. I would love to know the time tiebreakers as well. I have not been keeping track of them, but this looks like a pretty good run from Yegu Cheering Squad, considering that the bubble skip didn't quite work out. A lot of our other teams in their plus 19 floodgates, though, had the bubble skip go much worse and came much closer to the timer.
Their swamp face split was a lot worse than the other teams, though. I mean, Stamp had like a 20x. I think it was 20 like 30 or 2045. Swamp Face and Go Big or Go Home like a 21 something. So Yegu Cheering Squad was like with the 2230 was a little bit slower. But obviously not having that bubble skip go wrong is, of course, some time that's added back. I think that for Yegu Cheering Squad, the plan is simple at this point. They go into that 19 workshop, and they have to time the 19 workshop, and they have to either hope that they time it fast enough to where Go Big or Go Home lose on time tiebreaker, or Go Big or Go Home do not time it. And for Go Big or Go Home, vice versa is true, where you're kind of hoping that Yegu Cheering Squad doesn't time that dungeon, or if they do, they time it very, very slow, and you time it as well.
That's right. Timing dungeons is of the essence here at the MDI, so that is what all of the teams are looking
That's
for.
right. Completes or die.
Big thing is going to be this skip here for Moonkin Cooker. Bottom right, our tank is going to pull both of these war machines, and then the rest of the team is just going to sneak on by. Then Snow is going to jump on over, melt them off, and hopefully, if everything went right, they're now going to be able to pull the very last boss. Now, gentlemen, we're going to be pushing our bullet list immediately to try and get the most out of having our coolies available and get a big pump onto the boss. From here on out, it's just, smooth sailing, trying to time this dungeon. Where do we go after? Tels is crying, laughing right now.
I think you just go right back to the motherlode, get the 20 on the board, because if you don't do that, you lose on tiebreakers to everybody else. So it's the only way Moonkin Cooker can qualify is to come straight back to the motherlode. But their timer's looking so good here. This is incredible.
For Stamp here, I think that this is kind of this is the hardest pull of the dungeon for Stamp that we're seeing on screen right here, where we kind of watched them wipe to this earlier. Playing 4 of these casters on this pack, whenever you only have 3 available kicks within reason, is very, very difficult. So basically what they're going to have to do is they're going to have to go a round of interrupts, then they're going to go Sigil of Chains into Solar Beam, then they're going to go a couple of Demon Hunter CCs into then that Silent Sigil, and then they have a round of kicks. And so you have somewhere in the order of around 30-ish seconds to kind of kill off this trash pack. Otherwise, you end up wiping to basically not meeting a damage check on this pull. It's a very, very dangerous pull. But I mean, look at this. For Stamp as well, they're playing it a little bit cleaner. So more often than not, you have 4 of those casters in the pack, but they're actually leaving one mind controlled. And that, you see teams will cage that additional caster occasionally, but I love the fact that they're leaving it in that MC, just not having to deal with that additional caster there. So you get more value out of your kicks.
Those casts starting to go off there. You can see Ice Cold being committed to try and survive that. Pain Suppression also going out. And we're back to a Solar Beam here.
Nice.
Yeah, that's good. That should be enough to get them through the end here. As you can see, those big bangs at the end of the Sappers' lives here starting to come out. Beautifully timed, though. And their tank leaping forward. The rest of the group is actually just dealing with that caster while the tank gathers this. That's really nifty.
Is it the driller or is it the caster that they were... I couldn't really tell. They might
I think
still
it's the
have
caster.
No, the caster's still MC'd. Look at this. I think we're going to
I think they were hitting it and then they re-MC'd it, so they just got free damage on it for a while.
Oh, we have another caster available as well. So we're going to be re-MCing this other caster here momentarily. We have one from that trash pack with the Mine Rats, and we're doing double Wonton Sapper. This is really good funnel. Very, very scary whenever you're taking the Mine Rats with the Throw Rock ability and the casters with the invisible Earth Shock ability. You have to really be watching out for that here.
Yeah, gotta be super careful as Stamp do get the coin-operated crowd pummeler here nice and into the wall. The rest of the trash, unfortunately they don't have it deep enough into the wall to get all those gold piles spawning right on top of the boss. So that is going to mean they'll have to be a little bit more careful with taking the boss away. But a beautiful Sigil of Chains. Not a lot of people know that you can do that, but you can chains those foot bombs and make it very easy to kick them all into the boss. But you got to be really fast now at dragging the boss away from those gold piles. Looks like they've got a new position to be fighting for a while. Maybe to be away from those gold piles. I bet they'll go back in a second, though, into that little corner.
Here, the Earthshaper ends up going down. I think we're going to be dropping the MC here momentarily and starting to get the kick rotation available on that additional mob. Probably waiting for the mage kick to come back up just so that we have enough.
Yeah, you can see it's at half health because they were just hitting it while their tank was gathering that previous pull. And they actually re-MC it again.
For what?
I'm not sure. Maybe you drop it after the boss dies to keep combat while you're running to the next area?
Dude,
and keep your Eye of Kazan stacks?
Oh, maybe. Dude, there's weird tech for a while. You could actually have the mobs getting hit by the big Bago bombs whenever the sappers end up dying. But I know that they hotfixed that a while ago, so I don't think that's the thing anymore.
They dropped the MC now. So maybe they were just waiting until a damage burn or something that they wanted to have it in during. I don't know. It probably didn't matter too much. They were just keeping it MC until they were super sure that they had everything under control. Maybe kicks were back, that kind of thing.
Your Surge. Yegu Cheering Squad, top right. They actually haven't started a run yet, and there's only 5 minutes left in the day. What's going on with them?
Maybe they know they only have one more run in the day.
Yeah.
So they're just,
as well.
They're, just taking one final look outside before locking in for the last run of the day.
I think it's more so, I mean, as much as I like that idea, I think it's more so just like making sure everybody's on the same page on which dungeon to go for, how they want to tackle it, and so on. So I think the dungeon they should maybe be going for is the 21 Motherlode, but what's more likely going to be happening is the 19 that they haven't put
19
on
Workshop
the board
is
yet.
definitely easier, but it's not that much easier than the 21 Motherlode. 21 Motherlode would be way better for tiebreakers, but
Right.
I don't know what their time situation is looking like. It is going to be the
Well-
19 Workshop that they start off here. Moonkin Cooker in the bottom right also need to start another dungeon. They did time that key, so they're at 56 now, but they need to get another point on the board, and it has to be the Motherlode for them to get to 57.
Dude, this has been super competitive.
Yeah.
I know we didn't really
we're
know.
nearing the end of the day, and the only thing that can't happen here is Moonkin Cooker can't get ahead of Stamp. But the other team, every other configuration is all still possible. Every other ordering could happen with our teams.
Moonkin Cooker needs to start a dungeon run soon, though, and then, of course, it all hinges on whatever each individual team is doing, whether or not it goes right. So Moonkin Cooker, now in that 20 Motherlode, which they really need to put on the board here to stand a chance against the other teams who have already put that dungeon onto the board. As they are working away on that first poll, there's still a couple more minutes in the day where they could potentially restart a run. So I like kind of saving that Motherlode for the end, as there is a lot of danger that's front-loaded in this dungeon as well. But I'm scared for the 20 Motherlode being what's kind of hinging for them to maybe get into the second spot.
Yeah, I'm also very, very worried for all of our teams here. Especially, I'm actually the most worried for Stamp. I think Stamp is a team that, coming into today, I was thinking, okay, Stamp are like global finals caliber team. And to some extent, we expect them to, if they're the only team playing the off specs around that spec variety rule, that is going to cost them a little bit. But I don't think I was expecting them to still be in danger of not making it to day 2 here at the end of our day. I mean, they are still in the lead, but they are not locked yet, which is crazy for a team with the time tiebreak or with the time trials that they had.
I mean, it's an incredibly deep region. I mean, if you pull up Raider.io right now and you look at the top 10 teams in the world, like 9 of them I think are Chinese. So like if you factor it in like that, like the region just has incredible depth in terms of the amount of top end groups that they have available.
Yeah, this is going to be an awesome end of our day. Just a few minutes left for teams to wipe and restart their runs, but otherwise these will be their final runs if that doesn't happen. No more time to put multiple points on the board, so every single team is either going to end at this score or +1 from that current score. Then we might go to time tiebreakers. Ooh, Stamp having another death here. They do have a battle res. Looks like they're not going to use it, so they're going to be down a druid for a little while here. Hopefully the beam wasn't going to be important here for a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, this druid is... It's a bit unfortunate that he does end up going down, but I think it's totally fine, assuming that they don't end up wiping this pull. This pull also has a pretty steep damage check, but look at this. They actually play this really slow by polymorphing and caging those 2 Earthshapers. And then pulling Ascari just kind of into these Earth Rager mobs. Basically all you have to do is kick the Furious Gaze. That's the only thing that really matters here. And you're not letting those Earthshapers into... Actually, one of those Earthshapers is Rage, but it doesn't really matter. We'll be able to kind of play those a little bit slower. We could even potentially soothe those off with the Ascari debuff if we're not... if we're too concerned about it. I think you could just like rip these straight into the boss here with Bloodlust on pull.
Yeah, that could be the vibe here. That is what we've seen teams often opting to do. It looks like they've that MC breaking perhaps, and mobs are being grabbed all forward. Death Grip helping bring that polymorph close. It looks like maybe we're gonna leave the polymorph for a while. It might be as a sapper.
Yeah.
Okay, it could be a sapper. It's definitely not it's not a caster mob.
It's not an Earthshaper, yeah.
No, yeah, it's not an Earthshaper. I can't tell. It's insane to be casted. You can't tell what the mobs' names are. I go to look at what the mobs' names are.
Just squint real hard,
so
Kettles. You'll
often.
figure it out.
Get ready to learn Chinese, buddy.
It's a goblin.
That's right.
It's a
That would
goblin. I can tell that much.
Yeah. Looks like it's going to work out pretty well here for Stamp, as most of these mobs are taken care of. That Sapper entering its death animation, beautifully placed just to the side of the boss. and then one caster's going down, and then that other caster they have polyed off to the side, they can just bring in after this first caster dies, and they know they're not going to have any trouble kicking.
I think it's probably on Arcane Surge is what we're waiting on. We'll just wait for all offensive CDs to kind of bring it in. Oh, wait, never mind. Oh,
no, they're just waiting until the first died so that they have full kick coverage on it.
I mean, this is scary. They can wipe to Azerok here. These Earth Ragers, this pulsing AoE is very, very scary at this point. Oh my gosh, hold on. Are they not going to beat the damage check? That's the second slam, and now we have the big Azerok cast. If they don't end up getting this Earth Rager killed off, they're going to end up wiping.
Ooh, scary.
Wow.
But yeah, they did manage to do it just in time. In the meantime, Go Big or Go Home actually sustained a death here on Machinist's Garden. They're down to just 1 B-Res now, working on this plus 19 key. I believe these runs are now going to be final for our team, so there's no more time to restart and go again, unless, there is, which I don't know for sure, but I believe that we are past that timer now, so these should be the last runs for the day that we are watching on all of our teams.
Probably.
How funny would it be if the team were set right now and started a new key? But
yeah, they could.
No, I
be
am
wrong,
with you.
But I think we are over the timer. So it's all going to come down to these runs. We've got Stamp making pretty good time here on Azerok. It should be a sub 15 minute on this boss. All the trash having been dealt with now. And they're going to get a nice little damage phase here where both of these elementals will be dead momentarily, and that'll be nice to just be able to focus the boss, not have to have that Moonkin keep kiting, although the Moonkin actually forced to go into cat form for a second there for them. But yeah, the non-empowered ad, if you can ever kill that one off near the start of one of these phases, it's really nice. You just don't have to worry about it for so long.
That's right. I'm just watching Stamp very closely as they are making way through Azerok. It's taking so long, such a massive boss there as well, as they are working away on that. But we have Tragedy Strike in the bottom left corner for Go Big or Go Home, as 2 of their players have actually fallen. We do have Battle-Russes available, but this is a scary boss to accept a Battle-Russ. If you ever died on this one, you know exactly what I'm talking about. There's these cogwheels everywhere. There's flames everywhere. You're just hoping that whenever you accept this rest, everything is going to go right. That's exactly how it played out here for the Moonkin and the DK as well, as they're now back with the group. But a little bit of time definitely was lost.
Yeah, it's not great, but it's not the end of the world. The big scary thing is now there's no more B-Reses, and we're going to lose a mage. Or not a mage, an enhancement shaman, but they do have Ankh because they're not a mage. They're an enhancement shaman.
Classes.
So, the other blue class,
Nothing
a little bit safer here.
Oh my God.
Able to take that Ankh. Our druid is in absolute disaster zone here. Okay, somehow able to dodge all those self-tripping hedges. Oh my goodness, that was ugly for a second. But Go Big or Go Home have somehow still avoided going home. And now they have just 10 minutes left for the end of this dungeon run. That stampeding roar comes out as they can waste no more time here.
Okay, our timer is actually really sketch. We've seen teams time this dungeon at like 22:30 on Machinist's Garden, so it's definitely possible. It's not exactly like a 22:09 is not a timer that you like to see, and it might make the time tiebreaker a little bit suspect whenever you're comparing it to potentially where Stamp are.
Yeah,
So
and
keep in
Jaeger
mind-
cheering squad.
They do play the mini boss though, right? This is not a team that actually does the Velf skip. So their routing in the dungeon does affect kind of the tail end
That's
a little
true.
bit
Yeah,
because
sure.
they have extra count from the mini boss.
That is true. It's I think they're still on the correct side of the timer here, but I don't think we can afford any deaths or any mishaps with our meld skip or any potential deaths. These spider, get the spider tank out of that defender shield, please. Move him.
No, I
get him
don't
out.
think so.
Please.
He's gonna stay here.
Hocus pocus, get him out of there.
Hocus pocus. Move your spider tank hocus.
Take a step back.
Looks like
Well,
Stamp up in
they're,
the top
spending
left.
some extra time.
Ooh, also in some danger, though, as they're going to be fighting all these alchemists. The pain suppression comes out to try and keep their tank alive through this. There's the mastermind as well to deal with here, but all those test subjects beating up their tank. Looks like they're going to be able to stabilize through this pull. So Stamp, all good so far as well. 1445 was their Azerok split.
Great.
As they get the last bit of trash they need here. Yep, their timer is looking fantastic. Meanwhile, Go Big or Go Home. Starting up this pull. of the one caster, the two defenders, and the two robots here, making their way up this bridge. And this should be the count that they need.
Yeah, I sure hope so. After that, it should be skip and then into the boss. But like we mentioned before, the timer is definitely tight for go big or go home in the bottom left corner. So we'll need to check back with them. I think we're kind of in the territory where any and every death that happens really does you in for. So that cannot happen for this team if they really want a chance. And once again, we are over timer. There's no reruns. There's no go against anything that they're doing right now. They need to succeed at in order to get that point.
Yeah, it's all going to come down to these last few minutes here. First team to finish their run is going to be go big or go home in the bottom left. So I definitely want to focus on them. But of course, up in the top left, Stamp, vitally important run as well. They're actually going to lose their Druid here to a Echo Blade from that weapons tester. Gonna not use the B-Res here and just release, but that means now they have to deal with this pull for potentially a little while longer. Things could start to get sketchy here. Sigil of Misery is gonna stop these transmute enemy to goo cast for a while, but now you can see
he died.
It's actually gonna be another death coming out now for Stamp as their healer is triple slimed there. Oh no, and the Mastermind's Brainstorm now lands on top of them as well. That one's gonna be a B-Res. And this is one of those spots where you think, man, maybe we should have just taken the first B-Res, because now we're seeing all of these deaths start to stack up here. Like, yeah, you can run back, but you've used your B-Reses anyways now, and now you're losing all this time. Look at the deaths for Stamp, up to 7, and they don't have a B-Res anymore. 8 deaths, 9 deaths, tank dead. This is going to be a reset pull. Are they
it's
okay?
Over. No, I'm pretty
I think
sure.
they might be over, yeah. I don't know if you can finish the dungeon in the timer anymore.
I don't think you can.
Anybody can get transmuted, but whenever Yegu ends up getting transmuted on that disc priest, it starts to become an insurmountable ask. You end up having that full team wipe. Now this kind of leaves Stamp vulnerable to potentially getting knocked out. No,
they could. Yeah, it could potentially go to time tiebreakers between them and Yegu Cheering Squad, and go big or go home. All of these teams could end up at the exact same scorecard of 58 points on a 20, a 19, and an 8, or a 20 and 2 19s rather, on 58 points. So this is going to be such an interesting end to our day. We now have, down in the bottom left, go big or go home, working on King Mechagon, nearly done with this dungeon, whereas Yegu Cheering Squad up in the top right have that Machinist Garden still in their future. And down in the bottom right rather, we have Moonkin Cooker, who are still alive in theory as well. If both go big or go home, which doesn't look all that likely anymore, but it could still happen, deplete, and Yegu Cheering Squad, then Moonkin Cooker could still move up to 57 points and tie them as well. So any of these three teams could be the other team, and actually any two of them even could make it through to our Sunday.
For the plot, we need Yegu and Yegu Cheering Squad to be able to make it to Sunday. That's optimal.
Well, it would be optimal if actually Yegu's Cheering Squad beats Yegu, because that just would be really funny. There's a world where that can happen.
The student becomes the master.
Well, hold on.
That's right.
That's the best healer in the world. Like, you can't usurp the master.
There's 4 other players on that team.
Well, his teammates did let him get gooed, so...
Yeah.
That's right.
I think there were 3 transmute enemy to goo debuffs on Yegu there all at once, so that's a pretty unfortunate position to be put in, especially as a priest healer. You're just looking at it, you're like, come on, guys, I don't have a kick. One of you guys use yours, please.
Yeah. You trust them. You put your life in their hands, and that's how they repay you. What a tragedy, but we're going to see whether or not it does come down to it, as 2 of our teams could still reach the 58-point marker. We don't know how it's all going to shake out, and one of the big determining factors is going to be the run in the bottom left for go big or go home, as they're slowly but surely are getting closer to the end of this mini-boss. We do have Bloodlust available, Tettles, but I see what you're seeing. 3 minutes 33?
I mean, I don't love it, but I think with the lust,
it should be fine. I would say we're chilling. I don't think we're hard chilling, but I think we're chilling here.
Could we afford
go
a death?
Big or go home?
Could we afford a death during lust? I think the answer is no.
No.
I think that would make it very, very, very close.
I don't think we can't afford a death period, actually.
We've got an Enhancement Shaman with Lust and PI here. This boss is about to get absolutely melted by Go Big or Go Home. That is a very, very strong combination on the Enhanced Shaman. Wow, look at the camera work we've got for them as well. Whoa! Whoa! Man,
Buckle up, everybody!
Somebody revoke our observer's license. Like, what's going on with over there?
Honestly, I like this kind of POV. It's like all
we've got the full
nice.
view. We know exactly where that magnet is going, up into the back left there. And that light's still rolling for a little bit longer. Whoa! Stop moving!
No.
Look at those DPS numbers as well.
60%. Yeah, they're really fast. But Lust is now over.
That's true. Lust is now over. We are going to get another few sets of some of these cooldowns, though. I think that will be enough to get us over the finish line. And yeah, I'm curious what the time tiebreakers end up being between them and Stamp, because if Go Big or Go Home are better, maybe Stamp could actually get eliminated today. That would be crazy, because if Go Big or Go Home and Yegu Cheering Squad make it through to day 3, they'll both be on off-meta comps, and then, depending on our teams tomorrow, that could be huge, but it is not over just yet. We've just seen Last Resort procced by Go Big or Go Home, thanks to some unfortunate orb relocations. If we lose a tank here, it will get very, very, very bad very quickly. So no more funny business is allowed for the tank of Go Big or Go Home.
Okay, so we've actually seen teams kill this boss off around the 6:15 mark on this level before. But very frequently were teams killing it off around like the 6:30 to 6:45 mark, particularly whenever you start to have mistakes. Now, those were teams that were playing with the mage. Not with an enhancement shaman that was getting a bunch of ascendances. So there might be this added variable. I mean, look at how much damage our enhancement shaman's able to put out here. This is still going to be quite tight. We are going to be getting that power infusion and that ascendance here, but we only have a minute left. I think we're going to be on the right side of this timer, though.
I think so as well. 1 minute?
It's going to be so close.
There's still going to be the RP at the very end, but...
That's like 10 seconds.
I mean, look at it. Single digits, 7%, 6%. This boss is melting, 5%.
They still have to kill the mob,
fast
though.
Here. That's fine. It's like 10 seconds. They have 45 to go. 3%.
No death.
2%. One last Magneto arm.
Oh,
this one's kind of spicy.
That Magneto arm is very close.
Watch. There we go. 33 seconds. The Minimob has a spawn, and with that, Go Big or Go Home are definitely going big in this dungeon and putting themselves in a good position to have 58 points on their leaderboard.
Yeah, so now the question is just the time tiebreakers at the end of the day. And the answer is, I don't know. Usually when we're watching the Western region, we have the tracker for it, but this time around, we do not. So it will be a surprise to us as well how our teams that are on the same point total actually end up faring against each other with those time tiebreaks, because Go Big or Go Home and Stamp are now both at 58, and Yegu Cheering Squad can get there as well. They are lusting right now on Machinist's Garden with all of this trash. Their timer is looking great as well if they can stabilize here. If they can get through this awfully difficult boss with all of this trash. Unfortunately as well, this does mean that Moonkin and Cooker down in the bottom right are not going to make it through to day 3. They can't get to 58 points, and there are 2 teams already at 58 points, so it is over for them. It's just a question of Yegu Cheering Squad, whether they can make it up to 58 as well, and then steal a slot from one of these other 2 58-point teams if the tiebreakers work out that way.
Stamp could literally get upset. Oh my god. They literally came in 5th place last TGP. If they get upset on day 1, that is catastrophic. Gosh. Okay, so looking at this here, the top right-hand corner of the screen, that is the run that matters the most. So unfortunately enough for Boomkin Cooker, they are going to be eliminated mathematically. But Yegu Cheering Squad here, we are kind of in a situation where they need to have like a really good run. And looking at their timer here, I actually think that they're going to be a lot better than Go Big or Go Home just in this workshop here. So I think that they're going to have somewhere in the order of like 21-ish minutes on the Machinist Garden kill, which is going to be around a minute faster than where Go Big or Go Home were on this boss.
Yeah, the timer is looking pretty good for them. They have 2 B-reses as well, and another B-res recovering soon. So unless something goes horribly
Don't say
wrong,
Goes big.
Don't say it.
there's no way that Yegu Cheering Squad could wipe from here.
Dratnos.
Oh, you got to be so
Why
careful
would
right
you
now.
say that?
The Moonkin is in a spot here where that shield generator is going to go down in a second.
Yep.
The re-MC comes out on the defender, and that shield will be replaced soon.
This is a subtle thing that their priest healer is doing, but actually one that's pretty impactful. It's how he was actually microing around the defender. Ideally, whenever you have that defender in the mind control, you actually want to be like having him planted right next to you and using the shield generator, like the active ability yourself, so you can utilize it on CD, because if you leave it on autocast for some reason, it takes forever to cast, but it also casts on top of where the defender is, and so if you just like let it auto attack the boss, you can have moments where the boss just gets like stuck in the middle of the room underneath the shield generator for 3 or 4 seconds where he just has a 75% DR, and that's really, really terrible. But by microwaving it around, dude, 20-minute, 19-second Machinist Garden Split, they're going to be 2 minutes under where Go Big or Go Home are, assuming that they're able to clutch up and finish out this dungeon.
Yeah, this
They're
is
really fast for sure. I like this. 0 deaths thus far. Hopefully they can keep it that way as well. We're getting the ping in the back there on that defender to make sure, okay guys, this is where it is. Make sure you mind control it. Make sure we get another shield here to deal with these spider tanks. It's a lot of damage. And like you, also listening to you, Tettles, moving those spider tanks out of the shield to make sure they're actually not benefiting from that. Great tech.
But Ratnos, I mean, whenever you get like 2 or 3 minutes under the timer in this workshop, is that not going to maybe potentially put them ahead of Stamp with time tiebreaker implications?
Remember that Stamp's Floodgate featured a bricked skip on Bubbles, so they went right into the timer there. Their Motherload as well had 7 deaths in it in their plus 20, so Stamp's tiebreakers are potentially quite bad here. Yegu Cheering Squad might be able to overtake them if they can hold on to the end of this run and put up a pretty quick workshop here. I don't remember what the Motherload and the Floodgate were like for this team. I think they were a couple minutes under in the Floodgate, so yeah, they might well overtake Stamp here, and then it just comes down to how Stamp and Go Big or Go Home looked on the time tiebreakers. But of course, this last section of the dungeon is by no means free. They are going to need to do this pull and then execute a skip that has not always worked out properly here. This pull is not too bad. Ooh, tank and meta.
Yeah.
No last resort proc though, that's good.
Basically what you do
really
is
scary for a second.
you focus down these Mark III bots, and if you're able to focus down these Mark III bots to the point where you still have the defender shields during the short out, it's normally pretty okay, particularly whenever we have this Arcane Mage just teeing off on the mobs, getting power infusion, and just absolutely blasting these robots with that Arcane Surge ability. Now, I think just eyeballing it, I think Go Big or Go Home is probably slower than Stamp, time tiebreaker-wise, just remembering the runs, but I'm not super confident in any of this.
Dude, Stamp's runs were pretty bad. I guess Go Big or Go Home were really close to the tiebreaker, or to the timer, yeah.
Yeah, all 3 of them were pretty slow, but Go Big or Go Home also was relatively close on their times in all of these dungeons that they were putting up as well.
Can I just say that I'm still like a little sad that Moonkin Cooker didn't make it. They were kind of like the heroes of my heart for today. I thought they were such a fun team with like their little cat and their fun name, and I thought they played really well, comparing that they kind of came in as last seed in this group. So I just want to give like a little shout out as we're watching Yegu's Cheering Squad try to get this skip done.
I do think this was the closest group weekend, like especially day one, that we've seen so far from all of our teams. Which it does make sense. They weren't seeded out of 24 teams. It was just the Chinese region solely having 8-seeded teams. And they have like very competitive. They obviously have very competitive live pushing teams. So it does make sense that it was a little bit closer in that regard.
Yeah, this is going to be right down to the wire here. Yegu Cheering Squad starting the last boss. They have so much time on the clock as well. I think their time tiebreakers are going to be really good.
I think
they've executed that skip now.
Yeah.
And look at this run as well. I mean, it's a 0-death run. All their B-reses are still on the table. They're going to get a lust at the end of this boss fight. I mean, they're going to have a great time in this dungeon.
This fight's, again, we kind of shouted it out as like 6:15-ish, maybe like 6 minutes. But they're going to be, I don't even know, 2 minutes under, potentially even like 2.5 minutes under that timer that you need in this dungeon. So that's going to give them a great time tiebreaker.
Yeah, if Yegu can get a 29-40 Honestly, if they can get even like a 30-minute run here, they should be good on the tiebreaker against Stamp. I've gotten our production team has found the timers of these. Let us know what they were. So they need to get about a 30-minute run in here to overtake Stamp on time tiebreakers. I don't know what go big or go home situation is though, but this could be huge for Yegu Cheering Squad versus Stamp on that top side of our leaderboard potentially, and that might even be the determining factor for which team survives through to day 3. Meanwhile, Mimkin Cooker working on the Motherlode end of the dungeon as well.
They actually played
That's
quite
right.
well. They're going to be 1 point behind most of the rest of these teams who are qualifying to the Sunday.
Listen, if they played on mains from the very start and they had that 16 at the beginning be +2, or if they had that 18 Motherlode that they... Was it Motherlode or Floodgate? One of the two.
Yeah.
Where they like missed a timer by like 3 seconds or so to get a +2 there. They would have been able to put that extra point on the board as well. And we might have been in a situation where there would have been like a 4-way time tiebreaker that have come into play, which I feel like, just looking back at the history of TGP, I don't think we ever had that happen.
If we have, it's probably been a really long time.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, they've played exceptionally well. I think they've overplayed the expectations of their team coming into this
and honestly, like, the big thing that went wrong for them was they only one-chested their first +16 of the day, and they were playing off-specs for that. If they had just been playing main specs all day, I think they could absolutely be reaching for 58 points as well right now, so that's going to be that's going to leave a bitter aftertaste potentially for them. As we meanwhile are going to watch Yegu Cheering Squad. Yegu Cheering Squad were the team that's... They've been on meta comps all day. They know that they're going to be losing some of these specs on day 3, but they're saying, you know what? We're not worried about that. We just have to use everything in our toolkit to even qualify. And with how they've been playing today, I mean, I think that decision is looking really smart because these teams have been so fast. I don't think any of them could have afforded to play any more off specs besides Stamp.
It's kind of worrying a little bit, but maybe it's less worrying because that mage, he is a mage main, and so I think that he could end up maybe swapping to one of the different mage specs. I think the biggest issue is obviously getting that Vengeance Demon Hunter and that Disc Priest band. Those are always kind of the tough ones.
I don't think the Disc Priest is maybe as bad because of how good some of the other healers have looked, and depending on what the dungeons are for the day 3 of CN, the Resto Shaman or the Resto Druid could be quite a suitable pick as well. I think the thing that really hurts is the Vengeance. The
survivability gain via the Disc Priest is like pretty underrated. Like, just not even necessarily about the HPS output from the other healers, but how it makes you feel. Oh my gosh, losing the DK during Bloodlust and offensive CDs here, a very unfortunate situation for Yegu Cheering Squad, and unfortunately even more so is that he can't take it until the Magneto arm is over, so he ends up having to lay dead for somewhere in the order of like 30 seconds there.
The timer as well. Remember, they need about a 30-minute run here to overtake Stamp for those time tiebreakers, which might well be pivotal for their chances of qualifying to the last day here. I mean, at 35% in a minute and 40 seconds, I think they can. They are going to get one more Arcane Surge in that window. We're also going to get an Unholy Assault and a Dark Transformation there, and one more Power Infusion. I think that's good enough. It's going to be close.
It's going to be really close. I think that they're going to be on the good side of 30 minutes. So basically what we're talking about is we're looking at time tiebreaker results. We're not just necessarily looking at their ability to be able to time the key. They're fine to time the key. But like Dratnos was kind of running the numbers earlier, and yeah, like he said, we need like under a 30-minute timer to put them ahead of Stamp. Now you see that DT and that Unholy Assault being pressed here. We're going to be pressing this Arcane Surge. You probably sync this Arcane Surge up. Actually, you know, well, I don't really know where you're going to be pressing this Power Infusion. Power Infusion just gets pressed on whoever. We're surging on CD.
Yeah, you can see that Arcane Surge coming out right now. They're probably not thinking about the time tiebreakers, right? They're probably just looking at the overall dungeon timer. But this boss is already almost dead here. 29-21. They've got 30 seconds to potentially kill the boss here and still be ahead of Stamp on time tiebreakers. So that is looking really good. And I think Yegu Cheering Squad here have, with this run, locked up a day 2 finish.
Wow.
And the only question mark for me now is, how do Stamp and Go Big or Go Home compare on the time tiebreakers? Because Yegu Cheering Squad are faster than Stamp if our math is correct here. But we'll see the full scorecard at the end of the day. Of course, there is still one run that is underway, I believe, which will be Moonkin Cooker in the Motherlode, potentially. I don't know if we're going to swap and watch the end of that. We are.
Yeah.
They are on
There we
Mobile
are.
Razdunk. Ooh,
Oh, no!
Not one of the spots you'd like to see the boss cast its Drill Smash is not on one of those pylons there. So we're going to be spending a little bit longer in the intermission than we need to. That's actually the second time today we've seen the boss not hit one of these correct spots on the intermission there. Not something I'd seen happen all that often.
This team really said they're going to give us a show, and I personally respect them for that. I want to see some 07s in chat. They really said we're going to give you some cinematic shots towards the end of the day, as we're the only team that is still allowed to run right now. Everybody else has to wait for them to finish up and lock in the leaderboard as Moonkin Cooker is working away on this 20 Motherlode. They had some issues all throughout today, but in the end, I think they won at least one additional fan for them, and I'm hoping to see them again in the MDI.
Yeah, me too. Again, it's always bittersweet when you have a run going, and when you started the run, you were thinking like, okay, if we do this and these things happen in the other team's runs, we can qualify. And then by the end of the run, it's no longer live, right? You no longer have any pathway to victory. But I do respect them finishing this run out. They've been looking really good, and they basically completed the same runs as everybody else. The only thing that they haven't done is a 19 workshop, but they would have, I think with the way they've been playing today, that would have very much been possible for them. They just ran out of time today, largely because their first key of the day, they went with those off specs, which, maybe in retrospect that looks like a mistake, but at the time, that was a great play if they made it through to the last day, right? Then they were going to get their main specs on the last day. So they were really playing to win, which is always something that I respect. Unfortunate for them that it is going to result in a 4th place this time, but I echo your sentiment, Makes. I hope that they are playing in a future MDI and we'll get to watch them again.
It's one of those things, too, that I don't think teams are actually emphasizing enough practice on these lower-level keys, being able to potentially rechest the dungeons whenever it's possible. For a team like Moonkin Cooker, I think if they just emphasize the ability to be able to 2 and 3 chest some of these 16s, their fate could have been a little bit different, because it feels like they had the ability to be able to time the key cap level dungeons. I mean, look at this. They're a minute 30 under on the 20. They can probably do a 21 of the Motherlode, but it's more just like, if you emphasize more those 16s, potentially those 18 dungeons, and being able to 2 and 3 chest those, that's a huge time save.
All right, well, here it comes. The moment you've all been waiting for. We have the leaderboard ready, the scorecard of the end of our day. All right, in the top, it is Yegu Cheering Squad there. As you can see, I can, of course, read that. I can't just extrapolate from what we know about their timers. And then Stamp are the second-place team. They were our first-seeded team from Time Trials, and they only barely scraped by the skin of their teeth, 1 minute faster than Go Big or Go Home, who are there in 3rd place. And unfortunately, despite doing the same dungeons at the same level as everybody else, it's going to be the 2 minutes behind in Workshop, really, that are going to cost them, because they were faster than Stamp. If you look in that floodgate, they're faster than Stamp in the Motherlode. They were only slower, but they were slower by a lot in that Mechagon Workshop.
I mean, that Workshop.
That's tough.
I mean, we saw Stamp mess up the bubble skip. We saw Stamp have deaths in that Motherlode. They seemed very, very vulnerable just as a group. Now, they're going to have to shape up for the China finals on that championship final day. They are going to have to be and play more consistent if this is the Stamp that we are looking to expect making it into the global finals. Again, they are the number 1 seed, so we kind of expect them to make it to the global finals. But if they play like this during their championship finals, they're not going to be qualifying, just point blank.
I agree, but I also kind of want to point out how cool it is that the student has become the master as we are looking at Jigu's Cheering Squad, right? We were kind of joking about it tongue-in-cheek as the day went on, but I think it's really, really important to stress that they actually did take the lead here. They actually looked the best out of all of our teams, and that is not necessarily what we thought looking at the time trial. So I'm really excited to see what this team can do on the day 3.
Yeah, we got to remember, though, Stamp did play around that spec variety rule. They are not going to be losing any of their main specs for day 3, whereas Yegu Cheering Squad will. The big question for me is, what is tomorrow going to look like? Because we're going to see 2 more teams join these 2 for our last day. If those teams also have to play main specs all day tomorrow, maybe we're going to see, 3 teams playing off specs on the last day. That could be really fun to watch. I don't know. It's going to be a huge question mark because we have some really good teams for tomorrow as well, right, Tuttles?
How do you feel about Holy Paladin High Keys?
Oh, yeah, we're going to see some of that tomorrow.
Oh, my
right?
God. The Arbiter of the Light is going to show up for Team Kronos tomorrow. It's going to be an excellent day of competition. We're going to have Green Player as well, which they were the number, I think, 3 ranked team for an extended period of time on live. And so I think it's going to be pure cinema. Is Uther Lightbringer going to bring Kronos home? Is Green Player going to be able to bring it home as well for China? We'll see tomorrow. Goodbye.
Bye.